In the dull and commonplace occurrences of day-to-day living, one thing stands out as a completely unique experience. Colt 45 malt liquor. In the dull and commonplace occurrences of day-to-day living, one thing stands out as a completely unique experience. Colt 45 malt liquor.
Believe it or not, we have over a mile of inspectors at the Volkswagen factory. More than 7,000 men who have only one job: to keep an eye on the way Volkswagens are made. And there's no nonsense about them. They reject a Volkswagen, or part of a Volkswagen, for little things you might never even see. And when one of our inspectors says no, it's no. That's why you'll never find so much as a blob of paint or a stitch out of place on a new Volkswagen. An inspector finds it first. Frankly, not every car we make makes it. But any car that gets to the end of that long line of inspectors is a Volkswagen.
This is the art season in New York. At the Metropolitan, the Guggenheim, the new Whitney Museum, Museum of Modern Art, and here at the elegant Wally F. Art Galleries, where art lovers see a show that marries art with fashion. This abstraction, called Caperland No. 1, is not a painting and it's not on canvas. It's printed on Caperland nylon and can be worn. So fashion models walk through the art galleries wearing chic dresses in the same prints that are framed to hang on the walls like old masters. And what's more, this art is washable. Leading dress designers think the bigger, the bolder, the wilder the print, the more artistic the dress, such as the dresses styled by Cobb's Corner. And the same bold prints look even more so in dresses for little girls by Tiny Town Togs. But is it really art? Or is it just another fashion fad? Maybe it's both, now that a posh art gallery gives its nod of approval to the print explosion in fashion today.
Ready for takeoff?
Whoa. Working hard on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Bron James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Shut the John on them jets, cause you wildin'. Put the bowl, it's a party on the island, moment of silence.
Ready for takeoff?
Whoa. Working hard on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Bron James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Shut the John on them jets, cause you wildin'. Put the cold as a party on an island, moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pops flipped. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof with my first whip. Split the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen the change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute just to front, nigga. Goddamn. Had to grow up quick, I made my own rules. Had my first.
What's up? What's up? Greetings, motherfucking Earthlings. How's everybody doing? Hope everybody having a good day. I don't know what the fuck we listening to. We listening to some crazy shit right now. No matter what happens, I want to be with you. Except if y'all ain't here in the next minute, I ain't giving out no pocket change for first, second, third. You forget that. You gotta be here early for that shit. Now look, folks. Shit, I don't even know where that is. That was good timing. Trick or treat lo-fi. All right, y'all. Let's get right into some communion. Fucking Uncle Bobby is shout out to Gin and Truth. Go subscribe right now. Right now. Right now. Yeah, Melody Joy can add some points. I don't know about the rest of y'all. The rest of y'all just lazy. Lazy. All right, let's catch a vibe real quick, link up with the gang, and then we're gonna do communion right now. Hang on, let me get alcohol. All right, loved ones, I've got some morally superior whiskey right here. Uncle Bobby is traveling, went to go see some family. Cameron Forth. So appreciate all y'all. Please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who fight for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. Nice. All right. Let's go ahead and get our communion song. Let's go with our actually, you know what? Let's go with it's Sunday. Let's go with the Cheers theme cover. Really kind of a nice vibe for a Sunday afternoon.
Dublin, and he's going to play us out. You're going to play what to finish us up?
Do you know what? I don't know the name of this song, actually, but I know the song, and so will you.
Where everybody knows your name.
This. Boy bands, take it away.
I'm actually putting this on screen. It's a really nice performance. This makes me happy thinking about my community right here.
Making your way in the
world
today.
Right now, me and Melody. I don't know where the rest of y'all are at.
You got.
That's right. Me and Melody got this.
Taking a break from all.
Me and Melody get through plenty together.
Would help a lot.
We don't need the rest of y'all.
Wouldn't you like to get away?
Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Really loud.
Well, all those nights when you got no lights, and the check is in the mail, and your little angel on the countered by its tail. Your third fiance didn't show. Well, sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, and you're always glad they came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are
Stay
all the
hydrated,
same.
people.
You wanna go where everybody knows your name. Well, you get out of bed and the coffee's dead. The morning isn't looking bright. You shrink.
We got our
right
stream
off the
avatars out
door,
here.
and he doesn't even write.
We're in gathered.
Your girlfriend says she's not a girl. Be glad there's one place in the world where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the
same.
You wanna go where everybody knows your name. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Cameron Bennett for it. What's up, YouTube punk?
Boy, Vance. Most common word coming in by text, boy, is goosebumps. Believe it or not, we've had that repeatedly across the whole series. If you want to see
Goosebumps.
Vance's
Really good.
cheeky grin when he sang the line.
Really good, really good. All right, let's get into this resolve. We got to edit this DaVinci. We get this Avida-ED video, and we'll pick up from where we left off last night. Be glad there's... I'll hit y'all with another one real quick that's kind of nice. I don't play it as much because it's shorter, but this is a really nice version too. I like it because it's got the bright piano. It's got the piano feel. The guitar is really nice, but it's a piano song originally. I want to learn how to play this actually. That'd be so cool if I could play this for you guys.
Wouldn't you like to get away?
Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows. I'm definitely gonna do a drum cover for you guys. Maybe I'll do this one. And the road is glad you came.
You wanna be where you can see
Troubles all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
You wanna go where you can know people are all the same. You wanna go
Where everybody knows your name. Really, really nice. Thank you, fellas. All right, let's go ahead and pretend that we know how to edit videos. And first thing we got to do is we got to get into some of these cuts because we just recorded all these clips. What is this interface so weird? Everything feels so small to me today. Why does everything feel so small? Let's check our display settings. Why do people hit up my phone that aren't hot girls offering me sex? I don't understand. What other reason could there possibly be to actually contact my phone? I don't understand. Do people not have any care about my needs? What I want? Why I think you should be calling me? All right, y'all. Let's review some of this footage. Now, none of this is stuff. We got to review the screen capture stuff we did yesterday. Boop, boop, boop. Let's hop into it. Oh, my goodness. Now Sam's moving around. I forgot to put him in the damn buttons. The view chooser has 3... Too late. What? How are these organized? The view chooser area has 3 buttons to switch among. All right, where's population view? This is the. All right, where's the first one? I don't. Sorry, I'm adjusting. I have to make some adjustments to the script real quick. All right, how was I? Let me see. It's got to be some other way to organize these. Yeah, list view. Yeah, the stuff on the 29th. And we're going to go by time 302. Followed by 3. God, I wish I could make this bigger for you guys. I don't think I can, though. You can still read it if you want to. Y'all know I'm still getting used to Resolve again, but I love it. It just works wonderfully. I'm just getting used to it. 1501. Okay, these are going... Oh, they're not... Oh, by the start time code. Now let's do by date created. So now these are the October 29th. And then they're in time order now. 1435, those are all the same. Then 1440, 1449. Yeah, this is how we want them. Okay. And now we can look at them in order. And these should be the same thing, yeah, right? So one is just this is just the regular, and then it gives me just the webcam recording by itself. I wish it also just gave me the screen capture by itself without the webcam, but hey. I really like using Bandicam, y'all. Y'all know me. I think production is all about having a combination of tools, and you just have to, get used to all of them and use them for what they're best for. All right, and also, let me show you. Oh, y'all can see a little bit. I don't have a full desk cam going. I need to get the desk cam going. Yeah, let's go. Matter of fact, let's get the desk cam going. I'm not in too much of a rush. I have to get this done pretty much by like tomorrow. So whatever I don't get done now is going to be, we're going to have to deal with after church with Sacred Death. But so I'm going to get in church for Sacred Death later for like an hour, and then I'm just going to have to cut out of there and work on this. But Cameron Bennett. Now what can I do with Cameron Bennett? Yeah, I don't even know, Cameron. Cameron, I'm kind of disappointed. 4th is understandable, but let me see. Melody Joy was first. YouTube Punk. There's a wild YouTube Punk was second. Spider was third. Oh, AR was 4th. And then Cameron is 5th. Cameron, you slipping up. Cameron, you slipping up, Cameron. 4th. Cameron about to get the talk from Kat, y'all. Cameron about to get the talk from Kat. She gonna be like, so remember that thing about me not being your girlfriend but your fiance? Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back to fiance. I'm gonna have to go back to girlfriend because I don't know about fiance anymore with you being 5th. 4th is marriageable, Cameron, but 5th is falling off. 5th is not even honorable mention anymore. The first 3 is like the podium, and then 4th gets in there kind of an honorable mention. But once you get to like 5th and 6th, it's just not a little good. My audio is off. Might be your device. I haven't changed any of my audio, so I'm really nervous. Let me see. Yeah, I don't. Matter of fact, all the high end's taken out of my voice. I don't hear it. Maybe later. I don't know. Let me think. There might be too much gain on it or something. I don't know. I don't want to mess with it too much. Let me see. We did pull this up. That up. I don't even know. Last time I was messing with it, there isn't. I could take the gain out there. All right, maybe that's better. You know, I've been getting kind of pulled in different directions. Yesterday was quiet, so I don't want to keep messing with it. It sounds better to me. I'm not really sure. Check, check, check. I just adjusted some stuff. Tell me if it sounds better. I did also put a de-esser in here, but I don't know. It's on the mail mode. Check, 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 check. Yep, I don't know what that's gonna do. Hi. Check,
Jay,
check.
we can't hear you in Gather.
All right, how does the mic? Oh, that's easy. How does the mic sound in Gather?
Good now? Oh, wait, no, I'm at the YouTube as well. Just a second.
YouTube Punk said it sounds better.
Yeah, it's better now.
All right, thanks. All right. All right, let me get back to this. Thanks for letting me know. Can you guys see my screen in Gather?
Affirmative.
Thank you. All right, Melody, let me know what it sounds like on your end. It sounds better to me. Also, there's a fireplace sound going too.
That doesn't go through Gather, by the way. Your Fireplace.
Yeah, it's not, because I closed Gather on that machine.
Oh, got it.
Let me actually... I can get it to you guys through the other device. That would be... All right, now you should hear it. Probably annoying. All right. Where's...
I get it. Pretty loud.
Yeah. And I don't need it on there because I'm editing. And don't need that either. All right, so... All right, let me review these clips. All right, so the other thing is I'm going to put something on because I want to set up the desk camera. Let's see. That's annoying. And the thing I just heard was a gate issue. And the threshold down to minus. Go down to minus 40. Yeah. Why not? Living on the edge. I don't have a lot of loud fans on right now. All right. What do I want to play? I want to look. All right. So we didn't get Uncle Bobby today. Like I said, Uncle Bobby's just traveling. He told me he went to. He just went to visit somebody. He went to visit some family. And he wasn't. I don't think he said he was gonna get back on time. We'll check out his hodgepodge from yesterday a little bit. I'm just gonna set up this camera. I'll stay on camera while I do it.
Because Ben is going to butcher the definition of atheism for the 1 billionth time. What is so hard about letting members of the club define the fucking club? I saw a snippet maybe Monday or Tuesday, and Steve McRae was doing his thing. And he had quotes from philosophers and all this other stuff, and great. And I've already told you, when you play Steve McRae's games by Steve McRae's rules, Steve McRae always wins. I'm not mad at him. I've got no beef. That's what he does. I respect his space. I told you, he and I have talked about it. There's no hard feelings. Go, Steve, go. But I heard him say, there's no such thing as an agnostic atheist. Okay, you guys know what I call myself? An agnostic atheist. I don't need Steve's permission nor anyone else's permission to call myself what the fuck it is I want to call myself, right? So these discussions continue to go down. Hold on, buddy's about to lay down, so let me move my drink. There you go, dude. These discussions happen because people are defining atheism for atheists. So whatever Ben is getting ready to say, one, it's Ben. Two, again, without even listening already, he's going to fuck this up. Let's cue this up. Hold on. You guys ready? Where is it? Let's roll the tape. Or not.
And I think most Christians believe this too. The idea of having a moral atheist is not really a difficult idea.
Yeah.
It's the idea of having a system built on atheism that's completely immoral and will fall.
Pause the tape. Ben, stop speaking English words out of your mouth. Well, thank you for saying it's not too far-fetched to have a moral atheist. Thank you. But then again, to have a system built on atheism. Stop. How many times must it be said? That's a nonsensical statement. Atheism is not a set of beliefs. It's not a moral stance. It is an answer to a single question, and that is, do you believe in God? And that's it. Can we have a system built on the hair club for men, on geometry, on shoelaces, on volleyball? No, we can't. You want to know why? None of those items speak to morality and how to build a well-oiled system. And so again, having a system built on atheism and that system will fall apart, I would say he's partially true, but what he said just doesn't make sense. Again, what is so hard about letting members of the club define the club? Roll the tape.
Almost immediately. And the idea of having a moral system built on atheism, if you examine your atheism closely enough, I think falls apart. I think that moral atheism is basically you separating your morality from your atheism and then ignoring your atheism in pursuit of the morality.
Pause the tape. Stop talking, Ben. I know he's got 19 degrees from from Harvard. He graduated from Yale when he was 5 years old. He's written 9,000 books. He's the smartest man on the planet. He's the dumbest fuckface there is when it comes to this topic. If I examine my atheism carefully, I've already done it. And all it says is, I don't believe in a God. Christians, in this case, the Jews, when are you guys going to stop talking and when are you guys going to start listening? How many times must it be said that atheism is not our worldview? I've got a worldview. And if you would like to discuss it, I would be happy to sit down and talk. But no, you guys are going to continue to rip these videos out of your booty hole, post it, and say, ROLF, Rolf, LOLPOND, I own the atheist, own, shut the fuck up. 2, 3. That was about 3.5 sneezes for a buddy. Back on topic. Believers of all flavors. If you ever want to learn about atheists, you should probably ask an atheist. Or you can continue to do what he's doing.
All right, this is looking good.
And that's just playing the game by your own fucking
rules. The thing is, there's no Sam cam because it's really supposed to be the desk cam, and I just put it on Sam when I'm not using the...
Okay, you know what? Pause the tape.
The desk?
No, he's on Dave Rubin's
but
channel.
Today I need y'all to see the
please
desk.
Just stop. Dave Rubin is garbage. If you don't know who he is, 1, congratulations. 2,
don't.
The grift is strong with him. When you're sucking, I watched a video where...
Jay, did you check latest John Perry from Stand It Casually video?
I didn't understand any of that. None of those words have I...
John Perry he's a evolutionary biologist.
Okay.
And he has a channel called Stated Casually. And his latest video, he's winking at Avida.
He's winking at Avida?
Yep.
What does that mean?
He's mentioning it.
Oh. What's his name?
I put the link to the video in your YouTube in the stream earlier.
Oh.
Check it.
Let me look at the... Give me a sec to pull up the stream. Because I'm not in the... So YouTube Punk... There's no blackout today because Uncle Bobby was out of town. He's just getting back from traveling, and he just sent me a text this morning, said he didn't think he's going to be back in time. But he did say, if you want to check him out, I think he said he might come through later to watch football. He asked me if we were going to be watching the game later. So probably after Hot Program, we'll watch Sunday Night Football in Gather. Now, all right, cool. So let's
withstood the trebuchets battering ram.
You see his video on the right that you have there on the right with the snakes?
Beautiful.
Yeah.
That's the one I think is on mimicking. He's mentioning a video.
So it's not the one.
I sent the link also here in the other.
So it's not the one that I'm on right now?
Oh, yes it is. Sorry, my bad. Absolutely.
Coral snake. Its bright reds act as a signal warning predators of the deadly, potent neurotoxins of its venom glands.
Go ahead. What'd you say?
In Gather, we don't get the sound from the YouTube.
Oh, hang on. It's just because it's on the other...
Behold the dreadful yet beautiful coral snake.
Its
bright reds act as a signal warning predators of the deadly.
Thanks for the feedback. Sorry, it's just early. I punch everything in.
Just one single bite is enough
to... Great video.
Wait a minute here. There is a poem that I learned as a Cub Scout to help us tell the difference between a deadly coral snake and a harmless milk snake. Red on yellow kills a fellow. Red on black, venom lack. Supposing that the poem I learned in Cub Scouts is legitimate.
Oh Lord, y'all. I know we just teaching kids mnemonic things so they can remember stuff easier. And it really is an effective way to teach, right? Because you're young and like you don't remember shit, right? So you need those things. You even use one in taxonomy to remember that it's like kingdom, order, phylum, generis, species, you know? So it's like king, so and so. Yeah, but they're just funny. They're just funny. There's honestly nothing wrong with it. And like I said, they're really effective teaching devices. But that one was just funny. Red on black is something. And the red on, what?
And no guarantees there. This is not a deadly coral snake. It's a completely harmless milk snake, sometimes called a king snake. Today we're going to look at how warning colors evolve.
Right-wing dogs.
And we're going to...
Right-wing dog. AR, I'd love to see this to count. Dude, Truth Social, Rumble was just slowing us down. I gotta do some more testing to see if I can figure out how to get on Rumble without it slowing down all the other platforms. And then Truth Social, I don't think you can stream on it. It seems almost like a Twitter type of deal. But I would stream to any of these right-wing platforms if people can do live streams.
To examine the evolution of the milk snakes.
I hate snakes also. I don't know why we're doing this.
Evolutionary question number 31.
Joel.
How does mimicry evolve? Most animals are brown or green. They have evolved to match their environment, which helps them hide. Hiding is usually important for both predators and prey animals, so it's obvious how this evolves, but people have long noted that toxic and venomous animals are often brightly colored. It's like they're trying to stand out. What's the deal here? How does...
Guys, this is a great video. I sometimes overlook how wonderful some content creators can really be in terms of
behold the dreadful yet
teaching
beautiful
biology in a way that's compelling. If you don't fuck off right now, I consider calling me, especially in the middle of a stream, if you're not offering me pussy, a death wish. Literally, I'm not joking, guys. When somebody calls me, I hate phone calls, and literally the first thing that goes through my mind is, who wants to die today? I don't believe somebody actually woke up this morning with a death wish, but that's what calling me makes me feel like. It's just. Now, if you're a hot chick, and you trying to you know, show me some love, it's all good, baby. Everybody else, fuck off. You know, jeez. Unless you're like calling me about a stream or something. I hate phone calls. I hate meetings, emails. Basically, I hate communication because I hate people. But no, this guy does a fantastic job of giving us some of this wonderful evolutionary theory. Really, this is really well done. And I moved it over here because I need to. I'll move back to our timestamp 125. I need to add it to my Darwin's Law playlist that I use for teaching stuff that's totally related to my class and the whole Darwin's Law empire that I'm trying to build with Rob. So I'm gonna put that over in there.
He's really great, John Ferry. Yeah, his videos are really amazing, really nice.
They are. This is fantastic. Thanks for sharing this.
You can use a thought experiment. Imagine the ancient ancestors of the coral snake. Imagine them before their bright colors evolved. Now, we don't actually know what color they were before evolving.
This is a harmless garter snake. It doesn't look like a harmless garter snake. It looks like a snake. And all the snakes look like snakes. I'm a primate. And you got to understand my jungle instincts. Okay? I see myself firmly as a monkey. Fuck what Lupin says. Fuck what you heard. Fuck all that bullshit about trying to be one of the great apes. No, all of those are just special classifications of monkey to me. People don't understand what great apes mean. It doesn't even mean that you're wonderful. It just means you're big. There's great apes, there's lesser apes, right? That's all great ape means. People are like, the great apes are so fantastic. No, they're just bigger. Great apes versus lesser apes. See, it's great versus lesser, but really it just means bigger and smaller. right? Images, boom. The lesser apes are just like gibbons and siamangs. They're just smaller. These are the great apes. Lesser apes are like gibbons and siamangs. This is an evolution of this is a lesser ape, right? This is a greater ape, a chimp, lesser ape, a siamang. They're gibbons. What's the point? They're all monkeys to me. Fuck out of here. This is just a special big ass kind of monkey. Weird monkey over here. Weird monkey here. Monkey. They all look like, oh, what are you? What about this human being? Fucking monkey. And as monkeys, I didn't get this far as a monkey fucking around with snakes. So all you little humans, you're being weirdos. If you like snakes and you have pet snakes and snakes are your fetish and you want to date somebody else who loves snakes, fuck out of here. You got first world problems. Let me tell you the definition of a first world problem. Voluntarily caring for a snake and making sure you feed, house, and create a wonderful, loving environment for said snake. That is the definition of a first world problem. These motherfuckers belong on the endangered species list. Oh, it's just I don't give a fuck. It's too snaky looking for me. Too snaky looking. I don't have time to run up to it and give it a fucking 21 question interview. Hey, snake, are you aggressive? Hey, snake, are you really truly venomous or are you just faking it? I don't know. Are you a harmless garter snake or are you one of them little poisonous motherfuckers? Snake, do you have faith? I don't have time for this shit.
Jay, is this tell me you don't like snakes without telling me you don't like snakes?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm speciesist. Fuck, generaist even. I don't like the whole genera.
Let's assume they looked something like this garter snake with a slight red tint. And that red tint had nothing to do...
Shout out to Deputy Dan. No, I live with the snake because, probably because one of my roommates got a snake to petrify me because they're racist. No, I'm kidding. They were cool. But, it was a hippie snake. I got used to it. I could, write a paper with it, hanging around my neck. But that was just that one snake. And I don't need to repeat that.
With how venomous they were. It's just the color.
I don't know the mother snakes
bears
like that.
And many other animals like to eat snakes. But, of course, bears don't like to be bitten by venomous snakes.
No! Stop! Why is it so graphic?
Bears don't mess with venomous snakes. They can tell the difference. Well, how does that happen? Just like humans, individual bears seem to have innate differences in how frightened they are of specific things. They can learn to be more or less frightened as well, just using their brain because they're smart. But mammals all seem to start with default instincts as children. So these are heritable or genetically influenced phobias. If a bear is born in a region filled with...
That's what y'all gotta understand. I believe... This is an inherited phobia. Yes, there are people who like snakes, right? But you have to understand, that is literally a first world problem. I'm joking, but I'm not, right? It's the same way some people like being whipped, right? Overall, people avoid pain. You seek pleasure, you avoid pain. That's the basic formula that's gotten us this far. Yeah, you could be a first world motherfucker and say, oh, I like somebody to come out and whip me once in a while like a dog. But generally speaking, subjecting yourself to others in that way was not a route to the higher status associated with greater reproductive success, right? I like hot sauce, right? It's because it's a controlled burn first world problem. Generally speaking, though, a food being incredibly hot did what? It prevented it from being eating. It's a defense mechanism. Most animals learn, oh shit, those are really hot peppers, don't eat them. That allows the peppers to survive and reproduce better. And then we just have a first world problem where we're like, a little bit of them peppers actually adds kind of coolness, so let's go ahead and garden some peppers. And then that works for the peppers too, right? Because the peppers are like, oh, now I get to survive and reproduce because these dumbass humans came along and they actually like eating us, and they'll make gardens and take care of the reproductive needs of the peppers for the peppers. But this is all really cool. Again, it fits into my wheelhouse of what, y'all? Evolutionary biology, which I do using your tax money, just so that I can
indoctrinate children.
And it's really important because, as what I tell people, you got to think about the evil, the bad thing. Once you understand the sort of the seriousness of the bad thing, then you understand these cool new things, right? So you understand the beautiful coloration of a garter snake by understanding how it's mimicking something lethal as fuck. You understand the amazingness of hot peppers and being able to add hot peppers to get literally flavor and spice into our dishes, but actually it comes because the fucking plant is trying to avoid being fucking devoured, right? Like, which is ironically what you're doing. So it's cool to think about how these sort of quote unquote bad or negative things actually then lead to adaptations or counter adaptations that are actually quite incredible. Like your immune system, right? Your immune system is wonderful at fighting off of diseases, and it's super intricate and beautiful, but it only does that because there are bacteria and viruses that are absolutely trying to kill your monkey ass every single fucking day, right? And eventually, once that immune system kind of sucks at that, they will get the best of you. Same thing like with when I do the coercive mating stuff. Coercive mating is really important to me. It's really interesting. One of the reasons it's...
And listen to me, I'm sick of it. I'm taking the gloves off.
One of the reasons it's really interesting is because it helps explain courtship, right? It helps explain where courtship and relationship building and pair bonding, all of those things are influenced by avoiding coercive mating.
The slightly red-colored coral snakes and delicious, harmless brown snakes. Sorry for the laptop in this stock footage here. I'm doing what I can with what I have. If a bear is born in a region with both reddish coral snakes
and guys, this is something a lot of us should be considering. James, if you're watching, other small content creators, I do this myself. There are free stock footage services, but I actually recommend, if you do enough content, going for one of the premium paid ones. One of the things this video has done, as you guys see, is it's made incredible use of stock footage. And if he's paying for some kind of service that allows him access to all these footage, it's a wonderful investment. As a matter of fact, this week I'm going to be talking to Rob and Mike about getting me more serious about stock footage so that I can make some higher production quality videos.
Harmless brown snakes. Any bear that happens to be weirded out by red spots, happens to have an innate phobia, well, it's going to be less likely to try to eat a red-tinted snake. It's not going to mess with them. Therefore, it will survive and reproduce better than those who don't have this strange
it makes sense to just avoid snakes altogether, right? Bears can just find something else to eat.
Even dying, possibly.
Why even risk
it? The snakes could hypothetically kill a bear. Their neurotoxins can definitely ruin a bear's week. A precious week of food gathering, which puts that bear at a huge survival disadvantage. The phobia of red-tinted...
I gotta go. The Israeli Atheist experience is online right now, so I'm gonna watch that.
Say what's on now?
I said enjoy the video.
Yeah,
he's gonna get to your project soon.
Oh, great.
And I'm going to watch there's the Israeli type thing of the Atheist experience. So it's live now. So I'm gonna go.
Oh, thank you so much. And yeah. I'm sure that's gonna be a cool stream. I might check it out later or something. I'm gonna do this and then I'm gonna try to edit a little bit before the show. But
enjoy the video.
Thank you so much. I'll see you soon, bud.
Yeah, see you later.
Phobia. It will be passed on to the offspring, at least some of the offspring of that bear. It's going to spread in the population over evolutionary time, from generation to generation. As this happens, any coral snake born with a mutation that just so happens
what do y'all think of the question of the day?
Pigments more intense, those snakes are less likely to be confused by bears for brown snakes. They're less likely to be accidentally attacked by bears who are trying to stay away from red snakes. Here we see that a feedback loop is generated. The bears are evolving to be better recognizers of red coral snakes, and coral snakes are evolving to be more red. The red tint, which started out as a cue that the bear was picking up on, is now magnified by the snake over evolutionary time. The snake went from passively, or you could say accidentally, transmitting a cue that bears picked up on, to actively transmitting a signal. The bright red is a signal saying, stay away, I am...
Right, now here's what you guys got to remember. That initial association could have been any fucking thing. Right? It's just and we call these eco-evolutionary feedbacks. They're incredibly important. There's something my lab, the Travisano lab, is really big on. As soon as some of you guys know, I work with Cliff, and Cliff has recently started working with Mike, right? Because you guys, I work across institutions, right? I work with Cliff and Rob. Rob's my teaching mentor. And I work with Cliff. Rob and Cliff are both at Michigan State University. That's where I finished my PhD, and I live near Michigan State University, but I actually work at the University of Minnesota, right? I'm a remote employee. But Cliff has recently joined my University of Minnesota research group working on cultural evolution. And this is what we're talking about in every meeting, pretty much. How do we model these eco-evolutionary feedback loops, and what questions can we answer doing so?
Venomous. This is how signals are thought to evolve from cues. This is an honest signal. It's a win-win. The bear avoids getting bit. The snake avoids being eaten. Honest signaling can be found everywhere in
Honest
nature.
signaling.
Bacteria signal to each other. Potential mates signal to each other. Predators and potential prey signal to each other. And they often do this honestly. Along with honest signaling, however, dishonest signaling can emerge. Remember that delicious, harmless...
Now, guys, let's think about this in our community. This is what you're hoping to get with certain things. Like, I always tell people, this is why people are attracted to fit bodies, right? A fit body is more or less an honest signal. You can't fake it. You know, you can definitely get some enhancements and some steroids and some stuff like that. But setting all that aside, for most of human history, if you were fucking muscular, it meant you had some good ass genes and you put in that work. And it's a very difficult signal to fake, which is actually why you get things like PEDs and steroids and stuff like that, because it's so hard. Right? And so there becomes a lot of pressure on that. Like, if you're really, really buff, man, there's a ton of benefits from having this super sexy body, because it's hard to get it and it's rare. It's the same thing with an education. You know, being a corporate executive or a scientist or a doctor, a lawyer, these were honest signals that a person was smart, they were tenacious, they were dedicated, they were perseverance, they were a problem solver, because, again, they just don't hand these things out. But here come the apologists. Here come the theotards. Here comes the Bible universities. Here comes the PEDs. And what do you get? You get sort of dishonest signaling. You get people who can cheat the system. You get people who are buff but haven't put in as much work. Now it's not as much of an honest signal of their genetic quality or their time in the gym. You get apologists who have PhDs that they get from universities that are substandard. They publish a bunch of bullshit. And so all of a sudden, what happens? They've got the credentials, but it's not an honest signal of how sharp they are, how hard they've worked, or their contributions to the public knowledge base. Y'all see where this is going, right? You have preachers who, have similar pulpits to politicians, but for the most part, don't have to hold up to accountability as far as holding up to the standards and the policies and all of that shit, right? We're seeing this in politics. You get the Trumpists and the Trumpletons who, if they've got the numbers and they can get the votes, it doesn't really matter whether or not they're being honest about, their path to that sort of influence. So this is all stuff that goes on in social evolution and cultural evolution. And this just got me excited, man. This is a great video, and just kind of wanted to drop some of that on y'all, because y'all are experienced with this counter-apologist thing. Y'all experienced with the political and social discussions, but it's the same thing, right? One side is really dealing with, ideally at least, right, honest signaling and having to compete in these vectors of honest signaling, and then you get another side that's almost going to be like our coral snakes or whatever, or whichever ones are the phony ones, I forget, you know, but they're going to be our mimickers. Let's go at that.
This brown snake with the laptop. If a random mutation happens to give one of them red spots as well, they might be
let me see it right now.
For a venomous snake. If so, they
I'm
will
pulling it
also
up, huh?
survive and reproduce better than their non-red spotted kin. This mimicking trait can spread through the population as generations pass. That
Yeah,
mimic can be
exactly. The
augmented
shirt.
until it looks almost
Exactly.
identical to the real thing. That's the general theory of how warning
That
signals
shirt
evolve
is exactly
and how
the
mimics
vibes.
evolve. It seems to make sense, but is it true? It turns out that nobody has actually witnessed the evolution of a signal from a cue from start to finish because it's so hard to capture the very beginning.
Yeah,
of
talk
these
about
systems.
digital evolution.
In recent years, some really good work has been done out of Oxford. What they do is they use bacteria, which evolve quickly, so you can actually just watch them evolve in the lab.
This
and
is
they were
why
able to disrupt bacterial signaling
experimental
systems
evolution,
and then
baby.
measure responses. They would disrupt them in different ways, and they would predict ahead of time, using signaling theory, how the bacteria would respond to these various degrees of disruption. This was a way to test whether or not signaling theory is actually legitimate. Does signaling theory produce real, accurate predictions?
This is fantastic.
What they found is that, yes,
of course it does. Of course
really
it does.
is an accurate theory.
That's right,
Bacteria
baby.
are great because they evolve rapidly, but it's also really hard to
And y'all,
watch
this
what
is
they're
the
doing.
y'all see this journal right here? I'm pretty sure this is
Evolve rapidly,
evolution.
but it's also really hard to watch what they're doing.
The Journal of Evolution, y'all. And that's the journal who, like, I'm on the education and outreach for the journal, the society that produces the Evolution Journal. It's called the Society for the Study of Evolution. We haven't talked about this much this summer, y'all. We've been focusing on debates and all of this shit. It's really just SSE. We call it SSE. You could do it evolution, boop, 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 right? And they produced a journal called Evolution. It's the Society for the Study of Evolution, evolutionsociety.org, right? You recognize immediately the color scheme is the same, right? Here's their publications, Evolution, Evolution Letters, right? They host a conference with the American Society of Naturalists, right? Remember Darwin was a naturalist, and the Society for the Systematic Study of Biology. So yeah, it was a real big deal this summer. I applied to be on the Education and Outreach Committee. They created some spots for early career scholars. I had the referral and recommendation of, probably 70% of the committee, because I know most of them just because of my work in evolution, education, and outreach, the stuff I'm doing online with y'all. So I want to thank y'all, man. Y'all are obviously a part of this, man. Y'all are a part of my career cachet, that I have this amazing community that celebrates evolution, is trying to learn more about it, and on top of that actually needs it because their sort of skepticism, they're sort of being science, pro-science, they're being atheist, often means that they're dragged into these conversations and these debates about evolution, whether they want to be or not. And so it's easy for me to communicate how important my work out here is professionally, due in large part just due to the fact that you guys exist. So yeah, man, we out here, man. That's a big deal.
It does. It really is an accurate theory. Bacteria are great because they evolve rapidly.
Exactly, you too,
but
punk.
it's also really hard to watch what they're doing. In order for us to trace the signals they're sending to each other, those signals have to be strong. This means that it's nearly impossible to capture the actual origin of a signal because by default, these signals, they start out weak, right? Well, recently a group of scientists found a way to sort of cheat this system. Instead of trying to watch the evolution of signals in animals, which takes forever,
It's Avida-ED,
because
y'all.
animals have long generation times, or instead of trying to watch it happen in bacteria, which is really hard because it's difficult to detect weak signals, they set up evolution experiments inside of a computer. Now, obviously, this isn't as cool as capturing evolution in the wild or in a laboratory experiment. There's always the danger that your simulation is missing something really important.
I think it's pretty freaking cool. Also, y'all, I'm hitting y'all with a quick commercial because I got to pee. Sorry, bye.
Take it off. Take it all off. Nothing takes it off like Noxema medicated shave.
The closer you shave, the more you need Noxema. Noxema medicated comfort shave.
Come to where the flavor is. Come to Marlboro country. You never know when you'll need a big wagon. And the 1967 American Motors builds big wagons. See them at your American Motors Rambler dealer now.
Why am I telling Truth Social the truth? We all know this is the home of some right-wing conspiracy fucking nuttery, and I'm up here spitting the actual factuals to these people. What is going on? You sent me an email. I bet you did. All right, let me make sure y'all are not all up in my email. Like I care. Literally, yo, Truth Social is not letting you in this bitch until you spill all the beans to these people. Oh my goodness, now they're gonna fucking send me a verification code and all of this shit, man. It's like they making infiltration harder than it needs to be. Like, come on, right wingers, let us in. Let us in. I know my desk is the shit though. Holy goodness. That's the one. The username has already been taken. Did I already sign up for Truth Social? There's no way there's another Pocket Locker 86. All right, here, let me check my email and shit. I'm not sure where this is going on at. Might be on my other account. Oh, yeah. All right. All right, we're in. All right, now, y'all know I done already forgot the damn link. I mean, by the time you get through all of that, how do you even remember what it was you got up in this bitch to do in the first place? Wow. All right, here we go, y'all. I did it. I figured it out because I'm a guy. I'm my own motherfucking geek squad up in this bitch. Sign up now to discuss what's happening. Dude, I just logged in. Oh, wait. Nah, hang on. Let's just copy and paste it. Copy that over to where I'm logged in. Oof. Fifty Cent gives Nas his flowers. He's really the one. Yeah, I mean, Nas is Nas, man. What the fuck? What is we talking about? What is we talking about? What we talking about? What we talking about? All right, featured Dogs of Truth. Featured Truth user and Patriot. Ben is a huge fan of Trump and a real patriot. If you have dogs in costumes, please share them during the month of October. We want to connect all pet owners on Truth Social and build a supporting animal-loving community. Oh, Lord. Daddy, I can't breathe. I don't understand. Is that supposed to be like y'all can't breathe because you have masks on, but you're mocking people who actually said that when they were dying? Cool. Wow. Dogs of Truth. Y'all, stop doing this to dogs. I have a question for you. All right, now, y'all are going to think this sounds kind of crazy. Breathe has an E at the end. Also very true. I can't breath. All right, guys. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, Nancy. Nancy, why would you do this to your dog, Nancy? This is not an improvement, Nancy. Now, look, a lot of y'all are going to think what I'm going to say is mean, but think about it. Think about it now. If indoctrinating your children in right-wing nuttery is child abuse, is indoctrinating your dog and humiliating them publicly animal abuse? Like, is this a form of pet abuse? To be, making your dog look like a fucking idiot because you out here on Truth Social? I'm going to tilt this down because I'm not mixing right now. But it's just something to think about, y'all. It's just something to think about.
Some variable that has a huge effect on what actually happens in real life, but simulations are a great start. And in this case, maybe you could argue that this is the best option we currently have.
The best
So what they did is they set up
option we
populations
currently
of toxic
have.
and non-toxic individuals and allowed predators to evolve from among them. The program they
Also, look, y'all, we don't mess with this. These are all Beacon and ICER people. Like, I don't know this person. I don't know Goldman. Ian Dworkin was one of my graduate mentors. He moved to Canada, but he was one of the PIs, like the bigger researchers at Beacon. I did my stats class with Ian Dworkin. But I mean, we were cool. Like, you know, somebody that like I would just go to his office, right? And we would just, you know, talk about life and science and grad school and you know, and career advice, like tons of career advice. You know, he took me out to lunch. You know, I know he likes his round little pizzas. He's a Canadian guy. He's the person who taught me about Z instead of Z and all of that shit. No Dave Bryson. He was a Charles Ofria sort of Avida lab guy. Bryson Wagner, Aaron was another one of our guys. So these are at least these last three are big Beacon people, and I guess these are just two of their collaborators. But yeah, this is all family right here, man. This is the digital evolution of Vida family. Like you said, we're the best option. We know this. We're people who are passionate about this type of research. We do this type of work. We all went to Beacon. Beacon was celebrated. Was the NSF funded center to have you know, experimental evolution in action. You know, $50 million over 10 years. And so it's not a surprise that Beacon ended up being the hub for the most exciting research in digital evolution. That's what it was built for. That's what the National Science Foundation funded it for. And that's exactly what the fuck we got done.
Used is Avida, which allows you to set up populations of digital organisms, little individual programs, represented in this presentation as colored pixels. Each program starts with specific parameters. They're capable of reproduction, and when they reproduce, random heritable changes in their program
this sound like what I've been telling y'all?
Simulates mutation. The experiment did not test the signal magnification aspect that we talked about earlier, the red tint to the bright red coloration.
Could have.
Instead,
we could test that.
They started with toxic prey.
But guys, think about that. Think about that. Is this not related to what Cliff and I have been talking to you about in Mabe, right? Think about what we've been talking about with Berry World, right? We get these mating types to evolve where these organisms have what? They have a preference, right? What does that preference determine? Which color food they're queuing in on, right? And then what are they doing? They're mating based on which one has the strongest of a particular color. So we actually get to see something like that. We get to see the de novo amplification of these signals, right? And we see exactly that. If there's selection for blue, then what do? They eat more blue fucking berries and they get fucking bluer, right? This is a situation where, like we said, we could sometimes make these toxins and then we can make them indicators of toxicity. And then in this case, you can see some sort of avoidance. Like this is something we could very, very simply model in Mabe, perhaps a lot easier even than we could do so in Avida. But you know, you don't expect people who are not in this field or do this for a living to understand that. But that's just some nuance that I'm excited to share with you guys, because this is the type of power, not only of digital evolution, but actually why I love working with Mabe. Mabe and for my skill set, for what I want to do, which is this type of research where you have a huge breadth of questions you can answer, and you can model them relatively simply. I'm way more even excited about MABE than I am about Avida, but Avida's out there. Avida's got the history. This is something Cliff talks about all the time. He kind of complains about it, to be honest, but it's a reasonable complaint. He's saying, look, MABE's a lot more flexible. It's a lot easier to use. We've got other systems that are kind of bigger, easier, faster than Avida, but Avida has this history. It's well documented. It's well researched. It's got the major publication record. So when you can do something that Avida is built out of the box to do, we still use it. I wrote it. I used it heavy in my dissertation. I use Avida-ED in my classes. So I see it as, I'm a digital evolutionary biologist. I use different systems for different things. I'm more personally excited in my day-to-day going forward about systems like MABE, but Avida is still part of the wheelhouse, part of the toolkit. It's an important part of the toolkit, and we're still happy to use it. And of course, I see myself as part of the development/educational promotion team for Avida, and I'm on the Avida-ED development team. So, this is incredibly important stuff to me.
Quote,
but yeah, go MABE!
Look obviously different from non-toxic prey. And by look, I mean they have a tag in their program, a tag that other programs may or may not be able to recognize. And if the predator programs can recognize the tag, they may or may not treat those tagged prey items differently from other.
And something else to be clear about this, guys, you cannot do all of that in Avida-ED, right? It's just something Mike from Answers in Atheism pointed out to me, and other people will notice that, I'm talking about some sexual selection stuff and all of this, and he's like, oh, how do I turn all that on in Avida-ED? And I'm like, you can't, because I was really talking about a different system, so I had to kind of break that down for him. Same thing here. He's talking about features that are available in the research version of Avida. And matter of fact, I don't even think they're out of the box available in the research version of Avida. I think this is something that was what we call a custom sort of plug-in or add-on to the research version of Avida that was used for this publication, which means you could find it, download it, and make it run. We might even do that if we become interested in this work for some reason, but there's no reason for me to right now. But that's generally how it works, right? There's sort of when you use the research version of Avida, which I'll show you guys, I've got it around here somewhere. It has a default parameter set, right? But then the people who work in the Digital Evolution Lab, which is where Avida comes out of, it's something called the Devo Lab. If you guys wonder, where I get my name from, that's the name of my lab from, that's kind of the deal, right? I knew that Charles Ofria's lab that develops Avida is already called the Digital Evolution Lab. We call it Devo Lab for short. Even most of their websites is Devo Lab. So I named my shit the Virtual Evolution Lab. Same deal, just a slightly different name, but same vibe. And so, most of those cats are programmers, and they have a background or have learned computer science. They're programmers. So what they do is when they have particular research questions, sometimes they just straight up build a different evolving system tailored to the questions they need to ask. Most of them have that skill set like Cliff, but a lot of times what they do is they get into the code of Avida, kind of go into developer mode, develop some extra functionality for Avida, and then do their experiments based on that, which is why I prefer MABE. Now we've come full circle to why I like to do MABE. You don't have to do all that to make custom shit in MABE. You just write your custom shit. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that what he's showing you on the screen right now is Avida-ED. And as such, it does not have the full features of the research version of Avida. He's just showing you Avida-ED so that you've kind of got the flavor of Avida as a visual while he's talking about what's going on in the research version of Avida. And then for those of you that were to jump in, take on the challenge of actually downloading the research version of Avida, which I encourage you to do, and I can help you do, you will find that this code might not be, these options might not be in the original settings. So you might have to actually find the paper where they publish this result. Part of that will be like a link to usually like a GitHub or stuff, wherever they've reserved the code. You know, they keep it in a repository just for stuff like this, for reproducibility. So normally there's a public repository that has the code and settings and configuration that they use to generate their results. You would then need to download that, right? And then sort of run the quote-unquote custom version of Avida that they built for this project. So this type of work is incredibly reproducible, right? It's far more reproducible than anything you could do with the biological system. But, you know, you can't just fire up Avida-ED and plug into their predator system. That's just not going on here. You also can't fire up the research version and expect to get this, because that type of functionality just hasn't been built in, because it isn't the common run-of-the-mill thing that people are doing with Avida every day. So yeah, you just have to go find the citation, download the altered configuration, and then there you can go into their code and alter the parameters if you want to, and play around with their system and get and test their results if you'd like.
Prey items. The way that tagged prey items are treated is one of the variables that's evolving in this simulation. What they found is that predators quickly, over evolutionary time, over multiple generations, evolved to recognize and avoid toxic prey items. This was just descent with modification acted upon by selection. This is similar to how, in our thought experiment, the bears evolved to recognize and fear the red snakes. As predators in the system evolved to avoid the toxic prey items, the tags on non-toxic prey items began evolving to look more and more like the tags on toxic prey items. Mimicry
had evolved. Oh, shit, that is fly. You know, and it makes so much sense because, again, it's just the phenomenon you would expect based on evolutionary theory. There's this benefit to evolving the secondary phenotype. The thing that the predators are learning to do is avoid the toxicity, right? But they associate the toxicity with the cue, let's call it redness, because I think in Berry World, and it's easy to model this as the same exact way, it's redness. And then you can think of this as a system where, you know, there's the neutral score, right? Let's just say that if you're not a predator, let's say if you're prey, all the berries, blue, green, and red, are worth 1. But if you're a predator, if you eat something, whatever you eat, like the redder it is, it's actually a toxin. You actually lose a point for it. Well, even the ones that don't actually have the toxicity, what they're doing in this case is they're just evolving the color. Secretly, the thing doesn't know if you ate it, it'd be fine. It's just faking it. But it's red as shit, and you've already learned to avoid red. In some sense, this is similar to what Cliff and I are testing with shape mating, eco-evolutionary feedbacks, right? Here was Cliff's idea. If we do this shape mating thing and we mix it with preferences, and we get the two types to form, and we see this all the time already. Anytime we run even our preliminary shape mating data, the shapes, right, they split into those two separate complementary shapes. Well, what he's saying is eventually the color should sort with that, especially if there's a switch cost. But then if we remove the switch cost, we should still see the association. They should still choose for the opposite color. There's no reason for them to at this point. They can mix colors. They can eat whatever color they want. But what will happen? They will have associated the color with mating with something that's the right shape. Right? So we're seeing if they figure out the game, and then once they figure out the game, you can remove the one thing and you still get selection on the other. And that's what he's saying is happening here. Even in Avida, even in a computer, even in a very simple digital system, you get the situation where the predators avoid based on the phenotype of this coloration or this signal, and then other organisms who are not toxic, who are not poisonous, evolve to just mimic that. Why? Plain and simple. it makes predators avoid them. Duh. So it's not that hard to figure out. Evolution is always beautiful in what can evolve out of the simple systems.
The scientists witnessed in silico the evolution of a lie.
In silico just means
maybe you
in
disagree.
an experiment.
Maybe you think that data that only comes from actual real-life experiments or observations in the wild should count.
And this
when
is
we're
what
trying to
people tell
understand how
us,
evolution works.
but they're dumb.
I'd love
They're
to hear
wrong.
your thoughts about that down in the comments. So long for now. Subscribe.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I guess I should reply. Yeah, he even says it here. A few notes. The Avida software shown here is just their demo, not the actual experiment. Also, black bears pretty much never eat snakes of any kind, but brown bears like to eat rat snakes because some of my footage included black bears. I figured it's worth pointing this out. And now I gotta do the dance where I gotta go back to Pocket Locker 86. So that I gotta switch my accounts. But that's okay. Let's just reply to this. Let's say, great video. We should chat. I just did my dissertation research using Avida. I also have a YouTube channel. We should collab. What's the best way to get in touch with you? In Pocket Locker 86 everywhere. Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter. Oh, Gmail. All right. Awesome. All right, now we got to get ready for Hot Program soon, but that was cool. That was a worthwhile one because it was such a great video, and two, it was really relevant to what we're doing. So, thanks again to Spider for hooking it up with that. This is my man Jay Easy. Let's watch my man Jay Easy for a couple minutes while I take a smoke break.
What?
Let's go! Oh,
I tried. Gavin was so fucking wild.
This is one of my old mains right here. 2K streamers.
I'm like, bro, what the hell?
Hey, Meg.
Actually, he's real interactive and cool too. Like, I used to pull up on his streams a lot and just chat. He's always really great to viewers. You know, this is the community I come out of, right? I was out here playing 2K before everything, man. Like, that's how I got started. Even before GTA, like, I really got into online community playing 2K, running Pro-Am. This is Rec. It's basically Pro-Am mode where it's, you know, it's no NPCs in here. Everybody is 5v5 players, you know, and they match you up on a squad. But Pro-Am, this is basically like the random version, like when your whole squad isn't on, or it's only a couple of y'all get into the Rec and get matched up with other people. Well, this is kind of why a lot of us don't like running this because, you know, you're playing with randos. But Pro-Am is basically the same mode, but, like, you have an actual team. And, you know, 5 of y'all got to actually be on to run. But it's great because you get custom teams, custom jersey, custom arena, and then you actually have a team with your friends, and y'all get on. And then there's even tournaments and NBA 2K League, and I play with some people on squads that are actually like professional 2K players, you know. So It's a whole dope community, man. But this Jay Easy, if y'all into sports games or whatever, man, check them out. Or just want to see how great streamers go about their business. But yeah, it's been a minute, man. I've been out here so busy, I haven't watched my man in a minute. Feels
Take
good.
the wrong angle this time, though. Bro, don't do that.
What's that?
Damn!
Whoop. That's a mistake.
Broke his whole entire back.
That's a mistake. Hit it, just him.
Buckets.
Jay Easy, buckets.
We ready now.
Get it. He got that
Jump
shot.
ready now.
Oh, he ready?
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie.
He ain't even got.
Watch me take this bull.
Oh, he ain't got his music. He probably got his music in his
I'm out of
headphones.
here. Okay.
The doink.
A little bit of.
Don't do this and try to act like y'all.
Just a little bit of game sound.
No, don't do that.
But mostly just him in the party.
Mac, I think I was about to say, I think your pinky toe was in the.
Your pinky
plane.
toe.
I tried to call town. They would not allow it.
Oh, and that's his running mate too, Brutalism. He probably streaming right now. His name Brutal 2K.
Oh, you know what time it is?
He the
You know
point
what time
guard.
it is? Oh, that's crazy.
I don't hear Brutal in the party though. I know his voice. Brutal. He has a real like Caribbean or Jamaican type accent.
Nah, bro.
It's real thick. So
that's enhanced shot contest.
Oh, well, give me a step back or something, Jay. Give me a smooth one.
oh, look at that! Look at that shot! Oh,
They
found him! They found him! They found him! Send him to the center. Oop, they got him.
Shoot, I got a little post fade.
Y'all gotta look at your man though. He got a shot right there. Nope, that's not the move. That's not the move. Sorry, bro. That wasn't the move.
I got to put back.
Look, nah. Why would you go? You gotta kick that out. You gotta kick that out. Yeah. Oh, there's Brutal. Y'all hear Brutal? That's his voice right there. That's the point guard. Man, this is the old crew right here. This the old gang, man. Man, I used to rock with these.
That works.
Listen to this stream a lot, man.
You got to get ready to do this pumpkin for.
Yeah. I'll work on while you going, I'll work on getting
That was
the
slick.
European.
Ooh, I gotta give him that. Y'all gotta stop talking. Y'all better stop talking and play some defense.
Yeah, VC good.
Nah, they killing these fools. They killing these fools. 85-37. It's over. This over. No, it don't matter. Yeah, he should have shot that earlier.
Give me that.
If he got that range. But this one over. They cleaned up these guys.
Get up the washing machine unplugged.
They cleaned up on these dudes.
Dudes really be thinking they gonna dribble that ball. That's what they be mad at though, bro. You ain't got no dribbling and think you gonna dribble the ball.
Oh, what's up? James Apperson is in here.
A good one more.
Yeah, James Apperson, you can pop in if you want. It's almost time for Hot Program. I'm sure my one black friend will be here in a minute.
Oh, 100%.
All right, let me go ahead and grab my
I think I got my shot back.
I'm about to go
I told y'all
grab
my robot head too big, so
I gotta grab my joints.
I was misjudging it. Then I took the hat off.
But yeah, James, we up here and gather, bro. We gonna do the Oh, my one black friend is already in here, I think.
Hey, Birch, that
oh, there he is. Yeah. Just give me.
I figured it out.
Crazy.
Oh, you did.
But I'm not a genius.
A big shout out to everybody.
I'm not a genius.
We have people in the Asia server helping you guys get in.
I'll be right back. I'm just going to grab some of my one black friend.
If y'all just holler at them guys, y'all be good.
We got 12 tackles for
Keep getting the likes up, man. We almost at 200 likes. I know 5 of y'all haven't liked it yet, man. Y'all like this joint up, bro. Also, Ed, where my dog Ed is, bro? Ed Smith. Hold on, let me talk to him right now. Hey, this nigga said, man, cash out me, bro. My engine just blew up. I need help. Can you help a G out? And you actually won. Well, somebody must have been looking for you, my dog. Somebody must have been looking out. They say he working mysterious ways, man. Find you,
ain't bad about
Might be a
football.
decent team. Might be a decent team.
I ain't gonna lie, but this is
Huh? I hope so. I wanted to put up.
Does anybody know he's busy? Not about to get a dub on me.
Big shout out to y'all today, man. Y'all the ones that make the stream possible. Don't cross it back over to me, man. I'm going back the other way, Bruce. You there? Matt, is that him? Yeah. No, I can't get that board for you though. Oh, they gave Brute the worst rebound. It activated?
Man,
wow.
Had a two. I'm telling you, I got that jump shot. I went and worked on it. I'm saying I went and worked on that thing a little bit, man. Yeah, he just trying to what? I saw that pass too.
His hand was there though, like Gambit's hand was right there the whole clearly. Get on that rim, man.
Who was he guarding?
Is that Giannis?
No, I didn't want to reach for it.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna lie in hell for that one.
I'm out of there.
That's money.
Jesus Christ, bro. That's 100%.
Killed that.
No, that's 100% animation though. So.
Nah, I think it's somebody in Gavin.
Let's go, Mac.
Shot, Mac.
Oh,
hang on.
I'm back.
Let me figure out what it is.
Transition.
Damn, you gotta get there and stop, Mac, and get that shit low.
I'm appearing off block. No. Ask somebody in the chat.
Yeah, motherfucker. Yeah,
He got 90 something. He just, he loaded on 90.
Yeah. 92, you shooting from the top of that direct.
You hit that movement all the time, Gambit. What the hell?
Yeah.
Hey, man,
I got the cutter. That dude headbutting. Dude asked me today. He was like, "How is rim running
beat
low
me down,
IQ?"
man. Like, man, just go down. Just go down. Like, you know I'm hitting it.
He was like, "How is rim running low IQ? We gonna call LeBron low IQ?"
Yeah, it's my one black friend. You got something going on with your audio. Your audio is awful. Like, it sounds, I don't know, like a demon, like it's demon possessed. Try restarting it.
I can't.
Wait, hang on a sec. I think it just got better.
Yeah, because I unplugged my $7 headphones.
Yeah, that was a good.
Now plug in my $19 headphones.
Yeah, 19 is better than 7.
I'll tell Staples. Okay, so this is probably much better.
You're a little quiet now.
Not my worst. Let's see here. Oh, you're adjusting me. So let me see about me adjusting me. Using the built-in microphone. Sure.
Better.
Let me try to turn up the gain on my microphone.
Nah, too much. It's not bad. It's not bad at this point.
Mm-hmm. How are you, Pocket Locker? I can't even hear you. I don't know where everybody went. Can't hear anything.
All right. So, how you doing? Let's check your sound out again. My one black friend. Wait, he dipped. Where'd he go? My one black gone. Oh, there he goes. All right. Let's hear you out. Let's hear the man out. I can't hear you. I don't think he's saying anything, though. All right, now he's saying something, but I just can't hear him. There we go. Oh, they said my mic is muted now? My mic should be coming through. AR, can you hear me? Check.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, yeah, so we just can't hear my one black friend, right?
Yeah, we can't hear him.
He might have to do that tab thing.
Yeah, he's probably on another tab.
All right, my one black friend, come back to this tab, and then you may need to also refresh. Sometimes it just needs to refresh the tab. Yeah, we just can't hear him. Also, check your mic button. Come back to the tab so you're looking at gather, and then look down at your mic button. Make sure it's green and not red. If so, then just refresh the tab. All right, my one black friend, just leave gather and come back in, or go to the homepage and come back. Yeah, this should not take this long. All right, let's see if when he comes back. Check. I also don't know where the audio testing. I'm not a huge fan of it. All right, let's see. Let's start the playback. Check. We muted everyone around you so you could stop the playback. It doesn't play your voice back. It always says it's going to. All right, now it says my microphone is on. It should be playing me, and then I say start playback. It doesn't play back. Yeah, so I don't, that's the one thing in Voice Meter I can't figure out. Check.
Yeah, I think that's just so you can hear what your voice sounds like when you do that test.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm not hearing it, right? Like when it does this, do you hear your voice when you actually do that?
I think so. Let me check real quick. Yeah, it looked a little different on your menu when you tested it.
Did yours work?
Yeah, mine worked. It plays back my my audio to myself.
That's how it should work. Like it does in Discord or Zoom.
Yeah.
I don't know why the hell mine doesn't do it, but it's fine.
Hmm.
What up, Randy? Yeah, we're just waiting for my one black friend to get back in here.
Testing 1, 2, 3. I don't hear anything though.
Hey, what's going on?
Now I hear. Hi. Can you hear me?
All right. So yeah,
we can hear.
We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you both.
All right.
Thanks everyone for your patience.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no worries. Let's. All right, so I can get ready to fire up the show here, and then
Go live everywhere. You have multiple intros left over from me.
Yeah.
There's a heck of a delay. Wow.
What do you mean?
Well, when I look at the little icon of me that's inside the Bundy Ranch bar or whatever, and then I see myself on the left, there's a big delay. It's got to be 3 seconds, maybe more.
Between what you see in the meeting view and what you see in your camera view?
I don't know which is which. I'm assuming on the left side I see my camera, and on the right side I see the meeting. Or in the center, I should say. But it's okay. It doesn't matter because people are only seeing one image and hearing one set of audio from me, not multiples, so it's fine. It's just distracting.
Yeah, I just don't know what you're saying, what you're referring to. Mine are in sync. Normally, they're in sync or you can only see one. So normally if you put yourself on the middle, you don't see yourself off to the side. You're not looking at my screen, are you?
I see you. Really, Apple? Really?
All right. So let me go ahead and get this. All right, that's that category. Nobody knows the category. All right, that should have been hot program. And then we have my one black friend. Oh, you know what? They don't have descriptions. Let me add that. Easy. Easy peasy. Oh, this one does. All right, it's my One Black Friends that doesn't have a description. I'll put one in there for now and change it later. And get rid of the question of the day.
By the way, does anyone know when Kanye West became Ye?
No, we were talking about
Wikipedia
that. Yeah, we were asking. I was asking
That's
about
true.
that earlier. I didn't know. I also didn't know if that was like, because remember at first he kind of wanted to be Yeezy, and then it is or Yeezus. But then I think maybe when he became a radical Christian, all of a sudden he decided that was blasphemous. Maybe I'm not really sure. But yeah, let's go ahead.
He is not a Christian. He is not.
All right, I'm ready to start the show. So I'm gonna put a countdown timer on, and then we'll come right back and get into this. But yeah, I'm trying to do it. We're doing our first Halloween special. All right, let's.
Oh, spooktacular!
Spooktacular. There it is. All right.
Ready for takeoff?
Whoa. Working hard on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Bron James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Took the John on them jets cause we wildin'. But the bowl is a party on the island, moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, that's my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flip. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof for my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen a change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute, just the front, nigga. Goddamn. Had to grow up quick, I made my own rules. Had my first child, got it jumping with mules.
To be honest, that's kind of a good thing because it sort of I don't know how do I say this. It gives you like the a new look. Welcome everybody to a very special edition of Hot Program. It's our first Halloween weekend edition, and as y'all can tell, we've gone through maximum effort. We've got costumes, candy. You can see we've just overdone ourselves here with our pictures and all of our stuff. Oh yeah, my One Black Friend. That's what happened. You were looking at essentially a stream through the Gather. Yeah. That's not a big deal. All right, so man, it's I'm glad everybody's here, and let me do the intro. As always, folks, it's your boy Pocket Locker 86, and thanks to this beautiful homemade bong by Hippie Smiles. As always, I am in airplane mode. I can't tell you how much better airplane mode feels when you're using paraphernalia made by one of your fans. Thanks again to Hippie Smiles. Set up your Etsy store so we can send you our money. And I am joined by a man who puts the pass, I'm going to say hard pass, in Passover. A man who needs no introduction. How you doing today, my One Black Friend?
I'm well, and yourself?
I'm doing good, man. And that was a perfect intro because we are literally going to be talking about putting the pass in Passover. I thought given that it's Halloween, we should be topical. We should not seem like we're above the fray of trying to, glam on to the thematics of the Halloween, But on top of that, I think there's been a number of things happening in our community that, for me, feel like a personal shift or a step forward, but definitely a change. And then, there's been some things going on in our community. So let me touch on those real quick. So one, shout out to Melody Joy. Melody Joy, we've been having conversations about talking to family, sort of coming out with your atheism, for lack of a better way to put it, and what some of the difficulties with that are. But also, we've been sort of identifying that we're good at this, and we're strong enough to do this, and some of us even feel maybe a certain obligation to do that. So Melody Joy recently sent out the pipe bomb email to the family, speaking her mind on some of these issues. It's definitely something we're headed towards with the holiday season, right? Yeah. And then it's something that's been coming up because particularly James Apperson and I have been dealing, we're out here a lot. We've been dealing with a number of these viewers, people who are quote unquote fans that watch us, but are very antagonistic, right? And throughout this week and the last couple of weeks, a lot of them have been quite antagonistic to me on James's channel, or to James, or to myself on our channels. And they've really brought up this issue of how friendly ought we to be to the other side? How welcoming, theist forward, building bridges of love and understanding should we be, versus, hang on a sec, we're actually out here for ourselves. We're actually out here for each other. We're not necessarily here to serve others in some cases, right? Because we have our own needs that we're trying to get addressed out here. And I thought that this was a great place to have it. One, because I'm almost certain you and I will disagree on some of this in a loving way, right? And I'm also, I think this is the place for me to express some of my thoughts and feelings and changes, because I've been trying to tell people in my own life, this is the more theist forward, welcoming space. So if I put my shows and my vibes throughout the week sort of on a spectrum, most of my stuff is Jay Bundy focused, and I don't give a crap is the tone, whereas Hot Program is something that you and I talked about being friendly, being opening, maybe explicitly being a place where we're going to go the extra mile to be friendly and welcoming to the other side. So if I'm going to express a shift in how I want to approach my content elsewhere, I think this is a good place to do it. So I want to jump into that and get
Sure.
Just your overall thoughts, but I'll tie it up by saying
this is a great topic for TikTok Shorts. YouTube Shorts. This is a fantastic topic for that.
Yeah, and what I titled our stream was "Be Not Afraid," right? With the theme "Be Not Afraid," because it's Halloween, but it's kind of like, it's the season maybe to look under the bed or open the closet and see what's in there, and your thoughts as people go into the big holiday season coming up right after this.
Well, then we won't be talking about how the zombies rise from the dead in Matthew and go into the town, which is a great topic for maybe next Halloween. The spooky stuff in the Bible.
We could touch on that too. I was thinking about touching on spooky stuff in the Bible. We could.
It would be one amongst many potential great topics, but I think this is probably the better topic, and it was to be the focus of my channel.
Oh, okay,
so, I'm happy to talk about this. So I think most of us probably come from a background that had Christianity in it. So let's view Christianity as a language, and it's one we know. Maybe not our first language, but it's one we know and understand.
Right.
if you're talking with a Christian person and they're going to become belligerent, or you just don't know how they'll react, you know what you should be able to expect from them if they can live up to that philosophy. I will quote Gary Habermas again. He's a Christian apologist. If you don't know, he said, not every man can live up to his own philosophy. No, it is difficult for a man to live up to his own philosophy. Bravo, Mr. Habermas. Bravo. That's true. So when you're talking to your family members, you have to keep that in mind, because as Christians, they are commanded to be loving, caring, tolerant, and understanding of others. But in that moment of you saying to them, hey, remember that thing you invested a lot of time and energy in getting me to believe, aka your faith? Well, I don't anymore. But I don't want, and actually, let me go back. I had this friend in high school. She went by MF because of me. Those are her initials. I said to her in this class that we had, we all were giving this life skills class. I referred to it before. We had to write what we would tell someone who crashed our car. And hers stuck out because she began hers with, I hope you are okay, or I'm glad you're okay. I forget exactly what she used. But I thought that was excellent, because the car is a machine. It's secondary. You can replace it. The individual, you cannot replace. So if you would like to begin with something of that nature, right now the words are escaping me of what that could be or should be. But the idea is to preserve the friendship, the relationship, and not to say, I got one over on you because what you believe is, it's untrue, it's ridiculous, it's got all these flaws, it's immoral, whatever.
Right.
That is only, I would say, volunteer that. If they ask you why you don't, be honest with them. When I did this with my brother, I have a brother who's like Captain Christian. He's awesome, donates a lot of his income to other people, helps out with causes, volunteers, all that good stuff. He was the only person I was afraid to tell. My mom, I figured we don't talk that much anyway, so she'll get over it.
Right.
But him, oof, that was hard.
Telling your brother?
And my brother, yeah. Luckily, he serves it up to me really easily. He would ask over the years, how's your walk with the Lord? And when I had become an atheist, I said, I don't believe in God anymore. And I went into why. And I was clear as saying, when I read the Old Testament, some of the atrocities that are ordered by God in there, I can't love someone who behaves that way.
Right.
And he said, I don't believe in everything the Bible says either. As far as the decisions, he doesn't support all those decisions, but ultimately he loves the God of the Bible.
Right.
Well, his mind is capable of holding both those positions at the same time.
Right. Absolutely.
About a being that is supposed to be supremely good, but clearly is not supremely good. Again, you mentioned Tuck's so bad it's good, or so evil it's good. How did you
Bible?
phrase it?
It's an evil so evil everyone thinks that it's good.
Exactly. So, his interpretation, his processing of what he reads in the Bible, and he has read the Bible, is different than mine, where I view it analytically. He views it more, it's to edify him and strengthen his faith. And me, I'm the guy with the toolkit taking it apart. What do scholars say about this? What's the Hebrew say? What's the Greek say? What's the real meaning of this? Oh, an angel can be a person, like a regular guy or gal that's just a messenger. Right. Oh, an angel could be a star in heaven. Oh, so it doesn't always mean the same thing. Oh, and the translators play with it to make you think it's a heavenly being when it may not be at all. They know it and you don't.
Right.
That sort of thing. So there's all this. let's say for the average one of us who doesn't believe, I would say volunteer as little information as you can so that the conversation is a shorter one rather than a longer one. What you may discover, as I have numerous times, that you are surrounded by atheists. They are people you thought were religious, some of them. And they just have been waiting, many of them, to tell someone else to breathe out and be in the company of a like-minded individual. I don't necessarily believe everything in the Bible either. I don't know if you can still hear me, Pocket Locker. Maybe you can. He has turned his back on me, ladies and gentlemen. If you are one of the listeners listening on the and not watching, he has turned his back. He's now turned around again.
Yeah, I can hear you. I just needed to plug that light in and my headphones came unplugged.
Okay. So that's my take on it. I hope things worked out well for Melody. And I do wonder, hopefully she joins us today. I do wonder how many people she learned were in fact also atheists and just didn't know a way to tell her because they thought she's so sweet and so wonderful and that she'd think badly of them.
My feeling is, my understanding is I think she's still early in the process. I think it's been email response and maybe she's getting ready to email back. I don't know if the word's gotten out or yet. So I don't know. We'll see. Also, AR filled us in and gathered here. On August 24, 2021, Kanye West applied to have his legal name changed from Kanye Omari West to Ye with no middle or last name. He cited, quote, personal reasons for the change. The request was granted on October 18th. West had alluded to wishing to change his name since 2018 and had used Ye as a nickname for several years prior. In a June 2018 interview, he explained, I believe Ye is the most commonly word used in the Bible. In the Bible, it means you.
Not in Hebrew, no.
So I'm you, us.
Then it would be ye.
Us.
It would be ye.
It went
ye.
from being Kanye, which means the only one, to just Ye. AR, thanks for the information. My one black friend, you need to rant. I'm gonna go fucking throw up my fucking dinner.
Okay, well, I'll say to ye, pronounced Ye by some, genius move. And far from your only one. I thought that might be a move like Prince did, where he changed his name to the symbol. And no, just not to get out of a contract with Warner Brothers at all. He got out of the one with Adidas, though, and they should not have let him out. And they should have explained, well, if we give up his contract, it'll give him what he wants. And do you really want to give a racist person what they want?
No, but really, that got actually painful to read. It got actually painful to read when I started to realize what I was reading. It just got so, it's just so in Kanye, man. This guy. What do you mean they shouldn't have let him out his contract? Man, I'd have let him out his contract. He's a liability to your business. What are you talking about?
No, see, here's the thing. It shows if people, I guess, if they're disgusted by him, I think they'd be even more disgusted to know that's exactly what he wanted. And then they gave it to him. If I'm Adidas and I have an Adidas story, I would make it publicly known. We know this is exactly what he wants. But you could do this. You can do what restaurant managers do when they're trying to tell you to go get a job somewhere else. They give you fewer shifts, shorter hours. You don't make as much money. You can't continue to work in that environment. You go somewhere else. So, contractually do the minimum for Kanye.
Do you find it hard to trust the Bible?
Yes.
That's funny. No, Melody sent me a link. I'm going to play it, but we'll get back to that. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So my Adidas story. 1,000 years ago, I used to work at Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Great company to work for if you need a job, especially if you're a college graduate. Great company. So I went to work for them, and I would deliver cars to different people and also pick them up and pick people up to get them a rental car. I was told, take this car, you're delivering it to somebody at Adidas. Okay, so I drive over there with the car, and they're having a meeting. I was told to go right in. I'm like, what? There's like, if I remember right, there must have been 22 people in there. So they're having this meeting, and it was for the guy that ran Adidas. In that floor of the building, there are all these beautifully built Harley Davidson motorbikes around. And the guy calls me over to him, and he signs for the car, and he says, "What size shoe do you wear?" And I was like, "Oh, it's 13.5." He goes, "Make sure he leaves here with some shoes." And I was like, "What?" So I got free shoes from the good people at Adidas. Thanks, Mr. President. Just for doing my job. And that always left a good impression with me. And over the years, let me tell you what the benefit of that. So I think he gave me 2 pair of shoes for free. Over the years, I must have purchased 20 more pairs since that day of Adidas, whether they were for myself or for someone else. So that was a good piece of humanity and marketing. But anyway, I still would have let Kanye out his contract. I would have done the contractual minimum because that ties his hands. He can't go out and do what he wants. And I would have explained that to people. Like, look, we're going to do what we're obligated to do. But maybe he could sue them because they didn't do more. I don't know. They have lawyers that are smarter about that than me. But I think it's just a shame. But whatever. What we see in this country, in this world, is that those people who spew hatred end up creating the world that they claimed existed all along when it really didn't. And all they can do is be mad about it. I think we're going to start seeing that more and more. Charlie Kirk did a video recently that I saw part of on Cult of Dusty, and he's clearly disgusted by what he's reading, but he helped create it. And I think you're going to see that more and more, just like we see, I think for Christians, one thing that a person who's a quote unquote good Christian struggles with is when they see other people who call themselves Christian, but are incredibly hypocritical. That makes it hard for them. The ones that want to do right and be righteous, it makes it very hard for them. And yet, what do they do to sort of keep their own in check? Do they offer that gentle rebuke? Do they reach out with an email or a tweet that's just to that person, like the Bible says? Just go right directly to that person. And if they don't want to listen to you, go with them. Huh?
I'm going to close the window. Go ahead. I can hear you.
Are you going to open a door?
Nope. It's cold.
Okay. All right. Just wondering. Just, that's what God would do if he was doing it. So, yeah, you have that. They have that issue. They're supposed to all be held to the same standard, which is not the way it is. But that's Habermas, as I began with. It's difficult for a man to live up to his own philosophy.
Yeah, so definitely I mean, I agree with that. And to kind of bring it back to this whole thing of, I feel this kind of interesting tension where I'm finding less and less reason to not, come out with my feelings about Christianity. On one hand, this thing that keeps happening in the community is that we have certain viewers, Otangelo, Lupin, Stephanie Trenton over on James's channel, Blessed Be He, Rebel Naz, there's a list. And even Robert Beatty, there are people who are quote unquote fans or watchers or whatever. Some of them hate watchers. And Richard Madsen, I think, comes to mind.
Mm-hmm.
They're not here to be our friends. They're just not. At the end of the day, they are antagonistic viewers. They are here to, at worst, you know, at worst, they're like moles or something is how they see themselves. They're going into the enemy's camp and you're going to do the Lord's work or whatever, peddle their stuff. And at best, they're distractions. What do I mean by that? I want to talk about religion or politics, or I want to game. I want to do whatever I want to do. Richard Madsen wants to show up 3 times a week and do what? Turn every conversation to his understanding of space Jesus and how everybody else is reading the Bible wrong. Stephanie.
Wow, I need to talk to him.
You have. This is the guy we talked to him about it, but you need to talk to him
I'm
again.
just saying. He wrote to me so I can come on his stream and talk about this or that. And I've just been so busy.
Yeah, you do, because it's gotten irritating to the rest of us, to be quite frank, because we get it, but he seems not to, right? Like, it's just this thing where literally he thinks we're reading all the words in the Bible wrong, and it's about a Jesus from another planet and the whole deal, but there's no effort to get it published or have the conversation with, academics. He wants to go around on YouTube distracting and derailing conversations about religion because they're not about his version. And it's a distraction. It's not any honest assessment of the situation would at least admit it's not what the content creators want. It may be genuinely how he feels, right? But at some point, what I'm getting at is people have a right to produce a show, and just because it's public, just because you can interact with the person, just because there is a live chat, it does not mean I have to engage with you, and it certainly does not mean I have to be willing to derail my show to go nowhere, to have a conversation that we already know isn't going to be productive, we already know we don't agree about, and it does just get annoying to us, and I find it infuriating. It would be as though, let me say this, my one black friend, it'd be as though you have a customer or someone you sell your product to, or even an employee who, yes, has a valid misunderstanding or something they genuinely don't get, but at the end of the day, they just insist on having the conversation every time you step into the office at 9:00 in the morning, and every single time they want to end the conversation, they want to end the conversation until you unfortunately have to go on your lunch break. And now they want to take up half your day, half your week with this same conversation. At some point, you're just going to say, thank you, but no thank you. There's another place to buy these widgets across the street. I'm just sorry. I know you're a really great person, but unfortunately, I don't think this is working out for you here. I wish you the best in all your future endeavors. Like, at some point, you're not. It is. And the thing that bothers me the most that I don't think our community is getting is that talking about giving people exactly what they want, that's exactly what they want. It is a tactic. And also they're in a sense predatory. What they're doing is they know that this stuff will not fly in bigger communities. They know if they even go to someone as big as Derek or something like that, it's just going to be ignored. There's too many people. The stream is too big. Derek does not care if his viewership goes from, 267 to 264. He doesn't care if his sub count goes from 20,192 to 20,187. So people like this just get ignored. They get no traction. They get nowhere. Also, they're trying to promote their channels. And what? Their channels are so small. What? They're not getting a lot of love from the algorithm. They're nowhere near monetization or advertising. And quite frankly, their positions and their stuff is so esoteric, it's the backwoods of the backwoods of the backwoods. So these are the people who are even, in some sense, in smaller niches than us, right? Because the big niche here is Christianity, right-wing nuttery. That's what's the rave in the algorithm, right? We're the weirdos that are in the much smaller by orders of magnitude community making content saying that's not true. Because most people who feel like us, or think like us, just don't bother, right? They've just moved on with their life. And so we're a really, really small community compared to even, say, Christians on YouTube, right? The Richard Madsons and the Otangelos of the world are the small, literally weirdo cult 1%ers who believe something so wild and, weaponized type of stuff. And so then they're literally trying to glam onto us. And they figured out, quite frankly, that they won't get the time of day in a bigger community. But when they come through the smaller channels, they will. Why? Because those streamers are much more concerned about their numbers. They notice if they go from 10 viewers to 8 viewers and they don't like that, and they want to seem nice, so they've got to seem welcoming. And they're not PineCreek, they're not Matt Dillahunty, right? They don't have armies of Christians calling into their show. They don't have a lot of theists to interact with. So they're sort of desperate. And as annoying as the Otangelos and the Richard Madsons and all of these people are, they feel like they can't really excuse them from their community because then they're just creating an echo chamber. But at some point, it's like, it just isn't worth it to me. And at some point, I got to remind people, I am not here to make people feel better about their beliefs. I am here to undermine those beliefs. I'm here to get rid of those beliefs. And I'm not about tacticking. I'm not here to do sales. Let me tell you guys something. I did a sales job. Let me tell you something about that job. I was amazing at it. Really, I was really good at sales. Let me tell you something else. I work in politics. A lot of y'all know that. Close to Cory Booker, that's my guy, all of that. Years of experience. I'm really amazing at it. I can knock on your door in any neighborhood into an entire family of people who don't even speak the same language as I do and walk out with all of their commitment to vote Booker. Now, I also have an amazing member, and I'm really, really good in bed. Not everything that I am great and talented at do I want to do on YouTube. Just because I'm wonderfully capable of something does not mean I have any interest at all in doing it. So yes, I recognize I could build bridges of love and understanding. I could be the nicest atheist in the room. I could be the sweetest, most effective counter-apologist who uses the most loving, highest knowledge of how to build bridges and make people care about. And I just don't want to. And I even want people to understand it's not motivated by them. It's motivated by me. Yeah, I'm sick of them behaving badly and I'm calling them out, but I'm using calling them out as an example to tell you guys something I want you to understand about me. I'm not here to help them. I am really antagonistic to their religion. This is why I think me and my one black friend will disagree about this, because I think he genuinely wants to pal around with Christians and all be buddy-buddy. I don't. I want them to stop believing immediately. I want them to understand how angry their faith makes me. I want them to understand how hurt I am. I want them to understand how traumatized I am. I want them to understand that I am being attacked and I'm in the middle of a holy war that I didn't ask for, and I'm not going to be nice about it anymore. So that's how I feel.
That is exactly what they would say. That is exactly what they would say.
Cool. And I'm over that too, because that's what they do. They have figured out a long time ago to weaponize their response and then play the projection game where they point and I don't care anymore. Yeah, I'm going to sound like them. I'm going to spend a lot more time, and that's what this conversation is about. I'm going to spend a lot more time sounding exactly like them. Because the truth is, I probably feel closer to what they feel. This radical commitment that their worldview must go at all cost. That if you're an adult and you're a believer, I'm sorry, you're just lacking major shit as a functioning human being. And again, I'm not saying that's a truth, but that is my genuine feeling. And I can't even be honest anymore. I literally feel like when I take you get further with honey than you do with vinegar, it doesn't matter. Because Christianity's gone way too far with me and it doesn't deserve honey anymore. And so I actually feel like I'm lying. I actually feel bad. I literally feel like when I'm too nice to Christians and I try to be too reasonable to people, it makes me feel gross. Like I've just coerced someone. I've literally just degraded myself, pretended to be someone I'm not, and I feel dirty and like I want to take a shower. Go ahead, my one black friend.
All right, so I have some advice for you. And Melody Joy, you may want to choose a different tactic than what Pocket Locker is suggesting for himself, or what I'm about to suggest for Pocket Locker. I would say play back what you don't have to do it now, what you just told me. And when someone is trying to preach Christianity to you, that's exactly, you condense that down and that's what you tell them. When they understand that their very beliefs repulse you, and you can give, like I did with my brother, I told him specific things from the Old Testament that I just couldn't align myself with, and would not align myself with an individual who was capable of that sort of thinking or doing those sort of things or commanding them to be done. I think when you have that discussion, Pocket Locker, you need not just your feelings, but you need examples. And you can let that person know, along with your feelings, this is why what you believe is disgusting to me. And you can say something on the order, and the fact that adults buy into it is rather shocking to me. I know when I get into that type of discussion, I will ask very plainly, do donkeys talk? Well, no. Do bushes talk? No, they don't talk. Okay. Do people walk on water? No, but Jesus did. Do people who aren't doctors just bring people back from the dead while breathing on them or whispering a prayer over them? Well, in Africa they do, but they don't on Main Street. They don't at the local hospital, Nashville General Hospital. That doesn't happen. Well, no, it doesn't. After a while, Pocket Locker, the person standing in front of you in such a conversation is forced to deal with the fact that their beliefs don't match up very well with the modern reality. Those ancient authors could choose to write whatever the heck they wanted to or were told to. That doesn't mean it was true. I was listening to a conversation PineCreek had with someone the other day, and this Christian guy, was pushing the fact that people wouldn't die for a lie. Well, look, we only have pieces of paper that said somebody died. We don't know if they actually did. It may be written with all the fervor of a Tom Clancy novel, and none of it actually took place. Or it's based on true events, but barely. My favorite thing ever said about Jesus being a real person was from Christopher Hitchens, where he said the fakery of the story. I forget exactly what he says, but I think he said the fakery of the story is proof that there was a real guy. Oh, I don't know what that was for.
So
but I love
that was just something I want to show you. But you
want to? Okay.
Yeah, I want to show you something. But Christopher Hitchens kind of goes there, and again that's, I mean that's part of it. To me is that argument that I've got to make this claim to my friends and family that the best evidence I could give you for this is that they told so many lies. It seems they had to be covered up for something. I mean, that's the genuine, the best evidence for this being, somewhat of a even human-based narrative is that they told so many lies. There just must have been a dude, which I'm not 100% with Christopher Hitchens, because again, I think, the biblical, the Jesus scholars are having a different conversation, right? The Jesus scholars do include the Bethlehem, Nazareth thing in the conversation of things that needs to be considered, right? But they don't. No, I don't think anybody comes down on that as the definitive thing, right? Is somebody testing their mic?
Yeah, sorry.
I think that's James.
It's James App. Apperson. What's up, baby?
Yeah, James, I'm glad you're here. Now I can use the restroom.
All right. All right. Good, James.
Glad to be observed.
James, it's good. James,
I have some function in the world.
James is good too because, you know, it's like I said, there's always that one guy in every group of friends that's way too nice, especially to your enemies. And when he steps away for a quick break, it allows me and you, James, to really kick him. James, you know, we don't got any nice guy stuff to worry about. Go to the bathroom so we can murder some fools.
All right, I'm gonna take my phone with me so I can listen to what.
All right. Mute your mic and turn off your camera. And that's a good habit. And then turn them.
I don't know how to do.
All right, go to the bottom. They're at the bottom. There's a mic. There's a camera. You pop them. They go from green to red. And then when you come back, you hit them again. Just like a Zoom meeting. Yep, mute's good. That's good. You're good. At least you muted. That's fine. All right. So, James, we're talking about basically just not being afraid to come. And I like what you said the other day. You miss fighting. Sometimes you miss beating up fools. You're a big guy, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes, you know, people go, oh, it's not good to fight. It's not good to beat people up. What do you think? That's because you losing all the fights. If you was winning all them fights, you feel differently about it.
Right. Yeah, I'm not anti-violence. I'm not a pacifist. I'm a conditional pacifist. Like, if you can afford to be nice, be nice. But sometimes you just gotta hurt some fools, and that's all there is to it.
Yeah, James, can you is there a way to turn you up a little bit?
Oh, yeah, I can. Hold on. Try to turn that up.
Yeah, you're sounding better. Yeah, people need their James Apperson, man. But yeah, man, it's a problem, and we're definitely going somewhere with this. One, we're trying to encourage Melody Joy and others to not be afraid, to feel like you are strong enough. I like what she said. She said, I'm strong enough that I can do this now. And I think that's what a lot of us need to realize.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think you grow and you change. So I don't think you should stay in the same place on this from month to month or year to year. I think some people made up their mind too early about this. And it's like the same way you made up your mind about being a Christian too soon, you may have made up your mind about speaking out against Christianity too soon before you realized how capable you actually are. Go ahead.
Right. Well, some people, it's a transition for a lot of people. So maybe right here in the moment, somebody hasn't found their voice yet, right? And they may need time for that. And that's one of the things that this community and similar communities can do. It's like, look, you can speak your mind and not be an asshole. Or look, you can speak your mind and or be an asshole, but you're right. So, but it takes, it's just a mindset, right? People can get there, and I think that's one of the things that come from being part of a community is because you've been gaslit all your life. Christianity is heavily gaslighting, and because they've been gaslighting your whole life, you feel like, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't speak up, or maybe it's wrong to, or whatever. And it's like,
right.
Theremin Trees has some great videos about this. It's emotional blackmail and gaslighting combined, and so when I think people find their courage. Like Melody Joy recently found her courage, and
right.
We can. I'm so far past that. Like, I wish I had more people to offend. Like, I wish I had more people to come out to as atheists.
Well, you're even in a different place than me though, because I feel like you're going. Oh, I hate to say it, but I almost feel like you're being too nice again.
In what way?
Like, because you're trying to be so welcoming in your way of, like, building the community. Like, you really want to give them every chance, right? And I think part of that is, to be honest, you and I are very like-minded in the sense of we see the bigger picture, right? And so we know if you'd known better, you could have done better. If we were in their shoes, we'd be doing their dance, right?
Right.
But for me, I'm just a little bit more, I see all of it as a tactic. I'm on a much shorter leash personally, and I'm trying to protect my flock, and I'm I'm in an Uncle Bobby place, right? I want to attack and be ruthless, and that's just what I feel like I need to do. And I feel like we're seeing it the same way, but I think your response is, and I think maybe it's also just to maintain your peace, right?
A lot of that is to maintain my peace. But you know, I was on someone's stream a couple days ago, and they were Christians, right? They were Catholic Christians, and they were talking about dating, which is what got me thinking about dating.
Okay.
And they had some really, really dumb ideas about addressing a very serious problem, because they recognize that people in their religious communities date too young, get married too young. Well, I don't want to say date too young, but I mean date with seriousness too young. And so they don't know what they're doing. They haven't figured out life yet, and here they are trying to pick out.
James, can you keep waxing? I want to grab a grinder, and I don't want my woman friend to think can't hear you guys. Go ahead.
Right, do it. So they recognize that it's a serious problem, because they have these religious communities that push young people into marriage, push young people into serious relationships, and at the same time, they recognize that these young people are ill-equipped to even be venturing into that domain. They just haven't figured out themselves yet. They don't understand life well enough yet. They don't know what to look for in a partner. They don't know what to ask, and they have some pretty unrealistic ideas in their head about how relationships are supposed to go. And even the parts that are realistic enough, they don't have any clue about who's going to be compatible with that vision or how to build that vision. Bibles don't really address this at all. They just treat women like baby vending machines and men as these entitled warrior authority figures, and there's just very little nuance or complexity to relationships in Bibles at all. And because Bibles are written by a whole lot of different random people with a whole lot of different random life experiences and views about everything, really. And so there is no really coherent narrative, and to whatever extent there's some semblance of coherence, there's just not a lot of depth there. They just don't go into it, so they're not preparing people for life. So these Christians that were hosting this channel the other day, and I can link it later if somebody's interested. I was
I am.
Awesome. So I'll link that to you. And I was there. I joined the stream once they invited people to join, and I got lots of compliments for my voice and for my personality and for my insights and all that stuff, and I appreciated it. But I didn't have the heart to tell them that they're just sitting on some bullshit. And the thing is, it's not even in terms of their religion, but in terms of their solutions for this relationship paradox that young people are in when they're in these religious environments. And so their solution to it, their proposed idea, was to create a dating site where old ladies in the church and old men in the church screen applicants for the dating site, and they have real conversations with these young people in these churches to see what they're about, and then they make recommendations about whether or not to let them formally join the dating pool, and whether or not to recommend them to people that they know in the church.
Hang on a sec, James. This would actually work. And I don't know.
That's the way you used to have a matchmaker. Yeah.
I'm halfway being facetious, but so this is just eerily like arranged marriages, right? And and again, I'm ambivalent about any of these things. I don't think any of this shit works, right, James? If you pick them, they pick them. That you just go with random or nobody. None of it works, guys. You all die no matter what. But it's interesting because arranged marriages don't have the fail rate people think they would, and they're not as horrifying as those of us that consider that an essential part of life recognize, right? For people that are in them, it's just a norm, right? And it actually for most people, it actually takes into account what you're saying. So my lab manager was in an arranged marriage, and so she talked to us very openly about it, and she was very happily married, right? And a lot of people are. And what she explained was exactly what you were talking about, James. She said people don't think of it. They think of it from a different cultural context, like ours. Oh, my God, how could you take my right to choose my partner? But think about it. If you have a culture that expects you to get married young, what happens? You haven't figured all this shit out about you, right? Mm-hmm. But a lot of times you're still at the age and stage in life where the elders in your community, as long as they're not using this marriage as a business transaction and they're actually concerned about you being happily married, They know you better than you know yourself type vibe, right? And so she said, like, what happened was our families knew us. And even though we were young, like, they fit us together well. And so, and I was like, oh, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually. So in some weird sense, like, especially if you're so strong in the cult, right, that you're going to sign up for a dating app where the church elders get to pick your partner for you. First off, the fact that church elders picked your partner for you is going to give you that magic touch, special Jesus feeling on it, right? It's going to add that secret sauce to the matches. And that's what a lot of us look for. As a secular person, I've been into like exploring more like Match.com and some of these more serious sites, right? And a lot of what they do is they offer you a premium service that features a matchmaker, right? Because one, they're going to upcharge the shit out of it, right? Two, they're going to get you some quote-unquote higher quality opportunities because at least they're going to make sure you get the attention of somebody you'd actually be interested in, right? So I'm just trying to say, because I'm going to let you go in on it, James. I'm not here to stop you from doing that. I just want to do what we always do in community building, which is recognize that there's always that little bit of truth, that little bit of pinch of what actually works in intentionally building relationships, right?
Right.
And then that becomes the jumping off point for the, further indoctrination and extremism. But go ahead, James.
Right. Truth. So, I mean, sure. There's lots of logistical problems is what I was thinking about with their particular idea, because no church is big enough to have their own dating site and have that work. I mean, they can try it. I guess if they're a mega church, maybe if they have enough young people, they can try that. But
yeah, my mom's church is big enough that they have a singles ministry. A lot of churches that are large enough do. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. Well, I mean, I told them, I'm like, it makes more sense, I think, if you're going to go that route, because it needs to be church specific or whatever, to just like have these events that happen once a month or once a week, or however often you think you need it, where the older people in the congregation that are experienced and you consider wise, like they have a day out. And so the women have a women's day out, the guys have a guy's day out, and they just go do guy bonding fun stuff, right? And they make sure that it's structured in such a way where you have plenty of time to talk, whether it's around a campfire or at the mall or wherever. You're having these conversations, you're getting to know this person where it's not an interview, you're just hanging out, so they don't feel like they're put on the spot, right?
Yeah.
And that gives you a chance to really know them and really make them recommendations and say, if you're dating right now and I happen to know somebody I think maybe you'd be really great with, that kind of thing, right?
Oh, yeah, you mean like with the elders. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
The way my church did it was they just, I think the singles ministry works because a lot of times they just become regular Bible studies, either weekly or monthly, and they're dedicated for the singles ministry. And then they do social events. They do everybody goes out bowling or everybody. And then, people start to break off and pair up. And it's actually kind of nice, to be honest with you, because there's also the relaxation of a lot of the faithfulness. What I mean by that is if, you meet a girl from church and it works, you might feel like it's specially touched by God, and then y'all got to push it. And then if it doesn't work, it's awkward in church, or you both kind of want to dip. What being part of a singles ministry does is it kind of softens the blow, because there's the expectation of, we might start talking and more intentionally for a while, seeing each other for a little bit. And if it doesn't work, it's all good. We're both still part of the same church, right? And so you can they can mix and mingle a little bit more, right? Mm-hmm. But yeah, the way my church did it was they had this for the college students. They do have their separate, the all female or all male Bible study, and then they do a lot together, right? So the services, the church is all intergender, and then they're constantly doing social events and outings and retreats and camping trips and conferences and retreats and all of that stuff. And so they end up having a lot of relationships, right? And then there is a lot of elders in the church who see them interacting together. It almost has that effect, but it's just informally, and it comes kind of naturally when you're that intense about the cult, right? Because you want to be with somebody that's into it as much as you are.
Mm-hmm. Sure, absolutely.
Well,
That
the
whole
trick is.
Yeah.
Go ahead, James. Finish your thought.
I would say evenly yoked thing, but go ahead.
Oh yeah. I think part of what makes it work as well is that if you've been praying for this, and then these elders get together and make it happen for you, it is pure confirmation that God is answering your prayers. And yes, human hands are all over it, but that is not necessarily the way it will be interpreted when the story is told. Sister so-and-so and brother so-and-so did have a hand in it, but it was the Lord who put them all together to make it happen.
See,
can't create world peace,
right?
But he can do that.
So there was a time
He got you laid. Fantastic.
There was a time that I dated a young lady who went to my grandfather's church. And a huge part of the appeal of that for me and my family and everyone else was that, like, it was awesome, right? Like, I went to, we went to the same church, so we were together on Sundays. And then because, and this was interesting, right? Because it felt fateful, right? It felt like, oh my goodness, the stars have aligned, right? But when I look back at it, she was the only option. She was literally one of maybe less than 4 or 5 females of age, reasonably attractive that was actually serious about the church. Once you filtered through that list, it was like her. Right. And so it wasn't like there was 15 choices or anything, right? And then given my life, it's like I was working, playing at my grandfather's church. So when I wasn't working like crazy, and I was in the prosecutor's office, I guess, for Cory Booker or whatever, law department, I was playing drums. So I didn't have a whole lot of other outlets to meet people, right? So it was obvious, but it worked for everybody, right? Because it swept up in the whole narrative. She was really serious and faithful, so she could come anywhere. It was really nice, right? To be honest, she was closer to my grandparents than she was to her own parents. So it was one of those situations where, like, when I was dating her, my grandfather was like, "You better not do nothing to my sweet Kalia." I was like, "What about her hurting your grandson?" That's because that's how close they were, right? So that made it feel magical, even though I could look back on it and be like, well, that was just obvious. Like, there was just, you know what I mean? It's so set up, but to what my one black friend spoke of, the confirmation bias is very powerful.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It was the same thing with my Jesus wife, because she showed up to Newark, the leader of this mission trip, and then wanted to move there. I had a Jesus wife, like a woman I married but never legally married. You've never heard the story?
Wait, I've never heard of. Not only have I never heard the story, I didn't know what a Jesus wife was.
Well,
is that like a wife of the faith, like Paul is talking about?
Yeah, that's how I think of it. Most people don't really. I mean, this isn't a story that a lot of people have, so I don't know what the right term is, but I use the term Jesus wife because, yeah, it was like a religious fervor marriage. And what happened was, so she led a mission trip. She led a mission team from Colorado. She was college age, and they were high school missionaries. And so they came to visit the church I worked at in Newark. I was like one of the, leaders of the youth program and the director of the summer camp. And so the pastor we all actually worked for was out of town. He was in Florida or something, getting ready to go back to school. And so she got what we call the mission trip high, right? It's like somebody white and privileged and fucking upper middle class. They don't go to Barbados for spring break or whatever. Instead, they come to the hood to serve brown kids for Jesus, right? And then they fall in love with the kids, and they're like, oh my God, the work you do is so powerful. I want to move here and live here. And so it's a mission trip high, right? It's like a thing that they're experiencing all this purposefulness and all of this shit. And we have to hit them with the realities of, bitch, we live here, we do this year round. Like, wake up, you're in the hood. These kids all live in housing projects between here. Once in a while, we lose one of these motherfuckers to a stray bullet. You don't want this life, right? Like, you ain't ready, right? And so, you know, it was sort of my job. Plus, there was only little black people on staff, so it was really good for me to have this talk with people. Like, yeah, let's talk. We really love that you're here, but trust me, you want to go home, spend some more of your parents' money, read some more about Newark, New Jersey, and realize this ain't a goddamn game. But she was like committed. Like, nope, I'm doing it. Joining the team. You know, and so then I was smitten with her or whatever. And then what happened was, here's where the fatefulness / pro wrestling, it was all a work, comes in. Danny, the pastor we worked for, was very charismatic. Shout outs to Pastor Danny. I always loved that guy. He's a big mentor in my life. Great guy. Just happens to be a crazy preacher. He was all about intentional relationships, which I still really value, right? This idea that you shouldn't just date somebody for no reason, right? You should go after somebody because you've really met them, you got to know them, and you're trying to build something on purpose, right? And in his worldview, that is marriage. And so basically the idea becomes you really shouldn't even be dating somebody unless you're already pretty sure that you could see this leading to marriage. And then his quite radical methodology of this, that should be the conversation from gate. That's what, to him, an intentional relationship means. So when I literally started talking to her, it was like, yeah, so hey, I recognize you and I kind of got a little vibe going here, but if I'm going to be pursuing you, it's because we both are understanding from day one that this is going to be leading to a marriage proposal, right? And that's just where I was at.
I don't think that's bad.
Right? Yeah, that's where it was at. It was like that or don't waste my time. And
I got mixed feelings about that, but go ahead.
Yeah. I'm just trying to tell you how you end up with Jesus life, James.
Show.
Yeah, I'm interested to know what James's point of view is too. Like, why do you have mixed feelings? Go ahead.
Who's going?
Pocket Locker. Go ahead.
Well, let me shortcut it.
Go ahead.
Pocket Locker, you go first, then let me know, and I'll jump in.
All right, sure. So basically, what happened was she decided she's got to now move, right, from Colorado to New Jersey, right? And I get my mom on the phone, and I tell my mom, because she's there for a week, and then she's got to fly back to Colorado. And I started telling my mom the story. And my mom, to her credit, recognized that I was in love and that this was one of those Jay's in love moments, and we've just got to go with this. Because, you know, I think, to my mom's credit, right, every mom holds out that ambition of you finding yourself romantically settled, right? Mm-hmm. And my mom is one of those people who, it's like, if this is the time, if this is the girl, she wants to, like, get it right from the go, so that she's a big part of that rather than being a fucking obstacle.
She wants to know from the very start, Pocket Locker, that this was the woman for you.
Well,
she knew it.
Well, yeah, but also she wants, if it is, regardless of her feelings, normally and she's failed me on this a couple times, but that's just life. But for the most part, you know, it's like she wants that person to also have memories of my mom trying to help us, right? Not right, because she grew up watching, you know, me date white girls whose families just didn't accept me, right? So she's always tried to make sure that that's not how it is in my family. So anyway, she basically paid for me to fly out to Colorado so that I could then, like, help Jeannie, my Jesus wife, like, pack and drive back across the country. So literally, she gets there on start the week. She Monday, Tuesday, Sunday. I don't remember what day they came in, but I knew she flew back on a Saturday. And I talked to my mom, and by the like that day or day after, whatever, I had like a ticket to Colorado. So then I fly out to Colorado. We throw Jeannie a big going away party. I meet all her friends and people that were in Colorado at the time. Her dad wasn't there because he was out of town for work. Big, huge barbecue. Impromptu, after a couple days, and then we drive back to New Jersey, and on the way, we stop at my mom's house, and this is where things get interesting, because the first night we spent at her aunt's house, she has 2 lesbian aunts, so we stop in St. Louis, we spend the night at their place, they're really sweet, then we drive back to my mom's place, because we got to get to New Jersey, right, so St. Louis is on the way, and as is Ohio, right, so we're just trying to not spend money on hotels and shit. And so we're hanging out with my mom for a day. We go to the movies, and then that night, drinking Four Loko, not a good idea. I see Mike Murdoch. Maybe this is also why I became a counter-apologist, because Mike Murdoch ruined my life. Mike Murdoch, for those who don't know, is a big prosperity gospel preacher in North Carolina. He has like 8 homes and planes and all of this shit. He's like the captain of the gospel of prosperity. He's the like sow a seed faith guy. And so I had seen his, how did this work? I saw his seed faith program either like right after I met her or maybe like right before I met her or something. And so what ended up happening was I got paid a salary by the church because I told them they had to, because I wasn't going to raise my own funding, and I also had other jobs. And so everybody pretty much except for me on our leadership team had to raise their own support, usually through friends, family, and other churches. And they had to like write letters and give presentations and speeches and literally sing for their supper to get enough money to work at this church. But Mike Murdoch, basically seed faith sermon, made me decide when I first met her to like give her, I think it was like a third of my salary for the summer to start her. Because I'm like, girl, if you're really serious about moving here, your dumb ass is going to have to raise money, right? That's another part of the get off the mission trip high talk. It's like, you do not realize you're going to come here with no money. You're going to have to raise your own support. They're not going to pay you. Like, you're going to have another job, basically, of raising funding just so you can work this job. Like, what's wrong with you? All right, if you're that crazy for Jesus and these black kids, bring it on. So I give her a third of my salary because I'm like, you just need something to kickstart you. Which now I'm thinking about sounds like something my one black friend would do. And so I do that. She's got that. And then when we're now on our way back home and we're staying at my mom's house and we're watching TV, flipping through the channels, and I see the same Mike Murdoch sermon, he goes on this spiel about how he got in a similar situation when he first met his wife, and he gave her like some, I don't know, amount of money that he couldn't afford at the time, but he always tells this bullshit ass story about how in the end he got his wife, so whatever the $1,000 or whatever it was that he couldn't afford at the time ended up being a seed of faith, and in return he gets this amazing marriage with his wife, so he got more out of it. So he tells this story, and the fucking light bulb goes off in my head, and all this shit comes full circle. And literally, I used to always have this ring I wore on my finger, and I got down on one knee, I told her the whole story, and I proposed right then and there. And then the next day, we went to the movies with my mom, and I told my mom that we were engaged. And so we drove back to New Jersey. She worked at the church. It was actually really fun. We had a great time working together. I really loved Jeannie. She should have just been my girlfriend. We were just too young, right? If we'd have just been a girlfriend, boyfriend, it would have been fine. And even as it is now, it's fine. But what happened was, since she was from Colorado, right, and I went to Penn State, I ended up leaving and moving back to Pennsylvania. She moved back with me. So at this point, we live in Pennsylvania. She's from Colorado, but we had met and worked in New Jersey. So we got married in New Jersey. We got married at the church we worked at, and then we did our reception at my grandfather's church, which was literally like less than 10 miles away. But her pastor from Colorado flew in to marry us. And I knew him. He was part of the whole trip, and I met him out there, seen him again. So I was cool with him. So literally, because we got married in New Jersey, but we lived in Pennsylvania, and we got married by a pastor from Colorado, nobody ever asked us for a marriage license, right? We were just supposed to eventually go get one in Pennsylvania and say, hey, we got married in New Jersey, and register our marriage. We just
It
never
works in arrears?
Yeah. We just,
marriage license?
Yeah. We just never did it. Yeah, because we were really married. Yeah. So we just
My fiance and I had a conversation about this last week. Because I'm like, I don't know how it works. I think this is how it works.
check. I don't know. Check.
Saying.
But in that situation, at least in Pennsylvania at the time. Yeah, that was what we could do. But we just never did it, right? And then when we ended up having problems and splitting, it was just at that point kind of fortunate, right? It was like it was easy to just break up, right? Essentially just break up and it just becomes the next girlfriend. But yeah, I call her my Jesus wife because we got married in our church in front of our friends and family in the whole world, but never legally. So I think, Jesus wife is the term.
Our viewers will agree you were married to that woman legally, and you are not legally broken up from that woman, are you? You're not legally separated. Did you divorce her while a Christian? Which makes Jesus highly upset. Because you
there's no
made
divorce
an
of the Lord
out of her.
Yeah. No, she actually recently got remarried. Yeah. And
oh no, she didn't. She has two husbands. I feel like reciting Jesus at the well. You have had 5 husbands, and the man you have now is not your husband.
You know what? To be honest with you, man, I got to be honest with you.
I need her phone number to call her.
I'm
to
sure
see how often she has done this.
Seriously, I'm sure you're experiencing this now. I'm the type of person who I'm like James. I don't know if I believe in marriage or just to say even if it's a thing that works, if it'll ever work for me. And I've sort of had to say that maybe the love of my life is a role that's just been shared by a number of stars rather than one. It's one of them crew cast films or whatever, where the lead rotates. But no, I just think if you're lucky enough to fall in love with somebody instantly in some sort of whirlwind, crazy, even if it is a mission trip story, and they feel the same way about you, and you give it a go, even if it doesn't work, I just think it's a pretty awesome thing to live through, right? That kind of whirlwind romance, your kids, and you try. It doesn't work out, but I don't wish her any harm. She doesn't wish me any harm. My family still thinks the world of her family and all that. So we tried it. It's a great story. Like so many other things in my life, I think it's a great story. Mm-hmm. But James, go ahead. Right. Tell us.
James,
why you
go for it.
Don't approve.
I'll beat Pop and lock her up when you're done.
Fair. Can you guys hear me okay?
I hear you very well.
Okay, so if you have a couple of Wiccans and they decide to make a relationship or whatever, and they do this ritual where they cast a bonding spell, right? And now after the ritual and all the ritual words and everybody cheers, and now you're officially bonded together through some spiritual thing that's like invisible, but it's real and all that shit. That's not real. It's just make-believe, right? That's just people like trying to make themselves feel like they're more connected, because apparently they didn't feel all the way connected before. And it's like, that's the same kind of thing that marriage is. If you ignore the property rights issues, which are just legal technicalities for special rights and privileges, if you set that aside, because it's really not even what we're talking about here, marriage isn't a thing. When people tell me they're married, I'm like, no, you ain't. You're just not. It's not a thing. It's like when Wiccans tell me they've been bonded through some bonding ritual and bonding magic. I'm like, no, you haven't. I mean, you can think it, you can feel it, right? You can live it. But it's just a narrative. It's just a story people tell to make something feel nicer, right? It's more real.
And then we reinforce it, right? With sort of we then attach some rights and privileges to that, and then we start to shift the conversation to where almost like, well, are we talking about this concept, or are we talking about the rights and privileges associated, right? Because then we just say the rights and privileges shouldn't be associated with this status that you and some other person just arbitrarily decide, hey, we're this thing now. The thing I'll say is, I think for us, obviously we were just too young. That's number one. Number two, it put way too much pressure on us. Number three, I think it was also part of that narrative was we tried to wait. We didn't make it. We made it till the week of our marriage, right?
The sex part, you tried to wait on that?
The sex part, yeah, you're trying to wait on the sex part, which was like neither of us were virgins. It was just, again, part of that purity culture that we're buying into and wanting to have a blessed marriage, yada, 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 right? And I think that was bad because it would have been better for our relationship if we could have, let's just say, dealt with some of the issues that would have come up earlier, right? When you're young and dumb, you don't know that there are those type of issues that need to be dealt with before you decide to spend the rest of your life with somebody. And so I think that hurt us. I also just feel like I don't know. But I want to say that I think some of the things that came with it were actually good, right? It was supportive in terms of the community we were around. I appreciated the fact that we should, do premarital counseling, and it made us really communicate about our relationship a lot. So there were certainly things that I benefited from. Even now, really, like, I miss being around my church, and part of that is being around a lot of good couples. I don't know what it is about that. Because I'm like you, James. I don't know that I believe in marriage. I don't know that I want to be married. I'm not sure that I'm with monogamy or any of that, right? But I do, there's just something about families, right? There's families, there's not families. And I do find that having strong, loving couples in your social life is good for you. Does that make sense?
So.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
Yeah, so it's like a weird thing so I think that was part of it. So again, I just think there's some things from the model we could take without the religious aspects. Go ahead, my boyfriend.
You use the key word, model. When we are children, we need modeling. When we are adults, we might need modeling more. Even though we know more about the world, we are subject to more confusion than we were when we were little. I have some neighbors, and they have 2 small daughters. So I've noticed when they were learning to ride bikes or whatever, my style of showing them what to do was different than what I saw their father do. It's not. I'm not watching them all the time. Who knows what he did when I wasn't hanging out with their family? But he would tell his daughters, do this, and me, I'm walking up and down the street with them while they're on the bike or in the driveway and telling them, here's what's happening. Here's the process that you're going through as you pedal up this. Have you noticed it gets harder and harder to pedal? That's because you're on an incline. When we turn around, you're going to go faster and faster without even trying. That's because we're on a decline. Now you would have to pedal backwards to use your brake to slow yourself down. And his daughter is internalizing all this. With the younger one, she's riding her tricycle and she can't turn. So I'm taking the handlebar with her and I'm giving her helping her figure out a turning radius. And before I came out here, went on the road again, one daughter's riding a bike without training wheels. And the other daughter is in the driveway as I'm talking to her mom and dad. And she's making like this infinite loop pattern around us, which is what I showed her. Here's how you turn around in your driveway. And she's smiling at me like, do you remember when you showed me this? And I'm smiling back like, you were doing exactly as you were shown. Well done. So at a very early age, modeling is key. When we get older, but we're getting more information from more places. You might listen to a podcast such as this one. You watch Dr. Drew or whoever. You've watched documentaries. You're on 9 websites and you're reading what they say about dating. And it's more confusing and harder. Yes, there's some overlap. But depending on who you are, I know for me, as I have gotten older, the dream of being married, having kids, it hasn't gone away. But it hasn't happened either. So now I guess my ears are more crucially listening to what people are saying, which is how I got in a way, which is why I'm engaged now, because I listened to my 87-year-old neighbor. She made a particular suggestion, and last year when I was in Wisconsin, I just thought about it again, and I said, you know what? I'll try what she suggested. worked out well so far.
What was that?
But
because I was going to ask you why now and all of that stuff.
Well, look, the woman I'm with, I would have been happy to have met her when she was 20 years old. You know, she's fantastic. But what my neighbor suggested, the wife of the guy I bought my house from, he had passed away. Terrible designer. Not a skill he could claim. Something he could do, but not a skill. She and him, my neighbor, who's still around, she said that they had met because she was a mail order bride. And I had known someone else in my life who had a mail order bride, and she was fantastic, and he was pretty great, and they made a wonderful couple. And I remember when I was flipping burgers, he took his name was Dave. Dave took the job flipping burgers to make the extra money to bring his wife from Korea.
Hang on, James, are you typing?
Oh yeah, sorry.
You should mute your mic. If you mute your mic, you can type as loud as you want. When you're not
you want to read that back to me, James?
No, you're good. Stenographer.
Want to read that back to me? So yeah, and I sort of dismissed it. She'd been suggesting it for years, though. Like 4 years went by. My neighbor suggesting this every year, multiple times. So finally, I was, in Wisconsin. I was bored. So her voice sort of went through my mind. And I searched the internet for mail order brides, and I found this website. It was the first one. I did not think this was of any value, really. So I set up my profile, put up pictures and all that jazz, wrote the honest truth about myself, and unlike Match.com or Plenty of Fish, which is the ghetto of dating apps. Plenty of Fish is, if you're there, you may want to find something else. I don't know that it's going to work out for you. But I was on like 5 or 6 of them, all which seem to be owned by Match.com. And things weren't really working out. I met nice women, but I didn't meet like, this is the woman. And on this international website, it was like, I think it was within 4 days or something like that, that I had written to my fiance for the first time. So
yeah, I would say even with me, even on some of the regular dating sites, a lot of my best matches and most sustained contacts are with international women. Now, it doesn't really work for me because usually I can't get to them and they can't get to me. So
Airplane.
There will become a time in life, hopefully, where that becomes maybe more of a possibility. But it certainly has helped because I think it's just partially because of the way our dating culture is, that when you're trying to match locally, it's just a cesspool. It's very difficult to stand out, and then I think it's a lot easier, especially when because you're dealing with people typically who themselves have a more international perspective. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I will help you write your profile. I'll shoot you a message of what website I went to. You need help, I'll help you write your profile.
Must be able to relocate to Michigan.
Well, and there's plenty of women that are willing to do that are in other parts of the United States. When I was on that website,
True.
I also looked for women that were here in the U.S., like who's already here. And I don't care if they were from Tallahassee or French Lick, Indiana, wouldn't have mattered to me. Or Bulgaria, but I looked in places where I had lived before, like Tbilisi and Bulgaria, and Canada and all that stuff, and you can pick wherever you want to try to find somebody from. And I just decided, just choose the world. Don't make it anything specific. And that realization came within days of being on the site, because there are great people from everywhere. So it just so happens that I'll tell you, Pocket Locker, I'll tell you, James, when you think that person is right for you, when you got that feeling, there are going to be obstacles in the way, and you can go right through them. If you maybe this is a lesson for us all. If you know you're right, it doesn't matter what obstacles put in front of you. It's on the way to where you're going. It's not in the way to where you're going. So just bear that in mind. And
I think that is such a good thing about to think about, these conversations around faith. And let me use this as a segue to the clip I wanted to show you. Also, speaking of women,
please.
That they're just the marriage of this next woman I'm about to show you is that it's just an obstacle. It's not in the way; it's on the way. So, Anna from the Young Turks, listen, baby, we can still work this out. You don't.
Anna, I have a friend that looks like Anna Kasparian.
You and me.
My friend's in New York.
Oh, I could do New York.
She's from Georgia.
I might be headed. My family's in New Jersey.
Oh yeah, she's pretty great. I'm gonna visit her when I go to New York later this month.
Also, Pocket Locker 86 at the Streamlabs dropped my socials.
I'll show her a video of you. I'll show her a video of you when I'm hanging out with her.
That's always a fantastic first impression.
Yeah, here's a video of him, Tammy. But she looks like Anna.
Well, all right. I mean, that's all I need to know. It's a very intelligent decision. If you wake up in the morning deciding to look like that, I agree with you.
Oh, my friend is rather smart too.
These comments might be strong, but it's how I genuinely feel.
All right, but guys, for those of you who haven't seen this before, this is Anna Kasparian from the Young Turks. I think the Young Turks are, a really leading platform for the left. Not everybody agrees with that, but that's okay. But Anna Kasparian went viral with this comment, and I think it's really on topic to our conversation today.
I don't care that you're a Christian. I don't care what the Bible says. I feel like it's a clown show, sitting here trying to decipher what your little mythical book has to say about these very real political issues, right? I don't care if you're Christian. In fact, I will fight for you to have your religious liberty and practice your Christianity. I believe in that. I don't believe in Christianity, which means that you do not get to dictate the way I live my life based on your religion. I don't care what the Bible says. You have every right in the world. All those women who identify with your religion have every right in the world to not get an abortion, to not take birth control, but they do not have the right to dictate my life and what I decide to do with my body. I don't care about your goddamn religion. I'm so tired of having nonstop conversations about what the Bible says. You live your life in the way that you interpret the Bible. Again, I don't care, but you don't get to take the Bible and tell me, well, the Bible says this in this chapter in this verse. I don't care. I don't care. I don't believe in it. And I have the right, based on our Constitution, to not believe in it.
Wow. I saw that. I've seen that before. All right, Pocket Locker, you can't share these pictures of my friend. I'm sending them to you. Okay. You can't. She'd be pissed because this was if they were posted without her permission.
No, I won't. All right, but yeah, that's sort of the vibe that I've been on lately, because I feel because I feel like I got in this to do counter-apologetics, and somewhere along the way, I keep now getting the apologetics for the apologist. Well, let's understand them, and let's understand where they're coming from, and and then they're weaponizing it. That's their tactic, and so I almost sometimes feel like, and I go back to addiction. Sometimes, if you're really trying to understand why somebody's hooked on something, we shift our conversation to enablers at some point. Well, maybe we've got to do something about the people in your life that are not helping you get this right. And I think that at some point, that puts a different burden on us, because we're a few things simultaneously. One where people who, for a lot of us, have come out of this religion. We do understand it, we do know it, but we no longer believe it. So our truth is very different than everybody else. It may be that you can pull up at a Thanksgiving table and everybody can bow their heads and say what they're thankful to Jesus for this year. And everybody else can genuinely do that except you. It might also be the case that on top of just it being the reality for you, that you might be the only person in that person's life who can, like, help them out of here. And then the other
saying,
go ahead. And
no, go ahead.
The only other thing I was going to add was just that you also might be underestimating how good you are at this. At some point, we have the resources. We know what they should read, what videos they could watch, what the response is to the different, arguments and concerns that they might have. We know how to, we know they're going to do the scramble and come up with different apologetics arguments, and we're good at having those conversations. So at what point does it become almost an ethical obligation? It'd be like if I'm sitting around in a room full of people who are denying evolution. Well, it'd be one thing if I was just some rando off the street, but as an evolutionary biologist, my silence could be taken a little bit differently. Like, no, man, if you don't speak up, then what hope do we have? And that's kind of where I'm getting at to a lot of us. It's like some of us, and I'm not talking about everybody here, but some of us do this counter-apologetics thing all day, every day. Matter of fact, James, I'm going to be honest with you. Part of the frustration about building community, you want to hear one of my big frustrations about building this community? Mm-hmm. These are freaking Bible nerds. If you, James, say, hey, I'm going to have a movie night, we're going to do health and fitness stuff, blah, 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 people will be down with it, right? Yeah. Till Derek goes live talking about some Jesus stuff. Till so-and-so else goes live talking about the Bible this and Bible that. In other words, we're supposed to be a community, but the hardest thing about building community with atheists is that we're so obsessed with being atheists. It's literally hard for me to have streams where we're gaming or hanging out or, it's hard for us to get together and just watch a football game together. But if we do a stream talking about that Bible here y'all come a running. So literally, some of y'all do this all day, every day, and it's your favorite thing to do.
It is my favorite thing to do.
It's your favorite thing to do. But then hang on, but here's where it's going. But
it's like within the top 7.
Yeah, and you're really good at it. And then what happens? You get around your friends and family, and now you shy all of a sudden. They ain't got nothing to say about religion. And I get it because it's so uncomfortable. No, but that's what we're that's what we're here to speak to, right? And I'm not guys, I'm not here to call y'all out and say if you don't, I'm not gonna be your friend anymore. I'm here to encourage you and just say if you really feel like you want to speak your mind going forward, think about all these reasons why you might be perfectly well reasoned to do so. And you might be better at it than you think. Like, y'all got this. Go ahead. We strong. That's all I'm trying to say. Go ahead, fellas.
Well, I would say a lot of my approach is not geared to change someone's mind, but to open it. I'll let them change their mind. I'm trying to introduce a new way for that person to view what they believe, which is as objectively as possible, because they don't. There may be some sort of freedom that has been given by believing in the Bible, or at least they think that's what's occurred, right? And some people, we know it's genuine. It's genuine. They were addicted to this or that behavior, this or that drug, and when they found Jesus, their suffering was ended by his sacrifice on the cross, and you cannot tell them different, and nor should you, even if it's not true, right? No matter how ridiculous the claims of the Bible are, you shouldn't do that. There was a post one of my high school, well, I've known the guy since kindergarten, friends put on Facebook, and I always, when he puts like a Bible quote, I can't help myself if I have time, I chime in and I correct him. I show him what's wrong with the thinking in that quote. I will never reach him. But the number of people that are viewing those posts keep growing because they want to see, well, what's he going to say now? What's my one black friend going to say to refute what's up here? And this is this guy's worldview, right? Well, I'm showing him, look, you realize what you say the Bible says. You're taking it out of context. And I'm showing you why. One was about life after death. Like there are no ghosts that roam the earth. And I commented, so Elijah brought somebody back to life. Jesus brought somebody back to life. Brought several people back to life, right? Lazarus, including. He didn't wake up and roam the earth. All those zombies that I mentioned at the top of the show, all those zombies were walking around. People don't roam the earth? Ever? So he's trying to say to be absent from the body is to be with the Father. So Jesus says to the guy, you'll be in paradise with me today. And I was like, did you know the old meaning of the word paradise is a walled garden? So yeah, they were going to be taking off those crosses and buried in the cemetery. Most likely something with a wall around it. Trees, grass, that sort of thing. It's real simple.
Yeah.
But to him, it's holy. So I can't, me explaining it away will have no effect on him. But there are other people reading that stuff that'll go, let me look this up. And then when they do, oh, I didn't realize that was the case. And I would love to tell people these stories are allegory. If you're taking them as truth, then you have some nonsense. If you can keep it allegorical, you've got something you can really do.
I think it's so interesting because, and I was thinking maybe we should read these type of Facebook exchanges, or I should start trying to have more of these Facebook exchanges myself, and then I can get into some more genuine exchanges with Christians, because part of what I feel like is frustrating me about what goes on my channel and James's channel is I don't know that we're getting that. Like, James, do you get the feeling that, like, for instance, there's some benefit if we deal with Stephanie McGuire or Tangelo because there are more Christians that can be reached? I always get the feeling like they're the oddballs in our crowd. There probably aren't a lot of Christians that we could get through, like, watching us. And if there were, those people are so out on the fringe, they wouldn't be representing their perspective anyway.
So, when it comes to somebody like Otangelo or Stephanie McGuire, Stephanie McGuire is worse about it. She gaslights constantly. You know, she doesn't even have an off mode for her gaslighting. And she's constantly, like, you'll be in the middle of a conversation with her, and she doesn't even either she doesn't accurately remember the last 10 seconds of the conversation you were actually in, or she pretends not to remember how those actually went. It's that kind of person. You can't have a real discussion with these people. Besides which, they'll just rage quit in the middle of it anyway. So, what you really have to do, if you want to have these conversations and let other people see them and read them or whatever, is do what most of the people... This is the reason why rationality rules or apologia or other people will usually just have... They'll take something that Christians have said and they'll walk you through everything that's wrong with a thing that they've just said and leave it at that, right? Because if you have an active live conversation with somebody that is going to gish gallop you and push logical fallacies and cite false facts that you now need time to go look up because you've never heard this bullshit before, or other stunts, like, it completely ruins the flow of the conversation, and it gives Christian observers a false impression of points being scored for their side. It's the reason why when they watch a debate, they walk away from that. Even if the atheist was completely owning the discussion with facts and logic, the Christian fundamentalist will still walk away from that debate thinking their side won the debate. Because they think that because they're thinking the exact same way as the person in the debate, right? So it just, live conversations with these people rarely go well for the audience, because the skeptics, they'll get something out of it, right? But like the Christians, they'll just feel like their beliefs are being reaffirmed, because the false facts that get stated by the people on their side of it are just fact in their mind. Like it's like talking to a Trump-tard, right? Like, it's just, no matter how many false facts they get fed, that's reality. Is if you get in a debate with those people, their debater will spew all kinds of false facts about crazy, crazy shit. And the people watching that debate from their side of it don't walk away thinking, wow, our crazy shit was exposed for crazy shit. They walk away thinking, yeah, we really proved that lizard men have taken over the government, and that there's a Pizzagate pedophile ring, and, they just... You can't talk to these people. You just can't. So it works out better to just talk on our own and then let people observe it.
So this is kind of where I've been going, and I do want to engage with the other side. And my one black friend, don't be too flustered, because one of the things I've been telling people is that is what Hot Program is for. That is what me and you established this show for, right? It is a space that we want to be friendly to theists. We want to talk to the other side. And not even to like you said, we don't even want to necessarily tell them not to believe what they believe so much as we want to understand what they believe, right? So what I'm saying is, because when I first of all, there was no plan, my vision is changes, but it was originally to start this show with you, and then I started doing all this other stuff, thinking that would help us build Hot Program, and now it's just like, I realize all this other stuff I want to do is essentially going back to my life as a streamer and building up what I want to do as a content creator, and sort of leaving Hot Program as one of the spaces that is willing to be a bit more friendly to the other side, because like James says, it just gets very frustrating. And James, the other thing is, somebody asked about Stephanie Trenton, and I was wondering what you were thinking about her. So I'll ask you that, and then I'll come back to what I was going to ask.
Well, I mean, what do they want to know about her?
I think that was what we had in mind when we mentioned Stephanie. It was Cameron. He just wanted to know what you think about.
Oh, Stephanie Trenton. I thought, yes. Now, Stephanie Trenton is a completely different person than Stephanie McGuire.
Right.
Stephanie McGuire is the person that gaslights habitually and can't.
Yeah. So I want to hit Stephanie Trenton, and then I got some questions.
Stephanie Trenton is a very deep, complex thinker, but because of it, she has a different kind of relationship to language than most people do. Now, I find it beautiful and poetic, but that only works well in social settings when somebody whose brain works that way has a second mode where they can switch over to normal people use of language. Otherwise, they're just going to be misunderstood the entire time they're talking, right? And then it becomes this homework assignment to perpetually try to decode what she's saying. It's work, and nobody wants to put the work.
My one black friend has a question. Go ahead, my one black friend.
No, bring her to me. Bring it to me. So let me explain why I say that. And James, I'll make sure that you get my phone number. And when this person is on with you, if it's at an hour that I can chime in, you
we don't
call.
know if they're going to come back.
I don't know. I don't think she's coming back, but if she does, I'll send it to you.
All right. Well, I'm coming to your program if that's the case.
Fair.
So here's how to handle people like that. Again, I used to be a writer. I wrote so many beautiful things, except for not books. I wrote screenplays, trying to get into that. That didn't work out. I wrote poems, songs, all that stuff. So I get it, like the creativity in trying to implant that in the speech that you share with other people. I totally get it. Symbolism. I could walk back to my hotel using only symbolism, only stepping on symbolism, get all the way there. So what you need to do is speak to people who talk like that in a way where you're trying to get them to define what they mean. So you've heard me say when we've had people on the Hot program, correct me if I misunderstand you. Correct me if I'm wrong when I'm trying to rephrase what they have said and give it back to them, right? That puts them in a position where they need to clarify. That does two things. It helps them realize that they're being vague and they should be more clear in their thoughts. And it also causes them to rethink what they've said. Like, wait, maybe I don't mean what I said. When it's coming out of their mouth, we've all seen people reconsider a point of view because they'll pause themselves in the middle of speaking it.
Yeah.
You know, when you challenge them on it. So feel free to do that. Have those types of people spell it out. What are you saying to us? How should we interpret that? Go ahead.
People in chat give her that kind of pushback a lot, and they don't seem to get very far with it. And
you're the host.
Yeah, I try to help, but it's like sometimes I don't even know what Stephanie means, and I'll ask her, and she doesn't really give a good explanation, and she speaks in metaphor and allegory and complex abstract terms. Like, I'm sure, you know, her brain just works that way, and it's distracting to the chat stream anyway, because people are trying to stay on topic, and she's saying all this stuff, and they have no idea if she's on topic or not, because they don't know what she's saying. And they're like, what do you mean by this? And a lot of times she says something that sounds really offensive. And now they're pushing her on it. Like she pushes ideas about God, but she doesn't mean a literal God. And I've explained to my channel like 100 times, please don't use the word God in my channel unless you mean a literal God, because, you know, you're in a setting with atheists, and you start pushing the idea of God, they're going to push back thinking you're trying to promote religion. And if a religion is not what you mean, if you mean an abstract, right, then just say what you mean by the abstract. Save yourself the grief. Just go right to what you mean, and she doesn't listen. But anyways, the bigger problem we have with Stephanie wasn't that. The bigger problem we had with Stephanie started, I think, on Jay's channel. It was a couple nights in a row she was doing this, where we were talking about, like, COVID and precautions and things like that. And she's really passionate about how sure she is that masks shouldn't be a thing and vaccinations shouldn't be a thing and all these other precautions, and that the virus isn't even deadly, like the media's been lying to us, and it's not dangerous and all this shit. And she's proof of it because she didn't take the vaccine and she's fine. And so she doesn't understand how to use Google as a research tool. She doesn't understand how science works at all. She doesn't understand how to do her own research or even reasoning on things. And so she's pushing all this shit on with Jay, and Jay's not having it. He lets her know right up front, this isn't going to fly here. And she kept doing it. And, you know, I backed Jay up to an extent, but I'm like, man, how much of this argument do we really have with this woman? And then she's on my channel a lot more. She was until the other day. And she did it again when Jay was on my channel. She came directly after Jay. Knowing it would upset him, she still came right after him with that bullshit. And at first, I just, like, didn't want either of them discussing this, but then I got involved, and I shouldn't have. Because I didn't realize that, because I know I have complex PTSD, but I did not realize this was a trigger issue for me until I went off on Stephanie. And, like, people are like, whoa, I don't normally see James like this. And then I felt bad, right? Because even though everything I said was logical and made sense and was truth and she needs to hear it, like, I didn't need to yell it. I didn't need to drop F-bombs. I didn't need to completely, like, let my voice go up, like, 3 or 4 octaves. Like, I just, like, I was so upset with her. Because she just represents this larger pool of crazy nutters that are out there destroying lives. And if she wants to do that, I'm the same way with axe murderers. Like, axe murderers can be in my channel, but don't talk about your axe murdering, right? Don't bring that here, right? And I'm the same way with people that refuse to do all these precautions they need to do. Fine, you'll never know how many lives you're ruining to people you killed. You'll just never know. And it's interesting that you'll never care. But don't bring that here, right? Don't tell the room that you're an ex-murderer. Just be one. Own it quietly and keep on topic to this shit we're talking about, right? And if we happen to be talking about murders, don't interrupt with murders are great. And like in any seriousness, unless you're just kidding. If we're talking about axes and we've got some mighty fine axes in our shed and we love chopping wood with them, don't interrupt with, I like chopping skulls with them. Unless you're just kidding, right? If you're serious, keep it to yourself. We don't want to know. There's that kind of thing. I tried explaining this to her, and she just wouldn't listen. And off on her, and then she's like, "Are you talking to me?" She's slow. It took her 20 minutes to realize I was talking to her, and everybody's like, "Yeah, he's talking to you." and she's like, "I'll just leave if you're talking to me," and I'm like, "Yes, please just go.
So James, I talked about this yesterday, and I wanted to, all right, let me just bring this up real quick. And I was really proud of you when you said that, and I don't think you were in my chat, at least when I talked about it, and I said the reason that moment really was great for me was because it would have been okay for any of us as your friends or mods to just time her out or block her, especially at that point. We had sort of seen enough. But she did the sort of typical YouTube antagonist thing. Are you talking about me? If not, I'm out, right? The I'm so indignified that you would speak to me that way, right?
Yeah.
And you actually said, just go. And the reason is because a lot of people, it fits into their persecution complex. Yeah. And then they go, oh, the mods block me, the bots are too strict, all of this stuff. And they don't understand sometimes that you've gone too far with the community and friends of a content creator and therefore that content creator. And so it gave so much powerful voice for you to say, I don't want you here. If this is how you're going to act, right? And I always say this to people. I wish people had a different, broader definition of consent, which recognized that just because I have a public space that means anyone can use it, it doesn't mean that I feel everyone is welcome to it. And I can't, even when you time somebody out or block them, you can't stop them from watching you. I actually wish you could. I really wish YouTube had an option called make person blind to your channel or something. And they could just no longer even see your channel. Right?
Yeah, I wish.
But instead, it's like, you can't stop people from hate watching you, essentially. Or watching you after you've expressed that you don't want them in your community. But it's really important to me because it establishes that desire. And it makes it clear. It's basically like saying, I can't stop you from putting your hands on me, but I'm making it very clear you're not welcome to. Right? And I just think that was important for you to speak up and say that, because then it makes it clear that this is the type of people that you're dealing with. You're literally dealing with the person who has said, I don't want you here. I'd rather you go somewhere else. And then the fact that they don't or won't or whatever really says there's something deeply broken with them, because they're dealing with these communities where they'd rather be antagonists than go somewhere that they're welcome and watching something that they actually are supportive of. The other thing that bothers me is this is what I feel about our kindness going too far. From the beginning of that, she was sitting on some weaponized nonsense about the vaccine, which she only brought up because we were expressing our frustrations about it. So it was weaponized from the start. And I don't understand, or I guess I could say I do understand, but I'm getting frustrated because to me, we're already dealing at a disadvantage. I'm already putting the kid gloves on when I let you attack me and pretend I didn't realize you were attacking me. But I feel like that's where I'm kind of differing from people. Like I'm thinking from now on, people just start with that. You just call it out from the beginning. What do you mean the masks don't work? No, you're wrong. Sorry. No. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know where to draw that line, James.
I see Melody Joy has joined us, and hello, Cameron. I see
Cameron and AR.
I don't really know how to use this still.
James, you still here?
Yeah, I'm still
here. Love is still with us.
What do you think about that though, James? Because we tend to wait, right, until it's gotten personal or they've violated 3-4 warnings.
Well, there's this expectation that we have that if you're here in this adult setting, having these adult conversations or trying to participate in them or listening to them or whatever, that you've got a certain amount of respect for the people hosting the show, people that are guests on the show, people that are in the chat. And if you're it's just, And sometimes people just slip, like they say something they shouldn't have said, and I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, and I wait and we correct them, and they say some more shit. And I have been too patient in that way. Like I was too patient in terms of how long it took me to set, because I was quick to set the boundary, but then I was slow to enforce it. And then when I finally enforced it, it's because by then I'd lost my temper, right? And that's not okay for me to do. Even, you know, this is not okay. So, like, yeah, I waited too long to enforce the boundary, and if I had enforced it sooner, I wouldn't have lost my cool and could have enforced it better, right?
Now there will be some trade-off though, because you know if you enforce the boundary sooner, which I'm happy to do, but I'm willing to pay the price. You know me. You know we're just going to be seen less as the super friendly atheist, right? They'll be as soon as you come in saying vaccines don't work or you know that you know whatever you know they'll say you know we're quick-tempered and then they just put us in the bin of those hostile. But I get it, and I'm kind of like I'm also feeling like I'm feeling a lot of females, James. I'm feeling a lot of females. And what I notice is when we come out and say, tell your religion to go fuck itself,
right?
We're often hit with the, well, you know, don't you think there's a nicer way to put it? But when a pretty girl, Heathen Queen, Emma Thorne, or all these other, you know, Uncle Bobby was listening to somebody named Princess Diana or whatever, and they were just like, you can fuck off. And if your religion tells you to make a metaphor of women's bodies, you can just fuck right off. You know, and I was like, I'm feeling more like that tone. I'm inspired by these inspiring young ladies around me because I want to tell these people to just go fuck right off and be celebrated for that. Like, why do I have to pander to it? Also, they don't give us that type of grief. Like, you know, once Darth Dawkins thinks you're antagonistic to him, he'll block you as soon as he sees you somewhere. Like, you know, they don't give us what we give them. And I just, at some point, just, I don't know. It's like, I get the sociological perspective. If I were in their shoes, I'd be doing their dance. But I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
And their dance is pissing me off. And I'm not willing to give them more than I'm willing to give me, especially because they're not earning it. They're not. If we were having a reasoned disagreement over something that was true, cool. You go your way, I go mine. But when your way is interfering with mine and your way is literally imaginary, you just need to grow up.
Right.
And if somebody hasn't told you now, they need to tell you. Go ahead, my one black friend.
I think being able to see things from the other person's perspective is the key. So from the perspective of the believer, you are imagining there's not a God. There's definitely a God. I know him. I love him. He loves me. He had his son die for me. You know, that sort of thing. It goes there.
Right.
I mean, you hear it in the voice. You see it in the physicality, the investment that they have, right?
Right.
But we as atheists, often we say things in such a, I kind of think I do, in a detached manner from all emotion. Like none of that's there. If I need to say something that is corrective in a way where it's not, why don't you get it, the individual, but why don't you get it as in the body of Christ, why don't they get it?
Sure.
My tones are often different. Like, why don't you all see it? There are enough of you to see it.
Yeah.
And I have to approach it from the standpoint, they just want to believe. We see it in our society, right? Individuals have difficulty accepting reality as it is. From my perspective, buy a freaking dirt bike and get out there and jump over stuff and have a wonderful time. Don't go shoot up a school. You know what? You got money, get a fancy car and find some really exciting roads and learn to drive that car well, and then go out there on those roads and have fun.
Right.
You like going to see carnivals? Get on those little tiny roller coasters and all that stuff and really live it up. But don't hurt somebody else. The Bible is very interesting that in one of the Psalms, God is riding through the sky on the back of his cherubim. But in another part, if I'm not mistaken, God himself has wings. Well, why is that? And, you know, I was talking with my brother about it. Red Bull. I was talking with my brother about it. I'm all out of my seltzer, otherwise I would have held it up. He says, why do you think it says that? I'm like, well, I'll be honest. It's very exciting to see that God is riding around the sky on the equivalent of He-Man's battle cat. You know, it's interesting that the way that those people were thinking back then, but it's not necessarily consistent, because as many before me have pointed out, those are different people writing that story. Now, something we hear, right? I don't know who said this first, but someone said to Christians that the way that the Bible is written, it is completely coherent. Even though it's written by numerous authors, it has the same voice from the beginning to the end. That's only true to someone who has no clue what the Bible says. Right? Yeah. You haven't thought it through. If you can read through Ecclesiastes and you think the Bible has one single voice written the whole way through it, you're wrong. Right. You read Revelation and you think the same thing, you're wrong. You read the Gospels and they can't even get on the same page. It's not consistent. But what the believer does is, the brain is a filing system. It's not only a computer, but it also files, right? Like I have filing cabinets in front of me. The brain is a bad clerk at times. It'll put a memory in the wrong place. And sometimes it utterly throws things out. So the person thinks they have a fact. I don't know what that was for.
Oh, that was a heist. Carry and redeem the heist.
Okay. More sound effects, please. But yeah, that person, the brain is throwing memories out. That person is literally getting rid of part of the truth in order to keep the truth intact. It's quote unquote integrity. Depends on them not knowing things, depends on them not understanding things, depends on them not processing things, depends on them not being fair when new or corrective information is introduced.
And they know that on some level, and because they'll go out of their way to avoid things that are troubling.
We see it. I think Sean McDowell, I didn't know this about Sean McDowell. I'm now willing to say, in my opinion, Sean McDowell's happy to do that. He's happy to throw out perfectly good arguments from other people. I get from him, I don't think I understand your point. I ask a simple question, Sean. If we had all, I posed this on Hot Program a couple of weeks ago. If we had all the technology that we currently have today, and there was no religion, how could we prove there was a God? Would someone think to say there's a God? And if so, how would they prove it? He doesn't understand my question. The answer to my question is fundamentally dangerous to how he makes his living.
Yeah, so it goes back to it's difficult for a man to understand a thing when his salary depends on him not understanding
His salary depends on him not understanding it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, on a certain level, I get it. And on a certain level, it's abhorrent to me. Like, I understand why it's done. Someone I work with has a puppy, and she brings this puppy to work. It's adorable. But this puppy doesn't have a lot of discipline yet. So you can watch the learning process in this dog, just like you would see the learning process in a child. It gets things. Oh, I understand that now. Oh, I shouldn't do that. Okay, I will stop doing that. And you can watch the behavioral changes just as you would in a human being.
Right.
Well, when you're dealing with a believer, the same process. When a person goes from disbelief to belief, the same process is occurring. They're attaching what? They're drawing lines to connect dots. This is the source of that. This is the source of that. And it's like one of those, gosh, when we were all little, they had those connect the dots drawings.
Right.
You know, maybe you couldn't sit down and draw a cat, but if you connect the dots, you can. And it becomes that way, right? If you can sit down and look around at the universe and under a microscope and kind of try to find a God, but you can't. But if a person draws for you all the dots, and this was a human being who drew those dots, and you start connecting them, oh, no, I see now. I see the infinite creator of the universe who's beyond our own understanding, and we're all small in comparison to that God, and no person invented it, right? At least that's what I derive from connecting all the dots I was supposed to.
Right.
It's real simple. It's real simple what happened. But it's also, I think, for all of us to have our peace, Melody Joy, I'm aiming this right at you. For all of us to have our peace, we have to understand that's what's going on in them. And that's more understandable if it once went on in us. And so, truly, I'm circling back here, we want to preserve the relationship or even improve the relationship with the people in our lives that we care about. And we're trying to let them know, look, I've unplugged myself from the faith. I don't have it anymore. I have my own reasons for not believing, but that's okay. That shouldn't interfere with the love that we have for each other. Most people, I think, will be amenable. And if Melody Joy would like to chime in,
I think the way you
maybe we can have her on.
Yeah. I think the way you put that is great, and I appreciate it because I mean, to me, I can start to feel much more disarmed when we can have an adult, heart-to-heart conversation about it. But as soon as I have to give your vacuous worldview this sort of privilege to where I can't treat you like an adult, because I do believe, it's almost like Wayne said, there's no good time or way to have an intervention for the person that needs the intervention. So I think for those of us that are doing the intervention, we have to sort of, in my opinion, accept a certain amount of social risk that comes with it, right? Like when I hit them with this, it's not going to be easy. But I think, to your point, in the path to, it's almost like thinking of it like a marriage, which is what I think of it as. Think about it. It's a good way to put it, because these are some of the relationships we find ourselves in, for lack of better, or more or less for life, often without choice. So then if that's going to be the case, it's like if you're in a marriage, it's not going to be easy to tell your partner that they haven't been picking up behind themselves, and, you've been feeling neglected, and, there's all these other issues. But the relationship can't improve until you have the heart-to-heart about the issues. And even in myself, like, part of it means there might be multiple conversations. Okay, so we've had the conversation about me not believing. We've had the conversation about me not wanting to come home for the holidays. But maybe next year we need to have the conversation about, to be honest, it's not really okay for that to be your response, right? There's a way in which, the same way, you talk about sometimes, if you live long enough, the relationship between parent and child switches. In the same way your parents were charged with teaching you, oh, you responded to this the last time, but the next time, you might think about responding like this instead.
Which response did they give you?
So they gave me the, you should come another time that's not the holidays, so that we can celebrate the way we want to.
Right.
Yeah,
I think that's okay.
I think it's okay. I think it's the
James.
first step, but it's not the, I don't think it's the best response, right? So we can talk next year about how to maybe have a better response. Go ahead, James.
I mean, really, they could have said, you know what? You can either, I mean, they have lots of options. They can say, you know what, maybe we'll save the Jesus-specific stuff for the last hour, and if you want to leave early, I'll give you a warning. Or maybe we'll do it we'll show up early, and we'll start early, and we'll do all that stuff first.
Yeah, James, it's all actually so much worse than that. Because the truth is, they just built the house where, ostensibly, even though I don't know if they'll be all there together by then, but they basically are going to live together. They're supposed to live together. So you live together. Just do it, do it the day before, day after, another day later. Doesn't matter. Do it any other time. And that's the point. That's where they need to get to. So they get to, oh, okay, well, we told everybody it's not okay to come because you don't want to do Jesus. Yeah, cool. But remember how this stuff about the holidays is supposed to be about family time? Okay, so next time you need to think about how to make it inclusive of the family. Because, again, I'm not the only person in our family who's not religious. Right. I'm not the only person who doesn't want to be around them during these big times because of this reason. Matter of fact, this has been a division and a wound in our family for decades. I am 36 years old. This has been an issue with the non-immediate side of my family my entire life.
I got lots to say about that. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. That's. I want to serve that up. Go ahead.
I mean, there's so much. One, it's like they're so prioritized over their own religious feel indulgence that they're willing to be a bad witness to you and potentially push you further away from salvation and further in towards a hell. And that, to me, isn't a minor issue of priorities. It is a glaring, extreme deviation from the priorities that they imagine and boast of having. And it's just, that's not excusable. So it's in a special category.
It's biblical, and it's turn your back on your family and follow me. But it's anti their values in the sense that they're supposed to be, through their love of family, a witness for their faith, and they're doing the exact opposite. And the other thing that I'm trying to point out to y'all is, even though I feel like I hit them with something so heavy and hard this year, and this is what many of y'all may experience, right? It wasn't easy, and I may have to let them respond however they respond to this, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean the work is done. It can be, okay, boom, I hit y'all with that two-piece this year, and I'm going to let it go. That's round one. Now we're going to all go back to our corners. I'm going to let y'all handle it the way you said, and I'm going to do it my way. And then the next year, we're going to still build the relationship. Now, when we come into this conversation next year around the holidays, now we're going to talk about taking step two, right? Because really, I'm representing a bigger conflict resolution that needs to happen in the family, something that's been festering for decades, and all I'm saying is, it's not going to continue to fester decades. Y'all have to get right, because it's actually about the future of our family. The future of our family cannot continue this Cold War because y'all don't know how to put your toys away. Go ahead, my one black friend.
What's the name of that software you use at work to teach evolution?
Avida-ED.
Avida. Okay. So when you use Avida for anything, you're creating a new experiment within Avida. It has a process that has certain parameters that it needs you to set before it can do its work, right? Okay, your family is the same way. Each person has a set of parameters that need to be filled in before they can do their process. And for your grandparents, for your mother and stepfather, that's the religion. That's the Christian religion for them. That's the parameters that they have plugged into themselves to help them define what's going on in front of them. You are one of the stimuli that is added into the mix. when you are there and your other non-believing family members are there, it changes the dynamic. And now they must react based on that change. But ultimately, the parameters are set to evolve. That's why the software exists, to model the evolutionary process. So with you in the picture, it's going to change. You are essentially an environmental factor such as isolation or climate change or the removal of a predator from the ecosystem. You know, maybe something got hunted to extinction and now the one natural enemy you had is gone, so your species can thrive, you know, and branch out, whereas before you really couldn't because you were surrounded by those things that used to eat your kin, your like creatures, if you will. So maybe consider it that way. And Christmas is a religious holiday. It is. And my advice to you earlier, and you can take it or leave it, was just to show up late. Don't be there when they start. Just, again, as James was suggesting there, know what time the prayer is and all that jazz, and avoid it.
Or you could show up early and help them set up a prayer closet and bring a sign with you of the scripture that says always pray in privacy of your closet. Say, I want to support your prayer by helping you make a prayer closet. And you guys can go in there one at a time or two if you can fit. I will hold the door for you. I will close it for you. I'm an usher. I'm here to support you.
All right. Well, James, I'm going to contest that.
Sure.
Because if they're holding hands at the local Hooters in prayer, you're you're violating what Jesus is basically asking you to do. But if you're in the privacy of your home, now some translations do say inner room and not closet. The King James says closet, but others may say inner room. It's still, that's your home. That's your home. And I think Pocket Locker is a guest. He's a part of the family and a guest in that home.
Sure.
And I think it's not fair of him to want them to go into the war room, if you remember the movie War Room.
Yeah, the war room.
The prayer
well, but this is some of what I'm saying, though, right? So this is some of what I'm saying, because number one, I am deciding to show up late, not Christmas late. The other thing is I'm gonna focus on atheismus. You know, I'm gonna stay home and do what I need to do, because to be honest, it was imposing a logistical nightmare on me to try to figure out how to do both, and I don't want to. The other thing is I'm grown, and this is something families have to accept. There are consequences for their choices. They're grown. To be honest, they're pathetic. That's my stance. Because again, it's not supposed to be a holiday. And even my family, it ain't supposed to be a religious holiday. It's supposed to be all about family coming together. Now, yes, the holiday is supposed to be the excuse from that, but we all know what families are trying to do. And this is what I'm telling them. There's consequences. I know what they want. My grandparents are getting older. What they want is to recreate the quote-unquote magic we had growing up, where we could put 3 or 4 generations around the table and all sit there and eat and enjoy each other. But as that particular wing has gotten, you know, more extreme and religion has fallen out, this is happening in the families all over the country, all over the globe. It's always been this way. People have been showing up late, showing up early, or not showing up at all my whole life. And all we have to do to make that stop is they have to change. It just is what it is. And so what we're allowing them to do is experience the consequences of that action. You're going to have a smaller Christmas for you to think about, because I know what I want is they're going to realize it's Christmas, but they're calling their grandkids. It's Christmas and they're back under one roof, but we're not there the way they expect us to be. Or I'm missing, or this one or that one's critical pieces are missing. Well, the gay one's always been missing, right? It's stuff like this that, you know, I'm tired of. And so they bring this on themselves. The other thing is I'm genuinely losing interest in them. Again, it's a consequence of their action. If I think a girl is cute and you come over to my house and you acting a fool and I genuinely don't want you around anymore and I'm no longer interested in dating you, it just is what it is. Now, I'm not the type, maybe a lot of people are going to pretend that they still want to date you because they just are too nice of people to hurt your feelings, but I'm too busy to fake it. And I'm too real, I don't fake shit. And I've worked too hard in life to be the type of person that I just don't do that anymore. I spent my whole life somebody giving me a really, really good reason to swallow my pride for somebody else's benefit. And the result of that was I became really, really good at doing it and then raised to be someone who's completely unwilling to do so. It's like you raise a person to be an amazing salesman and then what happens? They grow up and they just hate salesmanship. That's who I am. I see performers, I see sales, I'm a performer. I put on concerts. When I see a concert, when I see a show, I literally know the software and the control. I could literally recreate the special effects you see in front of you. I know how the band is working. I know all of that. It's not impressive to me. I don't think it's magical. I think it's just a thing a bunch of people are doing. When people go to church and they have this overwhelming religious experience and it means so much to their life, I go, nope, we did that. My grandfather was up late last night crunching on his sermon. I was in the basement working on that drum solo, and the choir actually fucked this up on Wednesday, so we yelled at them and they got it better. So I'm unimpressed. When you see a politician trying to change the world, I just see a regular person who depends on people like me to go door to door to actually convince people to be motivated enough to get their lazy asses out of the house and vote for the right people on election day. I'm just thoroughly unimpressed by all of this. And so that's a consequence of it. It's a consequence of becoming an academic. I'm a scholar, I'm a researcher, I'm around an academic culture, I'm around people who are growing and learning all the time. I'm very, very impressed by my students. So when I get to people who don't learn, don't take in new information, don't want to grow, I'm just not interested. I don't want to come to your house, I don't want to call you, I don't want to talk, I don't even want to hear from you. Right? It's just. So again, it's like James called it out, and we was talking about this before, James. You said you just have a lot more to gain than you have to lose.
Truth.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm going to tag you in. I think my one black friend stepped away.
All right. So yeah, I agree with all of you. And I wasn't being entirely serious about the closet thing, but like it's a point, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, I almost wonder if somebody should make them a list of people that don't show up for the holidays, and here's why they don't. Like, you know, they count the people that are there, and they either don't think about the people that don't show up, or they make excuses for why they don't show up.
It's excuses, and everyone else makes the excuses. Oh, we were with someone, we were with this, you know, we were with the other side of the family, we went here, you know, we decided to stay home and do our own thing. There's always a good excuse, right? And this is what I mean about this whole thing. It becomes this sexy non sequitur that I'm not into, that I think everybody's just so into this. It's a dance and I just see it. Same thing with being a dating coach. You know, it's like not impressive to me when somebody does a pickup routine. It's just not. I go, oh, I know exactly what they're doing. Unimpressed. It'd be more impressed if they picked them up and they weren't. Right? That's literally me. I'm like, my favorite pickup line is, hi, my name is Jay, it's nice to meet you. Because if I can't get through to you with the real me, yeah, of course I could go to the bag of tricks, but I'm going to be so unimpressed with myself because I know I just went to the bag of tricks. Right? So, you know, there's no artistry in that.
Right.
That's how I feel about life, man. These people, it's like they're stuck on infinite easy mode with their infallible God, and then everybody else has a perfectly valid excuse to just not be bothered challenging them.
Right. And so every person that makes an excuse and doesn't tell them the real reason it makes it to where the person that tells them the real reason seems like the only person taking that stand. Right. And then they think, well, you're just a rare case of somebody that's problematic. They see you as problematic because you're the only one making this case.
And if they could just get you back in line.
Right. So if they realize all the people that don't show up and make excuses every Christmas is because of the same reason, they're just not being honest about it. They don't want to be around all that bullshit either because it's toxic and it's dysfunctional and it's stupid and it's immature and childish and they ain't about that shit. Now if they could go light on the Jesus and not go heavy on it, maybe some of them people could tolerate it, but they shouldn't have to. But maybe they would. But very religious family and now I don't completely agree with my one black friend about the holiday thing where it's a religious holiday. I mean, because the pagans came up with it, and then the Christians, like they do with every damn other thing, stick a flag in it and say,
But almost to the Richard Madsen type of thing, I'd be willing to grant that we're going to talk about the Christians that we know and practice, and we know to them it's a religious holiday, just like they would tell us marriage is a religious tradition and on and on.
Yeah. So, I mean, if what Christmas is to someone specifically religious, then it just is. But it is not, nor do I think we should humor the idea that they've got some kind of dibs on it, right? Because it has become
right back into the thing.
Yeah, it has become secular, and it's,
Matter of fact, James, that's why I was against gay marriage. I used to be against gay marriage when I was a Christian, not because I was against gay people getting married. I would just say the church. I used to literally say this argument, guys. It's gonna sound so stupid, Joe. I used to say marriage is a religious tradition, and so to me, the church has the right to define, what religious services they'll do, right?
Yeah.
And people should fight for a world in which civil unions are just the same fucking thing, and then everybody in the fuck should be able to have a civil union. So I basically just was like, don't call it marriage and I don't give a shit. But it was still toxic Christianity, right? And it was genuinely my belief. I was like, oh, a civil union, there's nothing wrong with that. People just want to spend the rest of their life. But marriage is something the church instituted. So the church gets to decide who could be married. And if the Bible says this, then why attack what the Bible says and just accept this other thing called the civil union? And we could just make that the same goddamn thing. I was stupid. I just didn't know I was stupid. Go ahead, my one black friend.
You know good and well that in Genesis, God made Eve Adam's wife. Even though there was no ceremony, it was just kind of a deal. And that's okay. So I did hear James Apperson disagree with me while making a good point. A lot of the Christmas celebration, yes, totally ripped off from pagans. However, the sort of thankfulness to Jesus for being born and dying on the cross for the sins of the people, that part, a lot of it's ripped off from paganism too. But there's a piece of it that isn't, and that's what they believe in the most. And that's why they gather together, because typically a lot of things align, right? People are off work, sort of a vacation time at the end of the year.
Matter of fact, the story, right? And I think this kind of gets to what both of you are saying, right? Because James would say this too, right? But so it wasn't originally a Christian thing, right? But the story isn't, oh, there was a tradition and people got together to celebrate it, and it just so happens to coincide with Jesus' birthday.
They don't even do it in the Bible.
Right, the story.
They don't even do it in the Bible, to be fair to James.
They don't do it in the Bible. But now the story is Christmas is the celebration of Jesus's birthday, and some people have secularized it by claiming Christmas is stolen from a pagan tradition, right? But James, it's like when they say Jesus is the fucking inspiration for all the Western civilizations. values and shit, right? It's the same thing, right? They're just like, oh, Jesus is the origin of the reason people even use, and it's just their whole thing. God,
they've invented everything. They've even invented love as a concept and family and marriage and everything. They invented everything that they like. Yeah, like Trump. I never thought about that, but yeah.
It's the best. It's the very best. Nobody was able to do what Christianity has done.
Family bigly.
Right. They were the first, and they done it the best, and everybody else is just copying off of them, and it ain't true, right? But it don't matter that it's not true. Not to them, it don't matter.
Well, it should be. I think they should want more. I think, and I've said this on Hot Program before, I think Christianity sets the bar extremely low. Extremely low. And that helps you get more people involved. Excuse me. Imagine a college that didn't have any requirements for a GPA to get in. You just simply had to pay around $45, or let's just make it in ancient Hebrew terms, half a shekel, a third of a shekel. That was a tithe. You just have to pay a third of a shekel, and you are in forever. So, or that's your yearly fee, third of a shekel. That's what it was supposed to be paid to the temple, third of a shekel. Mm-hmm. So, heck, I'd still donate that to a church. I don't even go to one. But I think you have to realize it's that way. The bar is set very low to get more people in, more people believing, and then you could have a bigger organization because of that. And people, if they're not particularly good at something, or maybe they're amazing at something, those people are seated next to each other. Well, that's not true. Those people are seated just a few rows away from each other.
Yeah.
So I want to touch on some things that I've been thinking about. That speak to what I want to call the urgency of the moment. And James Apperson, you've been speaking to what do you call it? The Great Awakening,
right?
And it's funny because I've been hearing some of there's like this anti-reality Trumpist QAnon roadshow. It's like a revival tent writ large that's going around right now. Mm-hmm. Pushing right-wing conspiracies, and they're calling themselves like the Great Revival or something. Like they're giving themselves a similar title. And we started to have this conversation the other day, and just claiming to be the great friends that we are, because I need to feel good about myself, James. So, we get sidetracked. We have all these threads to pull on. But I started to compare sort of the Darwinian revolution to the Copernican revolution, right? And I hope you guys will see the power and scariness of what I'm about to say. By Darwinian revolution, we mean, the origin of species. We figured out that we're evolved and we're primates. Let's call it that. The Copernican revolution is we figured out that the Earth is not the center of the universe, and in fact, the Earth goes around the sun. Now, what Stephen Jay Gould would say is that the Copernican revolution is small potatoes compared to the Darwinian revolution. The Copernican revolution is about real estate. It's about redrawing the map and realizing we put ourselves in the wrong place in the neighborhood. The Darwinian revolution, though, it's about our essence. It's about who we are. Where do we come from? Where are we going? What does all this mean or not mean? And that revolution's much bigger. And so there's a couple things that are consequences of that. Number one is that for it to ever be accepted, when people say that Darwinian evolution is the scientific consensus, don't take that lightly, because it means something that it does not mean in the case of scientific consensus in any other context, right? In any other context, the scientific consensus just requires some guys did an experiment, they found a principle, a couple other experiments were done, it pretty much holds up. Mostly everybody that's read about it pretty much said, it's probably the way it goes, right?
Yeah.
For this Darwinian evolution thing to become the scientific consensus, it had to be the most well-evidenced theory in the history of science ever. Why?
Right.
Because it was about our essence. No way could this become the scientific consensus unless there was so much evidence, because people were never going to give up the special creation of humans. Even our whole taxonomy, why are we called primates? It means first family, right? It was given primacy to the organisms that were most like us. Why did we call ourselves the great apes and the hominins and all this? We kept making up new classifications so that we didn't have to be grouped with the other animals. And this final gobsmack of humility that when we, and first off, it was gonna happen. All Darwin did was put it down nicely and concisely, but like we talked about, Wallace was cooking it up, and this was going to happen anyway, and if we got rid of it, it happened again. Go ahead, my one black friend.
I'll tell you why your point's really important. It's super important. So, if what Darwin helped evidence was mankind's rather humble origins, it means God can't throw you away. That's true. Because to a certain number of individuals of the Christian faith, they believe in a hell, eternal conscious torment. Essentially, God, who said he sent his kid to die for you, is now going to make you suffer forever just because you didn't happen to believe that fact, if it is a fact. It also means that since you can't be thrown away, you know you're going to go. When you go, you're going away forever. When you die, it's forever. There's nothing left behind other than maybe some genes that you passed on to another person, and those might be around in 1,000 years. But in 1,000 years, it's unlikely anyone will remember your name or know how you live.
Everybody.
Or anything.
Matter of fact, it's so incredible to do
well,
this.
I won't say
exercise.
Everyone because I know of authors that lived long ago. I know of people like Akhenaten.
That's all I was gonna say. Yeah, is that it's so rare, but you
Alexander,
can, yeah, exactly.
But look, that's very few, right? And we'll find like Annie, the Egyptian scribe. We find his
Trump will outlive all of us.
Maybe, excuse me.
No, I mean, but come on, he's the president, right? So if there's just so much, or he was, right? So, but you know what I mean? Like, there's so much more written about people like that. They're of such a different scale that if most of us are not remembered beyond our families and our friends, you are that much more likely to be remembered hundreds or thousands of years from now if you are, of that
a scoundrel.
Well, let's just say of a certain status, a celebrity, right? Something that there's going to be lots of external, and to your point, there's just very few of us.
400 years, are they going to remember Brad Pitt?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Arguably more famous than Trump.
Right. But who knows? But who knows?
400 years.
Yeah, but all I'm saying is it definitely shifts these probabilities, right? But for all of us, you get out a certain distance, and it's very unlikely that any of us are remembered.
I'll agree.
Yeah, for sure.
Although AR's pug dog, shaking,
legendary, just fixed in your memory forever. There's going to be a meme
on a around a while.
There's going to be a meme on a spaceship, sending us as we go to colonize Mars. Yeah. But all right. But here's kind of where I was going.
Picture of me chewing.
Here's kind of where I was going with that, and you guys will see what I find promising and scary about all this. So, no one would accept the Darwinian revolution unless, let's just say, the evidence was so overwhelming, right, James? And again, it was inevitable, right? It's not subjective, or it didn't rely on anybody. It was just going to happen. But this is how long it takes. Well, we still have this scary, alarming proportion of our society that doesn't accept it. So part of what I wanted to talk about, James, is something I've started to talk to my colleagues about. I hate when people talk about the Darwinian revolution because they always refer to it as something that happened in the past rather than something we're still in the middle of.
Yeah, we're still learning.
Right, we're still learning. And it hasn't been taken into the common consciousness. To be honest, it hasn't even been taken into the consciousness as much as the Copernican revolution. Or as much as, say, around Earth or gravity. right? It has not been accepted to those levels, although it should be. There's far more evidence for it. There's far more investigation of it. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but what does that lead me to? Not only is the Darwinian revolution not over, not only are we still in the middle of it, we've actually got to put more effort into this thing than ever before, because the consequences, right? If we had a proper Darwinian viewpoint of life, we would not be having this conversation about, let's say, any issues. We wouldn't be having this conversation about vaccines and viruses. We wouldn't be having this conversation about critical race theory, because we'd understand the African origins of our entire species. We wouldn't be having these conversations about LGBT, because we know that they play an important role in the social evolution of our species, right? There are consequences, y'all. We wouldn't be having this conversation about and climate change. Go ahead, my one black friend.
I think there's something that needs to be understood in our modern times with media, the way it works. It is well understood, the profit motive, more eyeballs, more clicks, more views, what have you. If you keep a people angry and frustrated, these are powerful emotions. You can get them back. I heard a quote today that astonished me. It was from Lyndon B. Johnson, so the person saying it said, I don't know how accurate the quote is, but he was quoted as saying, if you can get the lowest white man to believe he's better than the best black man, you won't have to turn out his pockets. He'll turn them out for you, meaning he'll support you financially if you can get him to believe that.
At all cost. And we see that. And I even feel that way.
We see that.
Yeah, I even feel that way.
But let me just say, it's not merely on the issue of someone's ethnicity. It goes beyond that. We see Democrats and Republicans in the political sphere vilifying each other when there's actually very little difference between the two. The difference is tiny. And a person I look at Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz, they're probably Democratic equivalents of those two, that will lie and cheat and obfuscate, and they don't care. They don't care what people really think, because enough people support them that they can stay in power. And I do see the day coming in the near future where Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene have their own talk show, because they chose, I'll take the path of having millions of dollars from Fox News or somebody, as opposed to just staying in office. They'll take much less flack. They'll throw all the stones they want to, be more influential, more powerful, and richer.
I would say beyond that, it's becoming the playbook. I'll give you an example. There's a playbook that everybody knows in, say, politics. A lot of what somebody like even a Cory Booker is doing. Where do you go with this, right? Well, one, Senate is a great place to ambition to, right? Because you can be there forever, right? So that was, my dad called that path maybe 20 years ago, more probably. He literally said, Cory's going to serve 2 terms as the mayor in Newark. We're going to be looking to fill Lautenberg's seat. We knew Lautenberg was going to be older and retiring or near death, and that at that point, Cory Booker was likely to be handed the seat, and then there'd be a general election. He'd win the special election and then just have to defend the seat from there. It's exactly what happened, right? Because my dad saw this is the career playbook, right? You use this job to get that job, and then that gig to get that gig. Where else could he go from here? He could go vice president or president, right? He could go to the Supreme Court, and here's the one people always forget. He could become even more powerful, became what? The governor of the state of New Jersey, right? So those are really the only other options, right? And it's the same thing with, what athletes do, right? You're a good athlete. Okay, you go to college. That's great. You go to the pros. That's even better. Where do you go from there? You become a coach, or if you're really great interview, you become a commentator, right? Maybe if you're good with your business, you can get into investment or agency type of stuff, or branch off into like fashion and entertainment. There's certain paths that people are carving out as a safe way to go, and this Trumplican universe is doing its own thing, right? They're all figuring out that they can all spin off this and do what? They can write books. They can get really profitable social media platforms. They can build brands, right? When we just reviewed this Trumplican revival tour, they're all selling something. They said every single speaker is selling you something, every single one of them, right? And then they know they can go into the right-wing media circus. So Fox News, so what I'm getting at is Fox News for a lot of these people is the goal. And what they're doing is they're making themselves relevant in the Trumplican universe so that they're more attractive as a future Fox News personality. Because they see that now. And to be honest with you, and you need to be honest with yourselves about this, that's more profitable to them. I'm going to be honest with you. Nobody wants to be in this government shit forever. Everybody wants to cash in because money is a limited resource that's really incredibly valuable for anybody that can get it, right? So what are your senators and politicians doing? Most of them are setting themselves up to the point that, one, they have ancillary funds that they're far enough away from, and they put themselves, and so they don't have any control or conflicts, and they're building basically, you could think of as personal trust funds, right? But they're in escrow. They can't touch them. They can't make decisions about them. They're in the hands of their money managers, and that's that, right? But what they're hoping is that that creates a landing pad for them when they're done with politics. And then also, because they're a politician, they're well connected enough that they get big payoffs. And what are those big payoffs? You retire, you get put on a bunch of boards, right? My one black friend, I just say, hey, oh, you were the great senator from the state of Montana. Oh, my one black friend, we would love to have you on the board for this company and this particular initiative and this coalition and that thing. And all of these people are just tossing 6-7-figure checks at you, right? Because they need you to leverage and politic and everything on their behalf. And what is that? That's your, and then that's your payoff, right? That's what you then go off and retire to, right? And so it's the same thing. Nobody can stay in government because it's underpaying. If you're the type of person that you can achieve a high level in government, no, almost by definition, if you're a person that can achieve that high of a position
I'm laughing because
it's true. Yeah, you're almost,
yeah, that's what I'm laughing,
underpaid. Yeah, you are underpaid if you get to that high of a level. So that's not your cash out, right? Your cash out isn't being Trump's press secretary, right? That's you're talking $250,000 at most for a position like that, right? Fox News, you're talking potentially millions of years. You're talking multi-million-dollar book deals, social media stuff, cushy retirement. Right, like you say, no work, spewing whatever you want to spew, no pushback from the other side. You don't have to actually work all day.
Say what they tell you.
Yeah, you only got to work a couple hours a day, right? So that's nobody's angling for that freaking bureaucratic position, right? They're using that to angle for their golden parachute. I'm gonna turn it over to you guys.
I've got to go.
Oh yeah. It's a great time to wrap. I skipped my meeting, but me and James will hold it down for a minute. Appreciate you, my one black friend.
Thank you all.
Always great to see you.
Yeah. We'll see you next time. And
I'll stay if Melody Joy wants to ask a question or chime in.
Yeah. Melody Joy, do you want to say anything? I don't know if she's.
I'm still not savvy enough about how this whole.
Yeah, sometimes she's not on the mic and gather. Sometimes she's just.
Gather thing works.
Sometimes they're just lurking, but they're not away from. They're not on their mic, so we'll just give her.
That is an open invitation to her. I'd love to know how.
Yeah. She can always come back. We're here every week. She said sorry, not right now, but I will soon. All right, awesome. She put that in chat.
Perfect.
All right, cool. Thanks, my one black friend. We'll have a good week.
Welcome.
And
thank you all. Thanks for stepping in, James.
Yeah, peace. See
See you soon. Bye. Bye, everyone.
Later.
Bye. All right.
All right, so I
Just
turned off hot program in my One Black Friends channel. So we're still live on Pocket Locker, and yeah, what's up, James?
Just letting anybody
After show.
If anybody's watching the show that might be sitting on some bullshit, just want to let you know, my one black friend did not tell me to be good to each other. He did not say it on his way out, so that means I don't have to be good to you.
We don't have to do it. And you know what?
It.
The funny thing is, that's actually it's a line it's my dad's line. And so I asked him to say that with me as a tribute to my dad.
Nice.
Because that's how my dad ends his shows. But then it's me who forgets, but then people like him so much more that they assume that really friendly thing we say at the end of the show is his idea. Which makes sense.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
yeah. But I'm supposed to say, "Be good to yourselves," and then he says each other. So yeah, I forgot. It's on me.
It's okay.
Yeah. But I'm glad people notice our closer there. But yeah, James. So these are some things I've been meaning to chat with you about. So let's talk about, it's a good I got some good after party topics. So something I've been thinking about this, right? Let's go back to this Darwinian evolution thing, right? To me, what I'm trying to get at people is the urgency. Why? Because there is such a thing as too late, right? If to me, it's already too late. The reason we've lost 1 million lives is because we didn't get evolution, right? And what frustrates me, what scares me, James, is not only that, we're missing the best opportunity to try. What I try to tell my students even is pay attention now as, science-minded people to the way language is used. And so part of the reason I like to stress the evolution, the evolutionary biology, is because they won't say it. We're in the middle of a pandemic, and everything you hear is variants this, mutant this, strain this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because they know that they're dealing with people who will only accept certain language. And so as not to be offensive or upset these people, they won't say, the virus continues to evolve.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, gang, you know why we keep seeing new variants, mutants, and strains? Yeah, it's this thing called evolution. It's this stuff called mutations. Mutants. What the fuck is a mutant? It's carrying mutations, right? And talk that evolution to these fools. Because here's the nonsense feedback, and this is what we're doing with Christianity. Well, since me saying the thing you don't want to hear directly would be a challenge to you, and I don't want to upset you, I'm not going to say it, and I'm therefore going to miss the biggest opportunity for you to come around and get with the program on this thing. Because if you're not going to talk to them about evolution now, then when are you going to talk to them about it?
Right.
Is there ever going to be a more pressing example than living through a fucking pandemic and half the motherfucking population not agreeing with the rules or getting the vaccine? And having the variants continue to emerge? Is there ever a more relevant fucking time to say, hey, we need to have a talk about evolution right now on the 10 o'clock news?
Mm-hmm.
So if not, then when?
Right. No, it's like, parents have the sex talk with their kids, right? It's time for us to have the talk. And now it's time for the kids to have the talk with the parents. It's time for us to have the talk. Let me explain to you how
James, spit that fire.
Let me tell you how the birds and the bees really work. Let me tell you what's really going on there with mate selection and evolution. Because you ain't even got half the story right. When you explained it to me as a kid, I didn't understand what's going on. Now I do understand and realize you had no clue. And I get it. Nobody told you, so I'm going to have that talk with you now. Because it's time for me to explain the birds and the bees.
But
to your
this
mom
is
and dad.
really what I think it is, James. I think you are putting it, I try to put it out there however I do, and then you're a bigger guy, so you just powerbomb motherfuckers and say, boom, there it is. I can't do that. I got to run around the ring and make them sweat a little. But it's like that is such a perfect way to put it. Like, it's time for us to have the talk, because if not, then when? And so, and I think it's the same thing. It speaks to the urgency. I really do think that we are living in a time, to tie it all together, where the faith is killing us. And even the people who might say, "Oh, I'm a good Christian. I'm a good Jesus freak. I'm soft Jesus. I'm nice Jesus. I got my vaccine, my boosters. I love my LGBT son, and I'm charitable and all of that shit." Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, the most good Christian thing you could do right now is help us tear down Christianity. And that's because that's where we're at. That's who I am. That's when I always say, you see the atheist in front of you, but you don't see the Christian it took to get here. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what they keep missing. It's why honestly, of all the shit I can't stand about Sal Cordova and a lot of these apologists that I really hate, and I want to tell you is personal. The thing that makes it more personal than anything is that they say they do it for Jesus. The fact that they say they do it for Jesus, not knowing that I am the Christian who had to admit that my belief was not true. And that was the only true, honorable Christian thing to do. And that there is a test of faith and they failed it. That is, will you as a grown-ass person investigate your own beliefs, and if you find them wanting, have the courage to admit so. And we did. And they keep either forgetting that, or they have to not acknowledge that for their own, cognitive dissonance or whatever the fuck. But it's the fatal flaw in this matchup we have with them. And to be honest, it's the one reason I think they all deserve to get their ass kicked, because it's so disrespectful. You're basically telling somebody, "Oh, I'm here to abuse you on behalf of the abuser you finally escaped."
Right.
Literally, that's how I think when they talk, James. I'm sorry, but that's literally how I see it.
I mean, that is what's happening, and this is the reason why Theremin Trees donate so many videos to that explanation, because it is abusive. They are flying monkeys for an imaginary psychopathic narcissist, and they are doing real damage to real people's lives by accepting that role in our life. Like, that's what they're doing, and we shouldn't feel like we need to humor it or endure it or validate it, because we're just validating abuse at that point. And we're done with that. I mean, with the best of intentions, they sabotaged our journey. For many years,
Right.
They sabotaged us. And now that we've outgrown it, and now that we've grown up and they haven't, now we're the adult in the room. And, sometimes the adult has to make the hard choice and set parameters for these people, because they don't have a good sense of boundaries with other people. And they need to be taught that.
Yes. Yeah, and that's the thing. Even my mom, like, she's left these breadcrumbs for me. She always said, for instance, that she would always have a room in the house for me to stay. Like, that was her commitment as a parent, right? It makes sense, right? You never want to find yourself in a living situation where your children can't come home, right? I'm sure you understand. But now think about the irony there. There'll always be a room in my house you can stay in, but you won't always feel welcome in my house. Come on now.
Right.
It's obvious. That's an obvious fail. Right?
I almost think you should lay it out exactly in those words to your mom. Honestly.
Yeah, I mean, that's what some of this is, right? Is me figuring out how to do this, right? And that's how I figure it out. And even earlier, my one black friend, I was saying about how that's why I played the Anna clip, because I was like, I want them to understand how upsetting I find their religion, how ridiculous I think it is. And you know, how harmful I think it is to people, and that I don't think it's okay to believe this as an adult. And you know, that's, and he was like, yeah, you know, we've all got to find a way to have that conversation, which I appreciated, because I just feel like the thing about, and it's not a criticism of our community. It's just something we've been questioning, and we've been trying to work through. What's our approach going to be? How nice are we going to be? What are the boundaries?
Right.
Who are we going to let in? How are we going to let them in? I've just seen enough of this play out now that I'm going to focus on our community. And I really do feel almost like my motorcycle club in that sense about it, of that does mean only us, to the exclusion even of other people that are atheists, or other people on the left, or other people that are sciencey, whatever. There's no allegiance to any identity other than you're either part of our community or you're not.
Right. Right. And I'm feeling that, like, and we're trying to have like for us, community is a fairly big project, but there's such a thing as having too many people. It's one of the reasons we don't want to get too big with it anyways. But there's such a thing as being too small as well. So for Doug, community is him and 3 or 4 of the people in the whole entire world, including Nathan and his own wife and whatever. But for us, community is much bigger than that. But if we had thousands and thousands of people and our chat was scrolling so fast you can't even read it, then it'd be like, yeah, we overshot the mark. And then we would have to have a second group where we really connect with the smaller group of people that we really care about. You know what I'm saying? So we may get there. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me. And in the meantime...
Well, that's exactly what I'm trying to build. And I think we've actually really successfully built with Gather. So, for instance, if our chat got really big and there's thousands of people watching, that would be sweet. You can always turn on slow mode, right? And everybody can only message every so often, and that helps it be manageable and more thoughtful, right? Because, hey, you can only message so once in a while, so make it count. But then also, again, you have that front row experience in Gather. But what I love about it is it's just made it open up. So there's so much more. So, for instance, Carrie Ann was never on shows.
Right.
But part of what we've tried to make Gather is make so much more going on that people are more motivated to overcome. It's this. Some of the hurdles are the same, and some of them are genuinely higher. It genuinely takes more to download a game, have a Steam account, connect through a Steam invitation, and then play pure pool. Right? Now, the reason that people do that is because they'll see us all doing it together. It's super fun. They're like, fuck it, let's go.
Right.
But the hurdle to join Gather and talk on a stream is no different than it is to join a StreamYard or Whereby or a Restream or a Zoom call. But for a lot of people, they're more motivated to do so. And so, you know, you have people like Carrie Ann and AR and UC Love and a whole gang of people that are in Gather more, right? And then everybody can stream and Gather. So Cameron streaming stuff, and AR streams a lot, and UC Love streams a lot, and Lena streams a lot. And they don't stream when we're on YouTube. But they stream all the time and Gather, right? So it's cool. And then I'm in Gather around the clock, and there's always people on with me. So if I'm up till 4 o'clock in the morning, there's always going to be a whole gang of us that are in Gather, and people might be showing up at 3:30 as I'm getting ready to go to bed, you know. And then when I get up in the morning, there's people already in Gather, you know. And we've got the overnight movie playlist going, so we're always watching stuff. And last night we were watching a bunch of pay-per-view boxing matches, and you know, Uncle Bobby comes through for football games and stuff. So even if the chat were thousands of people, right? There's a limited number of people that can be in Gather. Gather has its own live chats, right? You can always then go to other areas that are private. Like even if there were 30 people in our Gather, because we let people, we let it expand to that, you and I could go sit at that table to the left of us, right, where there's two spots.
Right.
And only 2 people can fit there. So it'd just be me, you, private room, our own little private chat, right? So you just get that next level of control, right? And then, of course, you have the sort of offline stuff where, like I said, we're always hanging out here together. And so even last night, man, I was cooking. Like, a lot of the time I was offline last night, like, I was cooking in my kitchen and just watching the fight or whatever on my tablet and cleaning up and doing laundry. And that's what I meant. That's what I was trying to tell you about showing stuff in Gather, because it feels like you're still with your community. Matter of fact, it feels like you're with the closest part of your community. It feels like you're with the part of your community that are friends, right? You're not with your casual fans. You're with the most hardcore people of our community. And then you feel like you can go away. Like, you don't have to be putting on a show, James. So you could put on a movie in the speakeasy. You don't have to worry about your stream getting pulled. And then you don't even have to worry about doing commentary. You can literally go hang out with your kids or take a shower or, make dinner, but still feel like you're connecting with the community, providing everyone content to think about together, preparing for a show, whatever the fuck you want to do, right? You just don't have to be live on YouTube. So that's kind of the other thing I was saying, is it helps me a lot because I feel like a lot more balance, even going to bed earlier and doing a lot more streams during the day and working. I think a lot of that's been facilitated by Gather and not having to feel like not feeling like I have to be live all the time to connect with people.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah. So, been really nice. Big Tank Flying Away and said, well, I have more than 100 friends if I'm not selling anything. Exactly. But yeah, man. So yeah, man, I feel like there really is, that to me is the urgency, right? I wanted to get back to that real quick. Appreciate the Gather chat as always, love it. But yeah, I really do feel like if we keep waiting on this, there will be hell to pay, quite frankly, right? And we're seeing again some of that. And part of it is, and this is what I think is going on in the bigger picture. You know how we keep saying it's the same people, the anti-this, the anti-that, the politics, the religion, it's the same people, right?
Right.
I think the problem is so many of the people that are the softer Christians, the family, friends, loved ones that we're having a harder time getting through to, they can't call those people out because essentially they're sitting on the same bullshit. Right. And they might not be sitting on the same bullshit in all the same ways, but they can't call out the other people for being theocratic Christian nationalists because, well, they kind of want Jesus to run the world too, you know what I mean? And they do want to see Jesus in government, and they have mixed emotions about this type of shit. You see what I'm saying? And they're not racist, right? But at the same time, they're also not completely, they're not completely immune to anti-elitism and anti-expertise type of rhetoric because, again, they need to claim a lot of that in their own lives. Spiritual authority, being anointed and touched, they feed off all that too. And so we're people who cut at the epistemology of all of it. And matter of fact, we're super dangerous because we know that word. And we know what that means, right? No, seriously, because we know how to say. No, the problem is your whole worldview and the lack of its ability to generate anything that would approximate the truth, right? Your whole worldview is literally constructed in a way to avoid finding out true things and then you're somehow surprised that it's not true. I mean, once you understand this whole epistemology thing, it becomes quite obvious, right? Like, because that's the whole thing. It's like, of course religion isn't true. Of course it's all a lie. Think about the way they promote it. You wouldn't have to do any of that for something that was true.
Right. Yeah, if scientists went around and like made songs about science in the same way they make songs about religion and did all these chants and did all this ritual and stuff, it would start to look really insecure really quickly. Like, you know.
Exactly. yeah. It would start to look really insecure really quickly. Jin is not doing a show with me today. He had to travel, so he was just gonna miss our like normal 1:00 p.m. show time. I'm not sure as far as doing a different show on his own channel. I know he's trying to watch football, I'm sure. He did ask me about watching the game later and Gather, but I imagine he'll still do a show, like his own show, a daily, but I don't know. Didn't mention it, didn't ask, actually. Now that I think about it, that would have been a good question.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't think to ask. But I did appreciate him sending me a text to let me know that he didn't think he was gonna be back in time for our show. Mostly because he sent it before I got out of bed, so I could sleep longer.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah. But yeah, James, I got about 15 minutes or so. I'm not going anywhere. And I'm gonna chill and I need to work on this damn Avida edit, but I kind of want to just end the stream and well, actually, I don't know. I guess I'll stay live and work on it for a little bit.
It's up to you. It's whatever. If you want to end it, like, people will understand that.
No, I should stream working on it at least for a while. I'm realizing, and then I'll just go and gather afterwards. But yeah, so let me do that actually. So I think the Sunday night football game starts at 8, and I'm sure I'll have to keep editing. But maybe we'll go till like 7 or so, and then I'll at least try to have a good work block, so I can get a good bit of that done. But yeah, so we got some time here, James. What else you want to wax about? Because my main goal with today's show was to really encourage people to feel like they can handle something like this if it's something they're interested in. Because I think we've all grown a lot in this area of our lives. I think it's the most honest way we can live. I've been thinking about, your topic. I was really frustrated, as you know, with that conversation with, I can't even remember his name, the guy on your channel.
Which guy on my channel? When?
I don't remember. The big tiff I got into. The Dunce Cap guy.
Oh, Johnny.
James, I get into so many fights on your channel. I can't keep them straight.
Lately, even I've been getting in fights on my channel.
But also, welcome, Dave. Good to see you. Dave he came in, then he stepped away. He was at the bar, then he left the bar.
So Johnny ended up like, I don't know if we deleted his channel or if we just turned it off. I'm not sure which thing he did, but like, he's got his own struggles. They all got their own struggles, and yeah, he like last week or something. So
yeah, it's no sweat. Also, we worked it out, and I know also he has a reputation for that, right? So other people have told me he's like that. So I don't think it's unique to me or you or whatever.
Right. I try not to get a reputation. I'm working on that. The thing for me is like, right now, all the videos on my channel are set to private, all of them. Because I want to make a project out of downloading them, cleaning them up to be like something that's more commercially like, useful, like so people can jump right into the topic, stay on topic, and then jump out when they got what they need out of it. And I feel like I know, like, people appreciate my channel for different reasons. They understand it doesn't have production value.
Yeah.
They get all that, but I just feel like I'm bad at everything. And it's like the things that like, for example, like, I'm not saying I'm bad at literally everything. Just everything that I try to do online, I'm bad at. And it's just like, my blog, it's just not really going anywhere, and I cover too much at once, and it's hard to market a blog. It's almost impossible to market a blog unless you get picked up by a major site. And then even then, they usually won't even give you a try unless you've got some serious relevant credentials, like you went to like Harvard Writing School or some stupid shit,
Yeah, but there's a lot you could still do, right? I mean, so for instance, your blog or more extended versions of blogs could be a great Patreon thing, right? And I think things start to work together. The other thing is, I think everyone has unrealistic expectations when they first get into this. Number one, what you're doing is really hard. Number two, you've grown a lot quickly. Number three, it gets sloggy, right? It gets really hard. And for some times, you kind of want to shift your goal. I think people are a little bit too growth-minded in the sense that it's too easy to focus on the number going up instead of focusing on the number you have, right? Like, if you look at the way, let's call it your friendship YouTube circle, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then mix it with like your blog circle, right? You probably are like doing pretty good. It's like most of the people that are really like exposed to you are like fans and probably subs even.
Yeah, maybe. I just feel like I'm not proud of the work that I do. When I go back and
that's what I was gonna say. That's what it sounds like it's the issue to me. Yeah.
When I go back and I listen, like I did a thing on dating, right? And I thought it went pretty good. Like, I had my best voice on, so to speak. People don't realize, like, I've got many different voices, so I have to choose consciously what voice I want to bring to the stage depending on what stage I'm on.
Sure.
And so I gave good voice, as it were, like like Madonna saying, give good face, or that kind of thing. Yeah. And then, like, I stayed on topic, and I was glad about that. But, like, I promised myself 3 different things. One, I'm not going to talk about my ex. Sure and shit, I'm not talking about my ex. And another thing, I promised myself that I'm not going to get super critical of religion, like minimalistically critical. Try to stay on topic, because this is about dating tonight. It's not about dating Jesus, right?
For sure.
And then don't get political. And what I do, I ended up breaking all 3 rules I promised myself. Now I want to go back and read and like edit the video, but then and that's fine. I could just do that, right? I could just go back and edit it, try to learn from my mistakes, and quit doing stupid shit.
Yeah. All right.
Then,
So
like,
go ahead. No,
I had a stream the next day after that, my most recent stream, where we talked about identity. And when I scheduled it, I felt inspired, and I felt like on, like, I was on, like, I was just ready for it, but I had stuff I wanted to do in real life. So I went and I did my stuff, and I did some cooking, and I did some, like, housework and stuff like that, and did everything else. When I came back for the stream, I was tired, man. I just wasn't focused anymore. The fire was gone. Right. And so I had the stream. I didn't have a co-host for it, so it was just me talking. And I thought, I can do this. I've got a lot to say on this topic, but I just could not stay focused. The PTSD fog kicked in, so now I'm trying to think through a fog, and I'm tired, and I just want to lay down, but I've already started the stream. And it's like, if I would have had a co-host, they could have helped me carry it, and we could have had a great back and forth, and I probably could have got re-energized. But I didn't. It was just me talking. And even though I think I'm a reasonably smart guy with a lot of hard-learned life experience and insights, like, I am not some guru guy that can just dispense, like, life-changing wisdom from the top of a mountain people climb up to. Not only is that not the theme I want to go with my channel, that's just not me. I'm not that smart. I've just got some shit I've learned. And the thing is, it's like, sometimes my disabilities get in the way of it. I'm so frustrated by that. I can't help it when I get super, super tired. I just gotta, like, lay down and crash. Or if I get dizzy and the room starts spinning, or, or a PTSD fog kicks in and I can't think through the fog, and I'm like, God damn, man. So I know why I'm not that good at what I do. I know why I'm not that good at it. But it's frustrating because I have the potential to be, but I got these things in my way.
Sure.
And so I'm just so mad at myself. It's like the end product isn't that great.
But it also sounds like the number one thing getting in the way is your expectations. Because you got to remember, the product's pretty great, James. We're not, and you got to remember, I don't fuck with you because I don't like people. And one thing I really don't like doing is investing in people who can't do something. So, you know, I was definitely encouraging you to make a lot of content because, you know, you're really good. And sometimes, you know, it's like me and Nkrumah. Like I have another science friend who's got a great story. And, you know, when we get around science crowds, we want to focus on our research and working hard and all that. And then people always keep telling us, you got to remember the greatest thing about you is your fucking stories. You got to tell people your goddamn story, man. Your story is fucking incredible, right? And you know, and I think that sometimes, especially when you start making content, it's easy to be really critical of yourself. In a way, it's really good because it's what'll make your content better, is recognizing that it could be better. But you got to also, you know, be fair with yourself, right? And sometimes you're just in a different game. So, for instance, you see a lot of different models thrown together on YouTube, especially with somebody like, let's say, Apologia, because he's got Apologia Live, which is like YouTube, but it's bigger channels, all these produced animated videos, and they got a ton of production value, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I see is somebody who Apologia is now a crutch. And to be honest, he really didn't have the skill set for streaming. He's shy, his voice isn't particularly great. I don't really find his energy level all that wonderful, right? But in a not entertaining or particularly charming or anything, right? But none of this is an insult, right? He's somebody who took all that and made himself a fucking wonderful YouTuber by making these really well-written, well-scripted videos, nice little music, well-written little humor bits here and there, the dope animation, the cool, you know, and then the editor, right? So the Apologia channel is made in an editor.
Right.
By a person who took time to script videos and edit them down because they had to. right? And then when he started doing Apologia Live, it was him trying to catch up to the meta, which is them videos take forever to do. Sometimes they get demonetized with the quickness because, like, he just made a Ken Hovind video. He had to take him the better part of a month, got instantly demonetized because Ken Hovind been doing some shit that you shouldn't be talking about on YouTube, right? And so Apologia Live was like, man, I got to catch up by just getting on camera and figuring out how to wax, right? Now, over time, he's gotten better at that, but for my money, he's never going to be a great live streamer. Just isn't that guy. Matter of fact, I think Shannon's a lot better live than he is. But that's her background, right? She's Atheist Experience crew, right?
Right.
That whole crowd, you got to know how they're going to call you on the phone right now.
Right.
And you better hit them with it.
I would love to do a show like that. I just wouldn't even know how to get people to call my show.
That's James. We working on it. And as soon as I know, you'll know. Because trust me, I'm in the same boat. Bro, I've been complaining. I've been telling people. I think we should be poking them from PineCreek. Honestly, I think we need to go poach them because there's a certain. And also, I'm trying to get us into that crew. So my goal is if I get something with Heathen Queen, I think if she sees that we're doing something of value here, I think she'll value it, and then she'll help us get in over there. Like, hey, I found these guys. You should, you know, check them out. Yeah. Because we're doing what everybody's talking about. They just don't know about us yet. Right. Now, here's where I'm going with this. What you're doing is meta right now. But you got to understand, you go live, you wax, you spit out hours because the content monster just wants to be fed. Now, I'm not at all against you adding value to it. You know, if you want to cut them down, edit them, make a playlist, do whatever, it's all love, right? Especially because people watch your live streams and then see the videos or have their options, you know, it all helps. You just want to make sure that you understand one thing: consistency is key. So you don't want to say, oh, I'm not going to be happy unless I'm doing this other thing that takes a lot of work, unless you really have time to put in that work consistently. And then what you're going to find is that problem. You're going to find, hey, it's really easy to just go live for 6 hours. It's really hard to then take that 6-hour stream, comb through it for its highlights, edit it, put the stuff to it, download it, compress it, upload it, put the, you know, it's a bit. And so you'll see, like me, like I'm working on this Avida-ED video. I'm working on that because there's funding from the National Science Foundation, right? Doing this sort of post-production is not a great way to spend my time as a streamer, right? But I'm streaming it. And if I wasn't streaming it or you know, it's just different. It'd be a whole different ball of wax. So that's why I always encourage people to stream that type of stuff. But you got to have the machine for that, right? Then you got to have the machine that can do editing and production while you're streaming, which is a lot to put on a computer. So those are just some things to think about. And all I'm saying is, even if what you're doing now, because I'm the same way. My show could be, I'm not showing people what I could do. Right, I could do crazy graphics and post-production stuff. I got all types of characters I haven't unveiled, all type of musical ideas. I'm a goddamn drummer I should be putting on. You know, it's a lot. It's a lot, right? But we'll get there. Rome wasn't built in a day. And also what we're doing right now is, like you said, valuable to people because it's consistent. You're out here every day, you're here for a long time, and then you do some things that work. Like I like the idea like where you do like a couple of different streams a day, because that gives you I guess time to rest or whatever between them and change the mood or the vibe up. You know, that's cool. And then some days go longer or whatever. But I definitely encourage you to explore, because I think you might like editing. You know, editing is creative. It's almost like writing, right? It's almost like the same way you like blogging, because you get to write and revise and sharpen up. You know, you might find that really you thrive in the editor. You can add effects and...
I think I will once I get past the learning curve, but I was trying to do DaVinci Resolve the other day, and I could find a button that said cut, and I figured out how to move the slider around, but I could not find the button that commits to the cut, like that actually removes the shit that I want removed.
I'm gonna be using Resolve here in a minute, so I can show you where I'm at with it. But yeah, it's a thing where, again, all of these things, I say you have to be patient with yourself, because, you know, it's just a tool. And so, but there is a learning curve. There's a learning curve with any of them. The thing we think with Resolve is that there's the most bang for your buck, because there's only the one learning curve, and it's got everything, and it's really nice. But yeah, like any of these things, there's tools, and there's two different pages, right? Like I said, there's a quick cut page, and then there's a really a more sophisticated editor page. But yeah, it takes some time, but there's a lot of great tutorials. I have a playlist. I probably just need to make it public. I have a playlist for Resolve. But yeah, once you start to use it, it's really powerful. It's actually really fast. It's really easy to use. So, I have no doubt you'll learn. You just got to be patient with yourself. And it's usually best to start small. So, you know, start with a stream. I guess you're just going to cut down, right? Stitch a couple pieces together.
Right. Yeah, I just want to like remove pieces that I don't like.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's pretty simple, but I just couldn't see it. And I'll get it. I'm sure I'll get it. So you need to spend time with it, but
yeah.
You know, I don't want to stream 7 hours at a time anymore. And it's not like I hate streaming, because I don't.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
You know, I'm not getting enough done in real life. And then I think a lot of times people just tune in because it's just people that they know, right? And topics they care about and people they know.
Yes.
And that's fair enough. But I don't know. Like, I just want a co-host and I can't find one, and it's like, I just don't want to keep repeating myself, because a lot of times the same point I've made 5 times before fits perfectly, so I use it again, and people are like, yeah, James, we know. They don't say that to me, but they got to be thinking it, because that's what I'd be thinking if I was them. I'd be like, come on, James, you've already said this like 10 times already in the past month. Stop it. Like, tell us something new. And I'm like, it's better, because a lot of times, like, there's people that I have private conversations with. My friend from Canada, my friend from Israel, a couple other people. And those conversations go great. They're just so live and dynamic, and you never know where we're going to go with it. And we have all kinds of insights and epiphanies. We spark in each other. And I want to capture that magic in my streams, but I can't if I'm the only one in the stream. And then when I open it up to people just come in, it's like, atheists are like cats. You can't herd them. You can't get them all on the same page. They just want to talk about all kinds of different things. And it's like, that's okay. As long as the audience don't care, I guess I don't care. But that means that we're not having that magic that I have with my friends in private messages. We're not having that magic because we're not staying on topic. We're talking about all kind of other random stuff. And I'm okay with that, but one of the things I really wanted to do with my stream is capture that magic of the kinds of conversations I have with people that are just privately between us. And I haven't been able to do that yet. Not once.
I think you had a great conversation I saw with your friend. I agree. When you do get that opportunity, it's great. You had a name begins with an R.
Renuncia?
Yeah. I like what she comes on.
The best conversations I ever had with a live streamer with you. The best conversations I ever had.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, by far. But the problem is, it's like, though I did have, and I'm not going to say I haven't had any other good conversations. I thought Lena made a pretty great co-host, but they just they just didn't come back for more of it, so whatever. But like, I just feel like, I'm preaching to the choir. Every time I talk with you about this stuff, I'm preaching to the choir. You already know all the shit I'm saying. Like, nothing new to you. And it's like, that's great and all, but a lot of times when I'm talking with people that aren't caught up to speed yet, not only is it exciting when the conversation unfolds where it's all new for them, but sometimes in the context of that conversation, they'll say something that kind of like makes it new for me too. And it's like, I don't know, I just haven't been able to reproduce that magic yet. And that's okay. That's not what people are there for. But, I'm never going to have a marketable stream if I don't figure out a different way to stream. It's just not going to.
So for me, I have a lot of thoughts about this. So, it's a weird game. So I get frustrated with the same thing, and I think it's smart to just start to think about what you want to do differently. But then I do keep coming back to this, and I feel the same way. Like, it gets frustrating. So a couple things. One, I think people love it when you have open panel discussions, and people want more of that. I think people see it as a break from the debate me bro culture, but also a break from the responding to a response to a response of a response. It's kind of a way to get to know different personalities and actually put names and faces to the community and people in chat. So I think people do like them. I don't think people are bothered by streams that go off chat, because most of the feedback I get is people want to see more of that thing. And like you, the issue when you first start doing that type of thing is getting the people to call in, right? So you go from the problem being getting people to call in to getting people to stay on topic, and it's just a process, right? At the same time, I think it makes a lot of sense to try to put more effort into scheduled streams with people. I'm trying to do that, and being live for 8 hours makes that harder sometimes, for sure.
Yeah.
Because you're just, you're live instead of scheduling stuff or whatever, and then you start to miss out on a lot. So yeah.
So, and we've got some really interesting people with really interesting views, and that's in a way that's good. But then some of these people are so sensitive. They're so sensitive to, if you don't dignify them, their crazy theories, then, whether it's you got one guy that comes in, the far right conspiracy nutter guy, or
Lupin.
Yeah, or and he seems kind of durable about letting them know he's sitting on bullshit. He's not completely durable, but he's maybe more durable than some people. And it's like Richard Madsen, I like him. And when Richard Madsen's on my channel and we have a discussion that has nothing to do with Space Jesus, we do great.
Sure.
I just have to like get him to use normal language normally because that's the audience we're with.
Right.
And you know that's a little bit tricky, and so I do waste some energy trying to decode him. But other than that, we have pretty good conversations. But like when he gets on his Space Jesus kick, I can't have him anywhere near that microphone on my channel because no, that's not going to work out well at all. I don't even want to engage with him on chat about it because he's still going to get emotional. He gets so emotional. Like, come on. It's like, this is how I tell people. I'm like, look, I'm not going to feel bad at all for hurting your feelings about your beliefs if you're the one bringing your beliefs to me, right? Like,
right.
The internet's full of channels where they can go to and talk to people about their things. Like Christians, fundamentalists can go anywhere and have people saying, amen, brother, amen, sister, right? Why bring it to a group full of atheists and act surprised when we don't go amen? What's that about? Of course we're not going to say amen.
Right.
Of course we're going to push back on your shit. And it's like, and it's frustrating because then the people I do want to have a conversation with, like Rebecca, nah. They don't want to have a conversation because they know they're going to lose. They know they're going to get exposed. Their grift is going to get exposed, and they got to hurry up and jump out.
Well, then I think we're well within our rights to expose them. Matter of fact,
Sure.
This is the thought I was having this week when I started to feel like we're being too nice. I started to feel exactly that. No. First off, I agree with James. We've been giving y'all too much time and attention. But when I do give you time and attention, let's be clear. I'm here to expose you guys.
Right.
That's what this is about for me. So, and again, I start to sound like them. Like Sal said, like when Sal was talking, he was like, yeah, we did this project and we set out to deconstruct the Avida or whatever. It sounds ridiculous. Like, why would you want to go set out to disprove a scientific? It sounds ridiculous. But when you flip it, because I think they're sitting on some bullshit, I'm perfectly happy to say that. Like, yeah, no, I'm setting out with the purpose of deconstructing your religion.
Right.
Yeah, I don't care. Does that sound hostile? I just don't care. Again, like Annika Sparrow, I don't care anymore.
Right.
Yeah. So the only thing I just wanted to say is that I do think so. I've been looking. I look a lot into how to make content, how to get better, how to grow. So I think the key is you branch out, but you stay at home. What I mean by that is when people look at content creation, it's hard. It's hard to stay consistent. It's hard to grow. It's hard to do any of the things. And then any other space you go into, it's hard to go somewhere different. And so a lot of what people are going to constantly be trying to help people figure out is it's not about this format or that format. It's not about make this content, not that type of content. It's really about, at the end of the day, you got to figure out what makes you special.
Right.
Because nobody's going to really buy into anything other than what makes you special. I don't know what game UC Love is playing right now, but there are thousands of people streaming it as we speak, and tens of thousands of people watching it. And so people are not going to just start watching you play some game because you go live playing some fucking game. And it's the same thing with talking about religion or any of that shit. So you got to figure, are you super interactive? Are you like an amazing player? Do you do funny storytelling? Do you do crazy shit? And some people don't have anything about them. And so they have to figure out really creative ways to stream. UC Love could do something like, raiding, but every time I die, I eat a red hot chili pepper. right? But if he does that enough and he's fucking dope and interactive and fun and, you know, keeps coming up with creative shit, he could build a following off of that because that's special. Right? That's right. He's gonna keep coming up with fun shit. You know what I mean? Like to get you tuning in, and then people are tuning in because that's the content is the special thing, and then the game is just a vehicle for the special thing, right? And so part of our special thing is we're atheists and we're counter-apologists. And even though it gets old hat and kind of boring to us day in and day out, it's actually a really special thing.
Yeah.
And then the fact that we have built and sustained this community of like-minded people is actually an incredible asset.
Yeah.
So I think it's okay to then be in that space explicitly. Like, because one, I just think it's righteous in the sense that, like, you talk about it, like the great, you know, awakening, like this is the great awakening, and we might be small, but we're strong, and, you know, we're kind of leading, we're kind of early adopters, right, of the Great Awakening. We were atheists before it was cool, you know, before everybody was doing it, right? But at the same time, the community needs that, and I learned this about any other content creation community. They're all the same way. People that make content about interior decorating get sick of making content about interior decorating.
Right.
Their audience knows their punchlines, their taglines, their philosophy. Like, if you're a fan of Fix This House, when you fucking see the opening shot of the piece of shit house, you pretty much know what the final shot's gonna look like. Because you've seen so many fucking episodes of Fix This House, you fucking know when they're gonna go to commercial, you know the personality types of the host, you know the fucking hassle they're gonna do for the price, and the fucking two-step dance they're gonna do because one's gonna try to be too creative and the other's gonna try to get it within the budget, and you just know that the same drama plays out every fucking episode, right? And behind the scenes, you know what's going on? They're working the same fucking contractors every fucking episode. So every show has the same style because it's produced by the same people who work with the same company that comes in and helps them do all the blase and flavonoids that they skip between commercials, right? And so there's this sense of sort of accepting that part of your journey is that you're just providing that consistency, and that's kind of the magic in and of itself. Like when I do a 100-day run, it isn't magical because I feel like streaming every day. It's magical because I stream 100 days in a row, irrespective of how I feel about streaming that day, right? Yeah. And so there's gonna be not great streams and bad streams and tired streams and cranky streams and triggered streams and everything else in between, and that's part of what the audience loves, and those feel like special days, you know, in between the, you know, sort of the going through your routine. And so it's not necessarily a bad thing, right? It's sort of it's an honor, right? It's an honor that people show up every day, and yeah, you might. And James, by the way, I think you do a fucking fantastic job, far more than anybody else that I see on YouTube. You know, I look for you. You know, if I'm looking for you, Jen and Truth, R.M. Brown. those are the people I'm looking for that I could stand to watch every day. I can't watch most counter-apologists every day. And I don't think that you're stale topically, right? Because to me, they're always doing the, Kent Hovind fucked up. William Lane Craig said creationists are stupid. To me, they're tired because they're essentially grifting off the grifters. And since the mainstream grift doesn't really change or grow or evolve, neither does the mainstream counter grift. But James Apperson hits us with I'm kind of interested in the counter grifters. Okay, but let's talk about this movie thing. Wait, let's talk about relationships. Then you kind of mix them together. Let's talk about your relationship with God. Okay, let's get back to your relationship with yourself. I think you're kind of, you give a lot of breadth, right? But then I think if people were to watch our content objectively, right, they would say, don't go away from the atheism. No, that's your thing. That's your calling card. What are you guys talking about? You guys are like the hip atheist community. What do you mean? Right? Yeah. Don't go away from that. But here's where I say, here's the secret sauce. It doesn't mean limit yourself to your calling card. It means using your calling card to secure your growth. So here's where I'm going with that. It'd be really, if you started a health and fitness community, you'd probably be starting from scratch.
Right.
And it'd be hard to have much momentum because you'd be starting from scratch. But because you have this sort of atheism superpower, you already have a community, even if it's small, that will support you venturing out into something else. Yeah. Now, that might mean putting an atheist bent on it once in a while, but that could be what makes it work, right? Because it's, you're not sending prayers and vibes to everybody. A lot of that health community get caught up either in the religious talk or the woo-woo, right? Spiritual Christianity or religiousness on the right, woo-woo on the left, right? Right. So you could be, we're just completely fucking secular. We're going to James Apperson vibe, but secular health and whatever, but you're not starting from zero. And then now what you do is once in a while you still do a counter-apologetic show. Today I want to wax about religion. I had this or that conversation. My blog's about religion or whatever. So then that still gets you to grow because now more people are still going to come to you because of this thing that people are attracted to you for. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. But you could still go other places. It's the same thing with me. I couldn't really make scientific content. Nobody would give a fuck if I started making shit about evolution. I just realized people keep talking about evolution in this goddamn counter-apologetics community. There might be space for me out here as an evolutionary biologist, the same way there's space for Josh Bowen and Kip Davis and people like that because their specialties are ancillary to the community. You know what I'm saying? But then for me, it was I've always been into role-playing and wrestling, and I see myself as I want to be an entertainer and into production. So I wanted to get into that. But you see what I'm saying? But I don't want to say use, but I embraced the fact that people were watching me because they knew me from the PineCreek community or whatever, right? And so even today, you're I got into Resolve and it was hard. And I'm I was literally working on Resolve. That's what I'm supposed to be doing. So now it's more people will watch, more people now are watching me do, editing tutorials, or I'm teaching people how to use Voicemeter and all of this, streaming technology and stuff. Well, I really wanted to be in tutorials. That's kind of the first thing I wanted to get into. when I really started watching YouTube, I wasn't watching Counter-Apologetics. I was watching production tutorials and we teach people how to use multimedia technology. So I always wanted to do that, right? That's what I didn't know. Even when I was going to grad school, I didn't know if I was going to go sort of the STEM research academic route, right? Or the sort of music technology route, you could think of it as.
Yeah.
Right, go to get a PhD in music technology or show control or computer science for musicians or something like that, and then go into like a school of music or a school of theater, right? So that's why my lab is trying to be the virtual evolution lab and the science and multimedia lab. I figured out how to integrate them, right? But my point is, embracing this community gave me a reason and a voice and an audience that actually then could really benefit from what I want to do, right? They're like, hey, we need them tutorials, bro. We trying to learn this resolve. So if you could help a brother out with this editing, that'd be much appreciated, Right. And now I'm like, I got you, right? Whereas before, I could be out here like, hey, everybody, I'm editing. And people are like, yeah, nobody gives a shit. And what are you at? Who are you? Right? Who are you and why should we watch you edit, right? So that's what I'm saying. It's kind of ironic. It's like I get what you're saying, but just embrace it, but give it some time. It'll be okay. You know what I mean? Like, it'll work itself out, and it'll all be an asset. You know what I mean? It's just, and people will understand, like, you're just gonna be like, hey, look, I'm tired of this. I can't do this all the time. That's what I was saying. That's why I was getting frustrated with Stephanie, right? That's why I was getting frustrated, because I even felt that way. Like, I felt like me and you were kind of about the same thing, but then I would go on your channel a lot of times and people didn't understand that. Then I felt like I was being like, it just didn't make me feel good, because I'm trying to help you, not be a distraction. But I started to realize that it's the same. These people do the same thing to me, right? Mm-hmm. And it's a tactic that's used against us, right? And it's easy for them to do that with certain guests. I noticed this on my own channels, right? So people come through and they'll say stuff like Loop, and he'll come through and they'll say he really likes my one black friend, right? But he really doesn't like Gin and Truth. Now, to me, it's obvious. He likes my one black friend because my one black friend is always, arguing for, being as lenient and tolerant and understanding of the other side as possible. And Gin and Truth is literally the king of, like, fuck that, you're sitting on some bullshit and don't even try it, right? Mm-hmm. But for me, it's like, I don't give a fuck what you think of either one of them. Like it just ain't even a vibe, right? But if I was really, concerned about that, it's like that would easily be a way of pushing me more towards my one black friend than Gin and Truth.
Right.
Because it would be like, well, I don't want to do as much with Gin and Truth, because when I do that, people on the other side, they're more repelled, right? So I didn't want to be that person who, like, oh, shit, if I'm known for being hostile or whatever, or a certain reputation, then when I go on James's channel, people bring the negative energy they have towards me to James, right?
Well, yeah, I get what you're saying, but I don't blame you for that shit. Nobody needs to be hate watching and trying to, like, chase you over at my channel and, like, call you out on stupid shit. Like, they just need to behave better, and I need to be quick about enforcing that boundary.
Sure. But sometimes it was people who I just didn't know better, and I was like, man, I don't know if this is, because also sometimes it's people that you're friends, and I don't know if you're friends with them, outside of our community and stuff like that. So that's too, like, I don't, you know what I mean? But anyway, what I was just getting at is that's just a thing I think about. But overall, it's like I feel like what we're doing is really good. But that's it, man. I just want to encourage you, man. But I totally feel you, man. Wanting to do something different, right?
Right. So it's frustrating for me because when I listen to all the counter-apologists on the internet, they are not better at it than I am. They just put together that really polished product that they spend 20 hours a week working on.
Right.
And I don't know if I want to do that or not, but if I don't do that, I'm never going to be considered a serious counter-apologist. But then I'm like, do I want to be anyways? Is that really what I want to be known for?
Yeah. Also, I think we will get there. So certain things, like for instance, I think, I think eventually you'll be on stuff with like Derek and Neil. I think there's a good chance. I actually don't necessarily think we have to change what we do. I don't think we have to play the algorithmic atheist game. I really don't. I think it's like any other thing. It works. Okay. I've had a lot of experience streaming, right?
Yeah.
And I think this is almost always a mistake. It's a mistake in gaming too. Like, you can play the algorithm, but essentially I think you're trying to shortcut the process. Right? The process is, how do you become a great content creator? And so I do see the formula work. Like, I see new atheists pop up and rocket ship to monetization and blah, 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 blah. But, I mean, if that's your goal, then cool, go for it. But me personally, I don't care. And I never watched the Atheist of the Month, right? And somebody normally has to tell me who somebody is because I just don't know. And I'm rarely impressed. Even when I'm really impressed, I'm rarely impressed because I'm usually seeing exactly what you're saying. I just hear the run-of-the-mill atheist argument. I could almost have done it myself, right? But they've got a cool animation or whatever. Now, the people that impress me are the ones who are really sharp, they're super smart, or they're really funny, and then they're adding their production. Okay, that's great. Good for them. They'd be fine no matter what they were doing. But I think a lot of people, they just see the formula, they repeat the formula, and so it gets them somewhere. But in the long run, to me, they just end up chasing their tails. I even feel this way about a lot of the quote-unquote bigger atheists. I don't find them interesting. I don't watch their stuff. Even the one reason I have a lot of respect for Matt Dillahunty is because he's been relevant for like 20 years, and even now, like, he gets in this falling out with the atheist experience, but he's gonna be okay because he can just figure out what's next, and make it work, right? He's been able to put so many other people on and help so many other people grow. Like, it's really hard to be that way. So anyway, I think if you do you, including experimenting and trying out different formulas and seeing what works for you, right? That growth will eventually come organically. At least that's what I'm hoping for myself, at least. That you do a thing that's genuinely unique. Right, and I think we see that, right? I think you see that when we work with Gin and Truth, and Heathen Queens agree to work with us, and you get the Gustick Gibbon stuff. When other people in this space come across us, they're like, "Oh, what these guys are doing is really cool," right? Yeah. Nitty or whatever. I think that's a rousing endorsement. That's like the referrals, the testimonials, right?
Sure. And Nitty did give me a shout out the other day.
He did, yeah. I love that.
But and I appreciate it. Like, on one hand, I'm glad that the reason he gave me the shout out was because I've been supportive of him. He specifically says that. But on the other hand, man, I wish I'd been producing such great content that he could have also said, and he also has a great show. Like, because
sure.
So I just. And it's fine. It's more important to be supportive of people in the community than to have a great show. But I just feel like, man,
Yeah. I see. And so you felt like even if you got more support and attention, you would feel like you want to do more. The other thing to think about is assets. So like Derek does and this again comes up. So we've got people and stuff that can make you artwork, right? and like get you like an intro to play. Right? Like, and then also, you know, working on your studio setup, that all helps, right? Live or videos, that kind of helps.
Right.
You know, I think being on camera would help you or whatever. But yeah.
Yeah, that probably would help.
I'm actually into it, James. I'm into production. I'm always happy that people want to take on production channels. I think you're doing it for all the right reasons. You know, the reason to want to produce a better show is because you want to produce a better show.
Right. And there's a lot to it. I want to foster community, but I also want to like learn and grow together, right? And I just feel like, I don't know, like I want more interaction with me, not just for the show quality, but just because I want to learn from other people. And if ain't hardly nobody saying nothing but me, I'm not learning nothing. You know? And it's just, I don't know. Like,
yeah.
And it's difficult because, like, some of the life experiences I want to share and help people learn from are things I got to be real careful about for different reasons. Like, nobody wants to hear you talk bad about your ex because that just makes you look bad, and I realize that. And I'm like, well, but I want to be able to share this shit. So what I started doing the other day was I just frame it as I got a friend who was dating this one woman who behaved this way in this one situation.
Yeah, but then you lose the bump for vulnerability.
Yeah, but like it's catch-22 because if you're vulnerable while you're talking bad about your ex, people ain't. I don't think people are going to respect me for my vulnerability.
I don't see it that way. I don't know. First off, I think you got to break all these rules because I think all these rules were made by conservative fucktards who just basically try to make you sit on some bullshit because that's what they're doing. But like, I don't even see it that way. I talk bad about my exes all the time. I think part of it is saying, this is what I experienced looking back at it. I don't even think, like, I think I have, like, I tend to think I have, like, an antenna for somebody who talks toxically about their exes.
Uh-huh.
And I think what you're normally looking for is somebody who doesn't seem to ever be responsible. The type of person who doesn't recognize the common denominator in all of their problems is them.
Right.
And then somebody who is like foul-mouthed about their ex.
Right. Yeah, I don't call my
No,
exes, like,
I think what you do is you try to analyze, you know, the situations that have influenced you the most, and then you talk openly about your role and their role in it. And I think that that's healthy. Matter of fact, I think people who can't talk bad about their ex is a problem because it's just a social compulsion. Oh, you're not supposed to talk about this. You're not supposed to say this. Well, of course, then that's going to be the thing you probably most need to talk about and say, right? Don't talk about politics or religion at the dinner table. Why? Because that's the shit we need to have this thing out about, right? It's just, and so that I'm just sensitive to that. And also, I just think our community loves that. That's the opportunity. Like, I remember I had an opportunity, a situation, like Robert Beatty, when Robert Beatty was harassing me. I knew the safest thing for me was to just not talk about it, right? And I even talked with my colleagues, and that was like our strategy. It was like, just ignore him until he goes away, right?
Yeah.
But I also realized that I was missing a tremendous opportunity. Because here it is, I'm actually being harassed by a real person. And it's also relevant because it's the reason why some of the things I've been investing in and trying to pull off are now not going to happen. And it also brought this whole narrative to life. Like, the one thing that, you know, wrestling fans love is the price that wrestlers pay in their personal lives, with their bodies, you know, on and on. Sort of, you know, the ending may be scripted, but the cost to these people is very real, right?
Right.
And this was one of those moments, like, you're in the midst of this freaking holy war, and this person's attacking you, and they're going way too far, and they're, you know, and And so, no, you got to talk about it on air.
Yeah, maybe so.
Because if
I
you,
mean, that makes sense.
It both ways make sense, right? But it's almost like if I'm trying to hide it, it's almost like I'm giving it more power and I'm taking away this really amazing storytelling opportunity about what's going on with me. And then it comes down to moments like, I had some people hit me up and say, oh, I remember, this particular stream where, I started crying and they thought that was really vulnerable of me and they really appreciated that. Well, the truth is, it was because he published my acknowledgments.
Right.
And I thought that was way too far. One, because it's so personal, and two, because it has nothing to do with anything. Right? It's almost like doxing. Like, it's a very personal thing to do and it has nothing to do with anything. There's no good reason to do it other than to just say, hey, look what I found. Right? And it's public, so it's not like it's hard to find, but the point is it's incredibly personal. And I describe my acknowledgments as the hardest thing I've ever written in my life. It was the hardest thing to write in my dissertation. It took me like 2 or 3 days. And it's because it was so emotional, right? It was because I was thanking all these people and it was making me reflect on the role they played in my life and the incredible journey it's been. And so I was crying. It was just too emotional. It was like really difficult to get through writing it, right?
Yeah.
And so I already knew that. I knew that there was absolutely no way I was going to read my acknowledgments on air and not be bawling. I already knew it. I knew when I saw that he published my acknowledgments and I made a decision to do a stream and say that fuckface published my acknowledgments, I knew the only way to demonstrate to people what I mean when I say this is the most personal thing I've ever written was to read it and show how personal it was. The only way to show people the level of wrong this is, the level of foul this is, because this has absolutely nothing to do with science, religion, atheism, theism, none of that shit, was to read that bitch on air, right? And show that it has nothing to do with anything, right? And also to show that you've hurt me. And so literally, just like a wrestler who has to endure real pain to sell an ending and tell a story, we're going to tell this story. And I know it's like a wrestler who says, hey, James, you mean you're in the cage match, all right? And you're like, yeah, Jay, all right, so we're going to really sell this thing up. It's pay-per-view, yeah. So how about when, we're going to fight on top of the cage and I'm going to just throw you off the top of that bitch.
Right.
Yeah, that would be great, right? I know what. That's going to fucking hurt. Right? And just like, I don't know if you've seen this moment. There's actually a moment a wrestler did this, right? And he tells a story of how he didn't tell the boss, right? They didn't tell anybody that they were going to do that, right? Because they knew they'd tell him not to. And then afterwards, the boss came up to him and said, I can never explain to you what you've just done for this company. Like, I can't thank you enough, but please don't ever do that again. Right? You know what I mean? It was like, right? And that's what this was. From a personal, social perspective, this is wrong, and I shouldn't have to do this. And if I asked any of my advisors, they would say, don't do this. You don't owe this person to do this really painful thing to yourself on air in front of the whole world. Right? But I did it anyway. To show how real it was, right? And so that's what I'm saying. It's like these things that, are very frustrating and real and difficult to deal with, and there's a real struggle. I think we get that in your streams, and I think people value that. Like, they really, really get it. I mean, even your stream about, abuse or whatever, like, you know, people came in to the gather, you know, and we're like, wait, James is doing the stream, it's super serious, oh yeah, it's real heavy, you know, and it almost, I hate to say that, James, it was like must-see YouTube. Like, you know, we had this whole thing planned out, or we were watching football and wrestling that night or whatever, but it felt like we had to stop everything and listen to you, right? And it just felt like you were doing so much with that stream that the least we could do was watch you. Like we owed you at least that. And then I think literally you were frustrated because you weren't getting a lot of input from the chat and shit. But it's because, James, you were hitting people so hard, they were speechless. Like, people were literally like, fucking stuff. But you can't, like, you know what I'm saying, James? Like, that's magic from a television perspective. You know what I'm saying? That is magic. That is magic, right? You like, that is, like, if you could bottle that up, right? So, yes, we need more viewers and more subs and everything, but you don't want to go away from that, because if you get the more exposure from Derek and more, it just continues to grow, right? It'll eventually snowball. You'll get to where all those people are, but you'll be doing this thing that is magic. That is genuinely different and special, right? Yeah. So we got to figure out the balance, right, of letting you get more, feeling yourself, more production value, because that's important to you, and that's good. That's how I am, right? People I don't need 3 cameras and 15 screens and 100. I do it because I'm a producer, because what I'm passionate about. I want to up it. That's my passion, right? I started taking on things. I take on stuff because they're a production challenge. Right, you know, we started doing an overnight stream. I was bored. Like, I needed to challenge myself. Yeah, Jay, you're real good at streaming when you're sitting in the chair. How can you run the studio when you're sleeping? No, that's a challenge, right? like I was, I wanted to get good at that. That's what real producers do. If you're really the executive producer, CNN, there's times when you've got to go to bed and things are on autopilot. Real television stations work that way. There are times nobody's watching it, right? There's really and it's got to be consistent. Like, it's just got to work. That was even part of my training at Penn State, right? We did show control, and we did this whole big haunted house thing with real actors and shit, and we weren't allowed to be there. You set up very dangerous stunts and shit, and it just has to work. So what I'm getting at is, for people like us, the production and growing in that way is part of it. And I think I wish more people would do that. You should accept the fact that when you start a YouTube channel or whatever, that you're starting a broadcast, you're becoming a broadcaster, you're a producer of a show, and it's I think good to think that way and grow in that mentality, right? Because otherwise you're in denial, right? Right. Right. And also you're getting reasonable, like, because the technology is always advancing, so the bar always gets higher, right? So yeah, I think these are all great things to think about. But yeah, I do appreciate Cameron's comment. He said that we were speechless. Yeah, that was. And then you did a bunch of streams like that, and it's kind of unfortunate that I think that you set them to private. I certainly understand. And I think that that's fun, too. I always tell people you had to be there. And, again, that's like a Twitch thing, right? On Twitch, people can replay streams, but most people don't, right? So there is sort of you get to be there. And I think that's part of my mentality, too. I know people rewatch our streams and they watch our videos and stuff, but I still have that Twitch mentality of, like, the real event is you do it live, and this is it. And if you're rewatching, it's something different, But yeah, so how do you feel about when you hear stuff like that, though? AR said he enjoys the Apperson show. Nitty said he thinks you have a good show.
Well, I mean,
yeah. I just want to know, what do you think about, like, when you hear feedback about those type of personal stuff?
So I don't know, like the personal stuff, like I share it because I'm hoping it can help somebody, really. And so my thing isn't, oh, look at bad people did bad things to me, feel bad for me. It's I was complicit in my own abuse. I lent myself to it, right? And I had these bad reasons for why I did. So, and then here's also like how religion factored into it, right? And here's why it matters. Because, the more people understand things about life that maybe they didn't notice before, maybe connections, maybe they did, maybe they know everything I'm saying, but they didn't draw certain connections before or whatever, or maybe it's a new way of looking at it. Like anything that can anything that can benefit somebody is of value. Like, I don't know who's going to benefit from what I'm saying. I have no idea because everybody's on their own different journey.
Right.
And I might say something that like means a lot to somebody and nothing to the next guy, and that's fair. But it's like, that's why I share it, right? Like, I'm not trying to like make my channel be like my own personal like therapy session or whatever. I just want people to know that, this is what can happen.
Oh yeah, you mentioned that too. I thought that was an interesting topic because I actually think that it's actually really valuable to use it as that. Number one, I think therapy, like everything else in life, any sort of recovery should be comprehensive, right? And so I think it's kind of limiting to think of therapy as like that thing you do in the context of formal therapy. So I'll give an example of the counseling I needed when I got into like some court shit, There was a time I needed the group, right? Like there was so much that finding a group of people who were going through a similar situation, similar struggle, that sort of understanding allowed me to grow in a way I couldn't have otherwise, right? Mm-hmm. There was also a time when I needed the individual sessions. Like I paid for like extra sessions so that I could work through some things individually that I didn't even at a different level than the group. Because, certain things you don't want to take the group's time, or you feel like, you're wrestling with some things in a different way. So I did that, Yeah. And then I needed more formal learning, right? I wanted extra books, more exercises, more tools, essentially. So that's important. And then I needed to serve, right? That's why I tell people when I had to go through this program, I stayed, twice as long as I was required to, right? Because I needed to help others to sort of, do more than just pay back my debt to society, but maybe contribute towards a net positive on that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In some way, as best I could.
Right.
And then there was even a time I needed to reach out to other people who I had hurt and upset as oh man, I've grown and now I realize there's family, friends, and exes that I've hurt because I didn't have these tools.
Right. Well, that's good. I mean, to encourage accountability, to demonstrate accountability.
Sure.
Right, to embrace it.
But then there came a time, James, where even now I talk about it more because there came a time when I just needed to move on from all that and I needed to move forward with my life. But then for so long, even part of moving forward with my life meant there was part of my life, an important part of my journey, an important part of my growth that I hadn't learned to talk about because I was outside of those contexts. Believe it or not, if you're talking to people you've hurt, they're safe to talk to. James, if you whoop my ass and you come back to me and you say, remember that day I whipped your ass for no fucking reason? I'm really sorry about that. You're not risking anything because I already knew you whipped people's ass for no fucking reason. Right? And when you go to group therapy for people who whoop people's asses for no reason, they're like, yeah, we all got to stop whooping people's asses for no reason. Again, you're not risking much because you're in a group of people who whoop people's asses for no reason. That's why you're all here, right? It's the same thing with the therapist, right? So I think part of our therapy for real, and actually recovering and moving forward with our lives is the social aspect. There's a social coming out of, I've been through this, right? There's a way, you know, Derek's journey of recovering from addiction. I love to use Derek because I know we can. He's just strong enough. He's that great of a dude. And also, he's a friend. I know his story. A lot of you know his story because it's public. But which is such an asset, right? But that was part of what he needed, right? Just recovering and being strong and moving forward with his life wasn't enough for him. Right?
Right.
He needed to be public. He needed to be social. He needed to say, hey, new friends. Hey, people who've only known healthy, strong, sexy, recovered Derek. There's a side of Derek y'all don't know. And I need to talk about that side. So that's kind of what I was feeling. I was feeling like a lot of like you were unwrapping, you were taking the wrapper off James Apperson a little bit so we could see the bittersweet chocolate underneath, you know?
Sure.
And, you know, I've needed to do that. I remember, like, even with bipolar and my criminal record, there was a time when my parents would really tell me, like, my dad would be like, you know, you don't have to talk about these things, you know? And I really needed to learn that because early on, certain things about me felt like a liability. And I had not. And I was used to being such a transparent, wear my heart on my sleeve type of person that I wasn't ready for that. But then there became a different time when, you know, not talking about it wasn't acceptable because I didn't feel wholly seen or understood.
Right.
So I just felt like that was part of that dance.
Right, that makes sense. Though I suppose I have to admit that as much as I want to be seen and heard and understood, you know, it's part of life is that nobody ever gets to be completely understood. None of us ever be completely understood. No matter what we say and who we say it to, no matter how many words we use or how well we choose them, no matter how much similar situations other people have been in, we're never going to be fully understood. That's just the thing. So.
Sure. I think that's a great point because I do think understanding is sort of the goal, but you have to understand that. And I think that that's the beauty of friendships is that we come to understand each other better. And usually in ways that make us go, wow, holy shit, I didn't know this about my friend, but I'm glad I do now. And I think that that's what makes us close. So that was actually what I'm going to say about Gather. Like, I feel like I know Melody and Cameron and UC Love and Captive Desk and I said Captive Desk. I'm just reading everybody's in front of me. But Dave, too, actually, right? Because Dave's been in streams with us a lot more lately. Matter of fact, sometimes AR will change his puppy gift to Dave's fish, right? Because Dave opened up so much about his fish on your stream, right?
Right.
But in Nitty, but yeah, those of us that are really here and gather like round the clock, man, it's like we've gotten to know each other so much better. Again, understanding that will never fully be understood, but definitely understanding a lot more, right? You know, I've seen and talked to Melody Joy's kids, right? And you know, they regularly see me take my meds, right? I used to always keep my meds in my bedroom, but now I'm normally here, so a lot of times I take my meds on air. I cook or, I call in when I'm walking the dog or whatever. And, I talk to me and AR, or I'm constantly talking to AR and Joel and Carrie Ann and, I know Carrie Ann's muting herself a lot of times so she can practice her guitar, and so you are learning each other a lot better. But the other thing I wanted to touch on, James, is sometimes it's not necessarily even being known at that level. Like, I think you put this very well. You said something about like a hologram. Like, we always know the hologram in our minds or whatever, but not the actual objective person that it represents.
Right.
But I think sometimes what we're doing is safety. It is like you feel safe within a group, but sometimes if they don't know certain things about you, you're not sure if your avatar or whatever is safe with them if they knew these extra things, right? It's like your profile. Like you've told them the top 5 things of your profile, but they haven't heard the rest of the list.
Right.
So you got some red items down the bottom of that list
Right.
that you don't lead with, right?
Right.
And so you've kind of got this group, and you're like, I think I'm close enough to this group that I could open up about this or that, but I'm not really sure. And so I think some of that is almost like a testing the waters. And I think when you get it out, all we were really there to do as the community is just listen and be like, cool, right? And in a sense, show up the next day like it never happened.
Yeah.
Because that's what Cheers Bar is. Right? You know, every episode, you know, a different cast member might be the star because it's about some turmoil or drama in their life that episode. Everyone's there for them, you know, drinking and getting through it. And then the next day we show up and we'll see what story we're talking about the next day. But the function of it is for you to go to bed, wake up the next day, come back to the bar and say, oh, everybody's still here and nobody doesn't want to be my friend because of what they heard last night.
Right.
And I've been there to say that in and of itself is a huge victory in life.
Yeah.
When people say we loved you before we knew that, okay, we knew that. I don't know really why you thought you had to tell us, but we're cool. We're glad you got it off your chest. And if you want to talk about it, we're here for you. And we feel the same way about you after as we did before, plus a little dash of appreciation for your courage.
Right. Yeah. So I appreciate all that, and I try to keep it relevant, right? Like, when I talked about that shit with my ex and my son that I haven't seen in years and all that shit, like, I explained what religion had to do with it, right? Because our community cares about religious issues, and I'm like, here's how religion played into the way things played out, right? Not I'm blaming religion for all of it, not it would have happened to anybody because it wouldn't have. Some people would have been wise enough to see what was going on, right? And I recognized that I was the common denominator in the situations that I lent myself to, right? In the stupid investments I made that a wiser person would know, don't make that investment, don't take those risks. And I wasn't wise enough yet. I didn't understand enough things yet. So, you know, I'm like, I don't know who out there can use this, right? But if any of you guys are in a similar situation, or maybe you will be someday, or maybe somebody you know will be someday, I hope you'll remember this and say, you know what, this reminds me of something I heard on James's channel one time. And this is the same kind of mistake he was making, and this is how that played out, right? Just take that forward, and maybe you can use it, maybe somebody else can use it. And it wasn't all about religion, but religion played a role in it, and I talked about that. And of course, you know, Peter W. came in, and he was upset because Christianity is perfect and flawless in every way, and anybody that says otherwise is wrong as far as Peter W. is concerned. And then Otangelo feels the exact same way, right? So he came in and started his shit. And all they ended up doing was proving my point, but I was ironically glad for that too. Because even though it was upsetting, I'm like, here we are talking about how Christianity brings out the worst in people and sets people up for terrible fails. And here's two Christians walking into the room right away, which you pointed out later, they probably had been there the whole time, hate watch and wait for a chance to kick them down.
Right, exactly.
Otherwise, it's too big of a coincidence when these motherfuckers play that shit.
Yeah.
So again, they've been hate watching me.
I just want to say Nitty wants to get in here, but Nitty, anybody can talk anytime they want to. That's one thing we like about Gather. But yeah, you're more than welcome to. But go ahead, James. I think Nitty's just going to respond to you. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to hear what he has to say about that.
Yeah, I think what's really important is that the vulnerability on streams, showing people that we can be a kind of community where they can freely express themselves, and we're going to be here to listen through and empathize and try and give people resources through their struggles. That's really important to me, and I am willing to do that on my channel. I'm so glad you do that on yours too, James, and that I'm not doing it just to, garner that support from other people, though it is much appreciated. Yeah. I just do that to show people that we can have this in this community, and we don't need some supernatural force to unify us. We don't need some supernatural trust in some ethereal person to express ourselves and be honest about our lives.
Right. Yeah, we don't need that at all. We just need each other. We just need to know that we're all experiencing life on this same stupid planet all at the same time, in the same era of human history, all at the same time. And, we're dealing with a lot of the same shit. And, here's some of the lessons we've learned and struggles we've gone through, and we can talk about it, and we can learn from it, and we can bond over it, and respect each other, and be there for each other. And
James, can you turn up a little bit?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I think this is, I think this is great too. And it's also hard, right? Because I don't know, I don't know how to build community amongst atheists. I think we're just figuring it out kind of as we go along.
Oh, that's a good point too, because prior to recent history, we couldn't even be out in America as atheists, right? And so, it's like we don't have a whole lot of experience building community, because the only communities we've been part of or helped build were religiously themed communities. So now this is a whole new project that we're engaged in, and we make mistakes along the way, we learn from it, and we keep going, right?
Yeah, but yeah, I think the vulnerability is important. I also think it like humanizes the whole thing.
I suppose it does that, yeah.
So yeah, for me it's really interesting because, all right, so the Word Wrestling Entertainment thing for me started because I was kind of bored, and then I realized that, to me, that's what was happening, was that we were in this space where, because these conversations kept happening on the internet, they were never going to go anywhere, because, the apologists were just going to apologize, right? They're just going to stick to their guns and stick to their tactics, and the atheists are going to call them out, and then we're all going to do the whole song and dance all over again.
Right.
And, each side is always going to put themselves over as, like, the best and everything else. But eventually the sort of layers to it got, deep. And that was one of the things that immediately became apparent, was that there was this real hostility to this faith. There is this real physicality to it, for lack of a better words. And the stuff that you do to entertain your audience in this space can actually get very real, right? And does in fact hurt at times, either because somebody says something, or they take things too far, or something happens, and I often sometimes think it's worse, like I'd rather you body slam me than say and do some of the things people have done on stream, right?
Right.
And I remember that even with the penis bombing, where it's like, I don't think people understand how much this feels like I'm being assaulted online. I don't think people get it, like what it feels like to just have a call in line and want to have a conversation, and people just feel like, oh, so I can expose my genitalia to you and ruin your show right now? And no, right? It hurts. Right. You're like, I work really hard to put on a show. I mean, that was another thing that made me want to just break down in tears. I work really hard to put on a show, and then someone penis bombs you. you're like, what, am I not a person? Like, do I just, like, what about me says stroke it all over this person's show? And it's like, so you're wondering, like, why is this happening to me, right? Like, it's terrible. And it's the same thing with some of these antagonistic viewers, right? And so, you know, sometimes you flail around and you toss around because you want people to be reminded that this hurts. You know, is why you had that warning at the beginning of the show. Do not try this at home, right? Because, like, you will literally make yourself a target for bad things to happen to you as part of your desire to be an entertainer in this way. But yeah, I think some of us lean into that and some of us don't. But I think for those of us that try to build community, it's really important. And I think that's what a cult of personality is. So I want to talk about that because I think that's a quick thing to touch on. And at some point, I'm gonna pull up my editor and see if poking around there helps you out at all, James. Right. But I think that's the goal for me. And part of it is content creation becomes work. And what bothered me about that is, for most people, it'll never be financially worthwhile if you know what I mean? Unless it's your job, right? So what scared me is that a lot of people, they start to work a particular game or a particular type of content. So they build an audience off of playing Crash Bandicoot. You know, 12,000 people watched them play Crash Bandicoot. Now they got to play Crash Bandicoot even when they don't want to play Crash Bandicoot because nobody watched them play Mario Brothers. And that's a problem. And I think one of the ways to deal with that is variety streamers. Variety streamers don't have as much of that problem because their audiences are used to seeing them do different things. But that got me thinking that really content creation is about the content creator. It isn't really even about the content. You know, that's what I said. If UC Love says he's, you know, gonna do 3 backflips, you know, every time he wins a race at Mario Kart, it's like, man, that guy's really athletic, and the audience is hooked on seeing him play Mario Kart, so they have an excuse to see UC Love do his thing, you know? Mm-hmm. And so if you can get people to see you through the content, like, then that's what you want to grow off. And I almost think you want to shed off anybody that gets too hooked on any of your content. Right? If you get too excited about me playing NBA 2K, you're not one of my real fans. If you get too excited about me doing Counter-Apologetics, you're not one of my real fans. Because as soon as I go to do something else, you're going to fall off anyway, and I already know I'm going to go do something else. So, right? So let's just skip the song and dance, right? You know, if you're tuning in because you only want to watch me do Counter-Apologetics, you might as well stop subscribing right now. You know, because you're ultimately going to stop subscribing, right? Literally, there might be a time in my content creation to do any Counter-Apologetic. I'd be perfectly fine with that, right? There was a time before, and there could be a, you know, there could be a BC before Counter-Apologetics and a AC, whatever, right? Right. But it's just like, so that's what I hope a lot of us are building. You know, we came together because we're atheists. We formed bonds over that. We made friends. But then we started supporting each other just because we're friends. We started doing things together just because we're friends. You know, I'm going to be playing Tetris because there's a lot of Tetris and Gather. Tetris is a thing I could play with my friends. I don't really care about Tetris. But cool. You know, so we love Nitty. Everybody wants to support Nitty. And I think that is one thing I want to see our community do more of is You know, we figure out what we got to do to help Lena get up and get started. Okay, cool. Carrie Ann's trying to get her streaming game together. Okay, she might be able to take over the casino. Cameron Bennett is, you know, working on getting his live streaming thing together. You know, he might be doing different type of things to help us grow and gather. And then that helps you make content, right? Okay, Melody Joy just, you know, came out to her family. Boom, we could talk more about coming out to your family, especially around the holidays. You know, so now what we're doing is kind of just paving the way, showing everybody else how to do it, and then when they get out here, we're helping them. And then when people find us, they're finding a whole super community, you know?
Yeah. That's right. That makes sense. It helps clarify a lot of things.
Yeah.
I still have to figure out where I'm going to go with my channel, so I still haven't decided. I don't like what I've been doing.
I haven't either. Me either, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I think I should be. I want to do more like mixing and gaming and like video production. I want to do more like the what's it called? Basically using video games to make like shows and movies and stuff.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. There's a word that's escaping me.
I don't know the word, but I understand the concept.
Yeah. And then, you know, like playing drums and also doing more like I don't know. I was thinking about starting like a grow channel or something. I'm probably gonna end up starting another channel.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got to do more wrestling stuff. I feel like we shouldn't have time to do all this religious stuff.
I know it gets too much of my attention, and it steals my peace if I talk about it too much. I want to talk about it sometimes, but it's about finding balance. And I don't know. I haven't figured out where that balance is going to be yet for me. I just don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I feel that. That's definitely...
Because, I mean, like I told my sister earlier,
let's get right.
Sorry, it was an accident. Go ahead.
Oh, just real quick then.
No. I didn't mean to play that. I was just clicking around. Go ahead.
I think the people I admire most are not the outspoken militant atheists, right? I mean, I'm a little bit jealous of the people who make a lot of money off of it, like because they're not better at counter-apologetics than I am. They just happen to catch a wave and ride it like a surfer, right? They just right place, right time, and then they did the production value thing, and bam, there you are. They're not better at the actual counter-apologetics than I am. But the people I admire most in that whole domain are people that don't give a shit about it. Like the people that could just like live their life. They don't even think about religion, and then if somebody brings it up, they'll address it rationally, but then they're done, right? And you didn't steal their peace unless you're trying to abuse somebody with it. Like they're just gonna like give you a response, and they just go about their day, right? It's not a thing for them. Like so like for most scientists, if they haven't been raised in these religious homes, or now they've got like religious trauma or whatever, if they've been raised in like a sane environment with level-headed people that didn't have imaginary friends and imaginary enemies, and then they hear about this shit, they're like, yeah, it's a thing, it's lame, but it's a thing, right? Like nobody spends a whole lot of their life talking about how we know that the king of the leprechauns isn't real.
The
like,
word
nobody
is
does that.
machinima. It was driving me crazy.
I like it.
How did I not? I was like, what the? All right,
right.
Go ahead.
So I never wake up thinking, I'm going to do another stream today about how we know that the king of the leprechauns isn't real, right? Nobody thinks that. It's like it doesn't deserve my attention just because billions of people think it's real. It doesn't make it deserve my attention. What deserves my attention is the way that it affects people's lives in our community or people that they may know. Like, because this is real shit. Like, it's affecting people's lives.
Right.
They're not just saying, oh, we think the king of the leprechauns is real. They're saying, oh, and he wants your money, and oh, he wants to, like, control every facet of your life, and oh, he's too busy to do that himself, so he asked me if I can control you for him. And it's
Right. Right. Yeah. I 100% get that. Like, so me, I think of it as almost like a grift. Like, I'm into it. I look at it as like medieval times, and I play the Dark Knight, and so I feel like I'm getting to like a very healthy place about it, because it's like I feel like I grew up in it, I was in it, and now I just don't take it seriously at all. So
yeah,
it's easy for me to just turn it on and off. And now I care so much more about the community that, like, I'm just it doesn't stay with me. And I almost feel like I'm using it now. Like, I used to feel like I feel like I was used by religion, and now I feel like I'm getting it back a bit because I'm using it. Like,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. And Carrie Ann wants to know if we're going to do the Bible thing that Melody found. It's too late at night to start it, for me at least, and Jay's got some other stuff he wants to do.
What is it?
There's like the spreadsheet. I think it's... Oh, no, she doesn't mean spreadsheet. She means the... I don't know. Do you mean the letter that Melody's mom forwarded to Melody? Or do you mean
the trust in the Bible? I pulled this up. Yeah. Let's watch this real quick. James, can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
All right, yeah, let's go. This is going to be good. All right, here we go.
Okay.
Do you find it hard to trust the Bible?
Can y'all hear that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Bible, that every word of the 66 books in the Old and New Testaments is true? That human authors wrote under God's direct inspiration? That it really is the Word of God? Don't worry, you're not alone. Thankfully, the Bible can withstand any amount of questioning. Here are 3 reasons to trust that the Bible is true. 1, it's proven in history. The Bible often references verifiable historical and geographical details, like the names of nations, cities, battles, and kings. The Bible...
Sorry. I know. I was trying to let it go, and I thought he was gonna hit me with something real sophisticated there. I'm like, how can they believe this nonsense? And then he literally goes, it lists the names of true. Oh my goodness, this is
it's kind of true.
Holy hell!
I mean, that's how I know the Marvel comics and DC comics. They list no places.
Exactly. Oh man, dude. Oh, so good.
The Bible's claims have always proven accurate when checked against evidence. Also, the Bible proves reliable when compared with other historically recognized books. For example, if we look at Aristotle, a well-known historical philosopher, only 49 copies of his writings actually exist, and only 210 copies of his teacher Plato's work exist. All of these copies were made more than 1,300 years after they were written. But the New Testament of the Bible, more than 5,800 copies were made within only 50 years of the originals. In fact, the Bible is considered so reliable that even non-religious scholars reference it as a historical account. 2. Everything ties together. The Bible contains 66 books, written by 40 different human authors, over 1,500 years, in 3 different languages and on 3 different continents. Yet, it remains consistent in its message. That's because God is the one true author of the Bible. He chose people to write and record his thoughts and words, guided by the power of the Holy Spirit. And finally, 3, the prophecies came true. Only God can accurately predict the future every time. Centuries before Jesus was born, biblical prophecies foretold the coming of the Messiah, and included specific details about his divine identity and ministry. The odds of Jesus fulfilling just 8 of these prophecies are calculated to be 1 in 100 million. However, Jesus' birth, death, life, and resurrection fulfilled not 8, but more than 300 prophecies. It's statistically impossible for anyone but God. So, can you trust that the Bible is true? The evidence certainly suggests you can. The Bible's authority has been questioned in every generation, and yet it remains timeless and true. God has given us His Word as a way to encounter Him in our daily lives. You can discover how trustworthy the Bible truly is by reading it yourself.
Please don't do that. Don't do that. If you think that, if you buy what he just said, do not do what he suggested at the end. He had you all the way up to the end. He should have just put his name up there and left it at that. Bro, you supposed to just pretend that watching that video was studying the Bible. Don't tell these fools to read the Bible. What's wrong with you?
You tell them to read it and they'll find out you're full of shit.
Exactly. What the hell is wrong with you? You don't tell people how to expose the trick at the end of the trick. You don't. He tried to pull some Penn and Teller shit, y'all.
That's crazy.
Reading leads to leaving. Yeah, exactly. Oh my goodness. So James, when Melody sent her folks the email or whatever, she said one of her family members posted that on Facebook, so she thinks the word is getting out.
She also just said that she thinks she should make a debunk video and put it on Facebook. I think so too.
Oh hell yeah!
I'd like to help with that.
Look, James is offering his, so you could get that sexy James Apperson voice on that shit.
Oh, that would be a fucking good episode right there.
Yeah.
Working on the debunk.
Working on the debunk. There you go.
Yeah, that's fun.
Right, look, y'all, I'm going to show y'all the type of stuff I want to do. This is called machinima. This is what we should be working on in Resolve, man. All right, so this is basically like what you do is you take GTA. GTA comes with this thing called the Rockstar Editor. You could like set up scenes and stuff, and it even gets better when you do it with the computer. So this is the type of stuff we do. This is high level machinima right here, y'all.
How's it looking out there, dispatch?
I left drinking on the city train.
I need a driver for a pickup right away. His plane just landed. Says he'll be waiting for you outside the main terminal at Los Santos Airport.
And one morning I woke up in LA. Caught my breath on
Oh, I've seen this one before.
Have you really?
Yeah, I have. I don't want to ruin it, but I know what happens.
Yeah, me too. It's all right.
I know I did not see it coming, I can tell you that.
It's just amazing that people do this with the game. Like,
So where to?
Who's available for a job?
I'm not ready to turn. No.
You'd be doing a legacy. You would.
say that again, Carrie.
That Melody would be doing her family legacy would have a big honor if she debunked the shit that they put out.
Yeah, I mean, honestly though, you're trying to stop them from embarrassing themselves like this in the future.
It's not crapping on the religion. It's just pointing out facts.
It is. It really is.
Hey, go quick before someone sees you. Hey, chill the fuck out.
Yeah, that's the vision, y'all. Use GTA to make movies. It takes a lot of time. That's super fun.
Come on, let me out of here. What the fuck? Whoa there.
So good. All right, that's a little. So it's a little. That was a little short, little movie. So I want to make a series that's like longer episodes, like 20 to 30-minute episodes. All right.
Yeah.
But yeah, shit takes a lot of work, so you can't be talking about the Bible all damn day. And I gotta make sex with the maid babies. All right, let's get into this video here. All right, so I gotta go through. So what I did yesterday is I recorded the parts that are just with the camera, and well, I think I did that the day before, and then yesterday we did the clips.
Audio.
No, we did the but we did the whatchamacallit, the screen captures.
Yeah.
All right, so now we gotta look through those to figure out where the start is. All right, so this is the. All right, so James, you've used the Resolve. All right, so this is the media bin, right? Is James still here? Did I lose James?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, okay. So this one's where you organize all your footage and stuff. This is the cut window. It's really just for, I don't know. I think of it as like the simple cut. Like you think of it as like a pre-cut or something. And then this is where you get into editing and sort of your layering, called a non-linear editor. People use Final Cut. This workflow, right? This view is very much like Final Cut. This Fusion view is really for special effects. I won't really need it, but mostly Fusion stuff you get tutorials on. It gets kind of intuitive after you use it for a bit. I haven't used it in a while. This is for color correction. DaVinci was originally known for their color correction. It was like a standalone program for color correction. And so this window is useful for color correcting, and it's really good at that. But yeah, there's sort of a learning curve. It's not too bad though. And then this is Fairlight. It's for your audio. So you have your mixer, you have all your clips represented here. You can see what you're doing, and you have all your meters. So this is basically for your post-production audio, and then this is the export tab. So this is where you go and you set up how you want the file to be saved and exported, and you set up what they call a render queue. But yeah, DaVinci Resolve is learnable and really nice because it has all of this. So in a full production workflow, a lot of times you use separate programs for each of these functions. Like you might have a media organizer, a trimmer, or a linear editor, then a non-linear editor for your actual, real serious post-production and editing. And then you might do your special effects. A lot of times people, like if you're using Adobe, you'd probably use 3 or 4 programs for all of this. Like this is what you would do in like After Effects or something like that. Then you'd bring it into another program so you could color correct it. Then you'd put it in Adobe Audition so you could do the post-production sound, right? And then render it all or whatever. So, this just kind of gives you all of the tools in one program. But once you sort of realize that and realize it is a very, very serious, full-featured, video production suite like you would use to make a very, very serious fucking movie, and people do, then you kind of can be graceful with yourself, right? If you go to the DaVinci Resolve, their webpage, Blackmagic Design, right? And they're mostly known for software, right? Hardware, right? So this is an amazing piece of software, and what they really want you to do is buy their hardware with it, like their keyboard. This keyboard is super expensive. It's like maybe like a $1,200 keyboard that's meant specifically for Resolve. I have the sort of light version of it, what's called the Speed Edit, right? Speed Editor. Sorry, fuck if I know. Speed Editor, I love it. Actually, it's fucking amazing. I really, really love it. I'm kidding. But yeah, this is like they expect you to be doing, serious work with their product. This is their console. This is for Fairlight. This is their little mixing desk console thing for the serious post-production sound people. Their panel here is for the color correction people, right? So this is what they want to do. They want to sell you hardware, and their hardware is very expensive, but it's also fucking amazing. And if I can get a contract and somebody will buy me this shit, I will be fucking buying it.
It's like Christmas.
Exactly. So that's how I felt when I got this thing. So yeah, but this is the type of shit you can do in Fusion, right? They're showing you fusion effects, right? So it's really, really, really powerful software. Actually, that's a good way to look at it. So here's your cut page. So this is your edit page, right? The nonlinear editor. And they're showing you right here is where they're gonna do their serious editing, and they got their sounds, and they're really I call this massaging your edits, getting all your timing right, and getting everything to transition like you want it. And so they're showing you how clean that looks. The cut page is a lot of times cuts for dailies, right? It's for streamers, bloggers, news, and also film projects when you just want to mock up the scenes pretty quickly, figure out what you're working with, and then maybe go to your editor later. But it's meant to work really, really quickly with sort of getting your footage in, and this type of workflow is back to tape.
Sure it's like thumbnails, like
yep.
your own little.
Yep, exactly. Especially because you've got like you've got the little quick little clip or whatever. Yeah, so it's great for editing thumbnails. That's actually a perfect example of it too. And then your color correction, right, is treating your footage so that you get beautiful shots and making sure that you go from whatever your raw footage looks like, which you often don't have a ton of control over. Yep, and see, giving it some color treatment there, making it really dramatic. Oh, gorgeous. Yeah, because the shot's a little washed out. All right, but sometimes you do that for effect. And then, right, fusions, you can see they go into like a node-based thing, which is really helpful when you're doing this type of effect rendering and compositing. And then this is one people, usually they take on the last, but I love it. It's what I use for like screen replacements and all that type of stuff. Helps make it really intuitive after a while. And then Fairlight's just for sound. So all this, anytime you watch a movie, basically you don't hear crap. They don't record shit. They do all that in post-production. So they're layering all the sound effects. And then, even collaboration, because they've got their own little way to share shit or whatever. But yeah, so that's Blackmagic Design. So yeah, this is fun. So I'm starting over here. I don't normally use the cut window. A lot of times I jump straight into the edit window because I learned how to edit in Final Cut. But whatever, I'm going to try to get over here and fuck with this cut window. Also because this speed editor is specialized for the cut window. So let me plug it in. I do got my desk cam on. Where the heck did the little plug go? I thought I unplugged it because... Oh, here it goes. I think this is it. There we go. Boom. There we go. All right, so... All right, so let me see if you guys can see the desk. Hang on. I don't think you can. I think the camera's frozen. Yeah, camera froze.
Go backwards. I think it said Paul's not dead. Sorry.
Yeah, I can get those cool, like, all right, something happened to my camera. Oh, no.
What were you doing with it, Jay?
Oh, it probably died. Yep, I think it died. No battery.
Blame Sam. He was posing again while you were sleeping.
Yeah. Fucking batteries. Alright, let's do that. And eventually my tablet's probably gonna die because I don't need to get charged. Alright, anyway, let me go ahead and get this going. And I'll give that a second to charge and take it down for now.
I keep thinking about all the stuff Nerdy teaches. The diffusion.
Beast, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, yeah, I'm still getting used to Resolve. Alright, so I've got this thing. Alright, it's got 3 speeds, right? So, let's see. Shuttle is the super. Yeah. Is the super quick one.
You can make some shit about fish face.
Jog is what I use the most because it's how you get through the fine stuff. And then scroll. Scroll's also fast, but it doesn't stop, right? All right, hang on a second. Let's watch the tutorial again. We've got time, whatever. It's gonna take me all goddamn night. Who cares? All right. Let's see. No, there should be one I watched.
Okay, do you know the channel Awaken with JP?
No.
It's a right-wing comedy guy who's a redhead.
Hey everybody, Casey Ferris here. I make videos on DaVinci Resolve here on...
If you take a... Oh, you're still not in the Discord. You could drop a link in the chat.
On YouTube, and today we're talking about this baby. The speed editor. If you don't... And it's like a little cute little keyboard. It's worth it for you. Ooh, boxy.
Hang on. This is not... He's great, but I think there's a... Let me see if there's a... I think I have a playlist.
No, I heard it yesterday. My husband was watching it, and he brought up this thing about Hunter Biden's laptops getting banned from Twitter for something.
Really? There was a recent story about Hunter Biden, and I actually was... I don't think I followed up on it.
Yeah, so I wasn't sure. I thought I'd make a mention and ask just because, Hunter Biden's laptops.
Definitely haven't.
That's a familiar name.
Definitely haven't. All right, let's see. Resolve. Did I not put my speed editor tutorials on here? Oh, there we go. All right. Sweet. Let me...
I found one. I'm putting it in the chat here and gather.
I just want those keys explained, actually. Boom. Yeah, there's probably a manual somewhere. That's a good idea. I don't know where it is. So long.
Hey guys, today we're going to be talking about, went over some of the features of, and I'm really excited to show you guys how to use it and some of the features and really the functionality of the timeline. Let's just say speed editor tutorial. Let's go with that. Enter. Okay, so speed editor. So now the nice thing is the sort of right side here is for your right hand, and you can go between your source and your timeline. And then the left is sort of to use your in and out points, your slip deletes, your trim in, trim out, all that good stuff. This bottom panel here is going to be for multicam, which I will show you how incredibly quick it can be to cut a quick multicam sequence. Then the top are some of your, I guess, primary controls, I would say, whether it be the undo and audio levels, full view, all that good stuff. So let's get started here. What I'm gonna do actually is I'm gonna go into, let's go to my source tape. I'm gonna hit source. Now in my source tape, you guys can see my entire, all my clips in their entirety, which is kind of cool to see.
It's like what?
And hand-eye coordination
for
editing.
Wherever there's a white line on that source tape is basically
which is what they use in a studio to make it fast.
What we can do is we can scroll this whole tape, and we can either
you're not mousing
jog,
around.
which is pretty precise, goes frame by frame,
Frame
or
by
we can
frame.
scroll, which is super fast if you need to jump to a clip or scrub quickly through clips, or shuttle. Shuttle is kind of like you can adjust the play speed. So now it's 64
that's
times.
what shuttle is. Okay,
And-
I forgot what the heck shuttle was. All right, so let's show that. So I press shuttle. Now if I go, if I do it really, shuttle's hard. I don't use shuttle a lot. If I go like really slow, it'll go slow. But if I do it hard, then it'll just go like super fast. So however hard you spin it determines how hard it goes.
Yes, that works.
And so it's good over like longer clips, and if you're just like, I don't know, really precise, I don't use it. Normally I go scroll, which is super fast, or jog, which allows you to go frame by frame. So normally I scroll around. But yeah, I kind of love this wheel. And then you have a source. So the source jumped up there. This is what he means by the source tape. The source is the top window. You could see over to the left, like what I'm using. Now I'm up there in the top window. Go to the right.
Let's look at the scene.
I'm going through that clip. That's the source, and then I have this other button called timeline, and that bounces me back to my timeline. So it's like I can keep my hands here. If I want to go back up to the source, I'm up there. Jump back to the timeline. All right, so the speed editor is mostly meant to work, especially in this cut window. I really, 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 really like it. All right, go ahead, my guy.
And say you want to really scrub through fast, or you want to view everything at once, just to get a visual pass of what types of clips you have. Yeah, and then you can use shuttle. I like to leave it on jog just because it's a little more precise. And if I just scroll up and down the timeline, I'll switch between jog and scroll. So let's just add some stuff on our timeline here. Let's add some stuff. So this looks pretty cool. So what we can do is we can set our in point here. Okay, that's enough. Out point, cool. All
right, so look, you see at the top, he's got source and timeline. That's the two buttons, and they're right above. So your right hand basically is here. You set what mode it's in with the shuttle, jog, or scroll, and then you can bounce up to your source and scroll through the source tape, or jump back to the timeline and scroll through what's actually on your timeline. So that's really helpful. And then over here, you set your in point and your out point. So you go.
Do you have this keyboard, or you need one?
No, I have it right here. Oh, you can't see it on the. You can't see it in the gather. But yeah, it's on my desk here.
Okay.
Yeah, I have it.
Which is cool.
Yeah, that's why I'm watching this, so I could remember how to use it.
And that, so we'll put that on the timeline by hitting the append key.
All right, and then I'm gonna see if I remember these keys. So append will take whatever edit you just made, and it will add it to the end of your timeline. That's mostly what you want to do. That's why it's in the center. It's called linear editing. So you take a clip, append it, take another clip, append it.
If needed.
Yeah, there's an undo. Undo is.
Which is probably coming up.
Yeah, undo is actually on the escape key. Undo is right here.
Okay.
And there's I forget what button is the shift. One of these damn buttons. All right, and then there's, or maybe it's just whatever mode it's in, rather. So then the smart insert, I think, I forget which one. All right, maybe he's gonna tell us about the inserts.
Append that, so we'll put that on the timeline by hitting the append key.
And then ripple
Excellent.
overlay.
Now let's move down. Let's find something different.
Those are all just different ways of
some leaves here.
putting
This
in
is
the
from an
clip on the
iPhone
timeline.
test video. This is my buddy Amistad, a great photographer. So let's say we want this whole clip to go in. We're on this clip. As you can see, the playhead's there in the source tape. We'll just hit append. Now that whole clip is there. Now let's go to our timeline, And say we want to, oh, I didn't hit append. Let's go to source. Ah, you know what I did? Let's undo that. So to undo something, you just hit escape twice. So any keys that have letterings at the bottom,
hit it twice, there you go.
Double tapping it will do the second function of that key, although there are some limitations to that. So not all keys you have to double tap. Sometimes you have to hold and then you can use the scroll wheel. But for the most part, double tapping the key that has text on the bottom will do the secondary function of that key. So
oh, right, that's how you trim your in and outs.
Let me go back to my source tape.
And you clear them, you just double tap and it'll clear in and out. So let me try that. Oh, yep, there we go. Bro, don't be reading my mind like that. All right, so look, let's go up to the source tape. So let's just say we're up here and I set this endpoint and then I'm like, Jay, that's a shitty endpoint because nothing's going on there. I could just double tap it. Ooh, and it's gone. Okay, nice. Go down here. Let's actually say I go to scroll so I get through it really fast. Oh, if I go to scroll, that now is going through the clips. I was wondering about that. Jog. All right, hang on a sec. Get back up to the top of the day. Oh, this is the beauty, y'all. I was wondering how to get through these. Ooh. Oh, I forgot. There. All right, y'all. So here's why this is great. The reason you're not having to navigate is because I forgot about this. So their concept of source tape basically is like up here in this bin, it's treating everything like a big ass tape, like one big ass tape. And that's actually beautiful because then it's like, it's making them really condensed. And then as I'm scrolling through, right, you see it over to the right, it's just scrolling through each of the clips. And so then it's going down through the files. And this is a quick way, right? Because if you were cutting a news clip, right, you'd have all these fucking edits and you'd be like, God, I don't know which ones I need. So you're like hunting through for what you want. And then you're like, oh, I might want something out of here. So then you go in the jog. Is where experiments are performed, Avidian individuals and populations are observed. And now you see the jog is going much slower through that one clip. Matter of fact, let me mute it. Now you can't hear it. But see how it's jogging in that one clip slower?
Yeah.
So now I can actually go into that clip. If I go to shuttle, I think I stay within that clip. Yeah, shuttle. I can shuttle throughout the tape or stay within a clip. That's really nice. All right, so I'm just learning how to use the source tape. That's cool, because I was wondering, like, why isn't there, like, a up or down, or, like, how the hell do I get from clip to clip? But then I remembered, all right, so that's, like, cool as shit, and that's one of the functional differences, right? Because when you go over here to the edit window, the pinochle window, which is what I wish I was doing. All right, the edit window, this is like a non-linear editor where you're gonna go over here and pick your clip and then go down here or whatever, right? And I think kind of you do. I've been using it over here. I think you can use it over here. Yeah. See, I'm editing that. I'm right there. And you can jump back and forth between. But yeah, this doesn't work with the. Oh, see, I'm scrolling my timeline. I think they're gonna do more about this with the edit window. For now, it really is focused on the cut window, but it does have some functionality on the edit window. We'll get to that later, I'm sure. All right, so here we go. So I really like that. Let me go back to source, back to the 29th. Man, it's fast too. I gotta get used to the speed. All right, so if I play this, nice big fat stop play button. Is there no audio for that one? Let's stop. Let's go here. All right, cool. Go back. All right, this one I want to be in. My bed Buddha. I should say.
That was holy shit. Space Jesus lives.
All right, let's look at this shot. It's a little bit, I won't say screwed up, but not perfect. All right, so we want to move the stuff off the stand. We'll move the bong and everything off the tape. All right, so that's not the clip we want. So we would go into scroll. Yeah, right.
The importance of moving your bong off the table.
And we cleaned up. All right, we're scrolling through this source tape, right? All right, so let's see where we're at with this one. Why am I not hearing anything? Welcome to the introduction tutorial for Avida-ED 4. Avida-ED is a digital evolution model system that allows you to investigate evolutionary concepts using data from experiments you conduct with evolving digital organisms. In Avida-ED, we refer to these individual organisms as Avidians. In this video, I will introduce the view chooser, freezer, and lab bench that make up the main areas of the user interface. All right, not bad, not bad.
Not bad.
All right, the view chooser. All right, let's do, I think this may have been another take. The view chooser area has 3 buttons to switch. Let's go back. Maybe that was the second one. Let me see. No, maybe we only got one in here. Let me see. Welcome to the introduction tutorial for Avida-ED 4. It seems weird to me that I'd only have one take of that. The view chooser area has 3 buttons to switch among 3 viewing modes. Yeah, all right, let's go with it. All right, now the other thing is, I want to cut down to. I'm going to go to the timeline because that's not where I want to put that edit, right? So check this out. So we've got this so far. Welcome to the Avida-ED studio. I'm Jay Bundy. In this video, I will introduce you to Avida-ED 4's graphical user interface. Let's take a tour of the virtual lab bench. All right, now we essentially see how it's got that little marker right there.
Yeah.
That this thingy right here. It's
Yeah.
basically, I think, guessing that that's where I should put a smart edit, right? So I'm going to go back up to the source tape. It's going to take this little thing. Now I'm going to use the jog. I'm going to press the jog button, and I'm going to try to find an in and out. Where did it just take me? Oh, yeah, right. Now it took me to the beginning of this clip. So now I'm jogging through that clip. And I think this might be where my in is. So I'll hit Welcome play. To the introduction tutorial for it was. All right, so let's hit the in there. And we'll play. Welcome to the introduction tutorial for Avida-ED 4. Avida-ED is a digital evolution model system. All right, cool. That allows you to investigate evolutionary concepts using data from experiments. This sounds weird to you guys, but it's faster than listening, and I can use it as an audio person to find what I'm looking for, right? So sometimes I'll do this. I'll pull down the volume so it's not too loud. I don't need to be that loud. So you conduct evolving digital organisms. In Avida-ED, we refer to these individual organisms as Avidians. In this video, I will introduce a view chooser, freezer, and lab bench that make up the main areas of the user interface. Boom. All right, and
Let me hear this. What did you? Wait, what do you?
It was the end of the case.
Yeah, I don't know what happened when I hit that space bar or whatever.
I guess I would cut there. This is a cut.
Yeah, that's too far. Oh, I gotta get used to the transition. When I hit stop and play, it's changing the view. All right, let's go back. We're still in that clip.
Area.
All right, when I'm in jog,
three buttons to switch among 3 viewing modes. I don't know. I guess I would cut there. This is a cut.
Yeah, so go back. I think it's back here.
That make up the main areas of the user interface.
All right, and now I'll touch this a little bit. And then I think I can use this to set the out. And then I'm going to hit Smart Insert, and I think it's going to go to where that chiclet is. Let's see. All right, I think it did. And then I will jump down the timeline. And then I'm going to roll back and see what that looks like. Now with this, I should shuttle, technically, I guess. All right, back to jog, hit play.
Welcome to the Avida-ED studio. I'm Jay.
Now, technically, we don't want to lose too much time listening to this whole thing, so we'll go closer to our cut and go here.
Tour of the virtual lab bench. Welcome to the introduction tutorial for Avida-ED.
It's pretty much, we'll massage it later, but that's pretty much the idea, right?
Evolution model system that allows you to investigate evolutionary concepts using data from experiments you conduct with evolving digital organisms. In Avida-ED, we refer to these individual organisms as Avidians. In this video, I will introduce the view chooser, freezer, and lab bench that make up the main areas of the user interface. In this video, we introduced the virtual lab bench and some of the basic controls of the user interface. Additional tutorials are...
Oh, wait, there was another... There's another clip. It's all right, I'll find it later.
Welcome to the introduction tutorial for...
All right, so we got that. That's cool. All right, now let's get the next clip. And we'll keep going from there. So let's go to back up to source. I'm going to hit play just to remember where I was. Oh, we're in that footage still. All right, so actually I think we're in, let's go to scroll, right? And we'll go forward. I wonder how shuttle works up here. Let's get some shuttling going up here. Yeah. Oh, that's what I see. Shuttle is like responsive. Like it moves kind of like late, like because it needs to see how hard you hit it. Oh, and then it keeps going. All right, shuttle's very different, y'all. Jog and scroll are like you're steering the wheel, if that makes any sense, right? Like it's under your finger where it is. Shuttle is like a really crazy play button where how hard you spin it decides how fast it's going to start moving forward, and then it's just going to keep moving forward. So it takes a little time to get used to shuttle. So I'm in shuttle now. I'll roll it just slowly, and then watch. It's going to start playing at that speed. Until I like move it or stop it, right? Now it's going the other way. So I just stop it. Now, if I go, let's go a little faster, right? Now it's going to start rolling out at that speed. It should. No? Maybe?
Conduct with evolving digital organisms.
Go.
In Avida-ED, we refer to these individual organisms as...
No, you don't want to shuttle up here? All right, cool, because it was hard anyway. All right. All right, let's see if this is our next clip. I think so. I just don't know if I wanted the first take or the second. The view chooser area has 3 buttons to switch among 3 viewing modes. Yeah, that's it. But let's see what the next one looks like. Oh, I see the play button chooser area has 3 buttons to switch among 3 viewing modes. The first view is population view. This is the default view when you open Avida-ED. I'm listening to the audio for issues. I need to be here by default. Let's see that again. Yep, see? Don't want that one. I have a feeling I don't want any of that. Sam got out of the way. There are 3 viewing modes. The first view is population view. This is the default view when you open Avida-ED. It contains the virtual petri dish, experimental setup, and statistics panels. These panels allow you to run experiments and collect data. The organism button switches to organism view. Organism view allows you to observe an organism's genome, run that genomic instruction sequence. Oh, I do like that. You're supposed to go to organism view there. My bad. I'm tripping. An offspring's mutations. The analysis button switches to analysis view. This view allows you to collect data from one or a few finished experimental runs and compare graphs of population variables. For example, the average fitness of organisms in populations over time. I don't know if I wasn't crazy about that or what, but let's, yeah, let me see the next one, and then if not, I'll cut that. Let's go back. Let's go in. The view chooser area has 3 buttons to switch among 3 viewing modes. It kept the play rolling. The first view is population view. This is see, guys, this is what I love. I'm into what's called controllerism, and you guys are seeing it. It's the way the controller helps you get in touch with the software and actually feel like you're physically cutting tape and editing, like you're in a proper editing suite, which is actually why I love that keyboard. The keyboard makes it even more intuitive because, like you see here, I've got a balance with my own keyboard and mouse and shit. But yeah, this is really fun. I don't know what I just hit, but whatever. It's all good. Here we go. The view chooser area has 3 buttons to switch among 3 viewing modes. The first view is population view. This is the default view when you open Avida-ED. Yeah, I didn't click because before I clicked, petri dish. I'm being nitpicky, but literally the first time I recorded this, I clicked, and then I was like, that feels stupid because you don't click when it's the default view. So now I highlighted it, but I didn't click. Experimental setup and statistics panels. These panels allow you to run experiments and collect data. The organism button switches to organism view. Organism view allows you to observe an organism's genome, run that genomic instruction sequence, confirm phenotypes, and display an offspring's mutations. The analysis button switches to analysis view, which allows you to view data collected from one or a few finished experimental runs and compare graphs of population variables. For example, the average fitness of organisms in populations over time. All right, I like that. That was a lot better. I think that's what I want to use. So now I want to go into jog, and it will now, as soon as I move the jog wheel, switch to jogging within that clip. And I think I got to go back to get to where, yeah, see, because I'm ending the clip. And actually, I got to remember to use the actual video footage there as evidence as well to help me. Now I'm going back. And the reason this is useful is because I don't have to set the endpoint first. I could just as easily go here, time. and go to that jog and then say, I want this to be my out, and I'll just set the out there for now. And then I can roll back until I see if this is where I want to start. The analysis button. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and shuttle and see what shuttling gets me. Why do I shuttle? That's dangerous, Jay. You're playing with fire, baby. Oh, no. All right. Anytime it does that, I don't care what I'm doing. Immediately hit it with the save project. I normally use the Control S shortcut. That's what you see that there for. But I kept putting it, but I wanted to try. Save. I mean, anytime it makes you nervous, save your work, y'all. All right, let's go back in the jog and get the hell at the beginning of this clip. I can see up there what it's doing now. It's looking at population view, so I'm close to the right place. All right, maybe here. The view chooser area. Yeah. All right. So that's it right there. Let's go ahead and set that endpoint. The view chooser area. All right, now that's right there. We think it's at the right insert point. Is it? Nope, I don't think it is. Let's cut back to the timeline. What happened to my other? Oh, it got rid of my other clip somehow. Did I undo something? All right, here. Let's all right, we can fix this. Let's fix this. We'd scroll. Sorry, no. Let's find the insert point it wants to use. That's right here. All right. Go back to the source tape. Scroll up to the clip we had before. Is it not letting me get more than one in and out? Welcome to the introduction tutorial for Avida-ED 4. Avida-ED is a digital evolution. The view chooser area. Jog. Give me that. Scroll here. Welcome to the introduction of ED. Using different conduct evolving digital organisms. In ED, we refer to these individual organisms as atheists. In this video, I will introduce the view chooser, freezer, and lab bench that make the main areas of the user interface. Out. Smart insert. Okay. Now, keep going. Actually, go back to scroll. Rolling along. First view chooser. The view chooser area has three. No, we don't want that. I think we want the second one. All right, so where's jog? We'll set it in. The view chooser area has three buttons to show the view. First position view. This view will be at. You know what? Let's see here. Organism analysis. Go back. Oh, you know what? I need to be here by default. Let's do that again. Wrong. Open Vita. All right, I think this is where I want to be. ED. It contains the virtual petri dish. All right. This is the default.
The first view is population view. All right, give it a natural in. The view chooser has 3 buttons to switch among 3 viewing modes. The first view is population view. This is the default view when you open Avida-ED. It contains the virtual petri dish, experimental setup, and statistics panels. These panels allow you to run experiments and collect data. The organism button switches to organism view. Organism view allows you to observe an organism's genome, run that genomic instruction sequence, confirm phenotypes, and display an offspring's mutations. The analysis button switches to analysis view. This view allows you to collect data from one or a few finished experimental runs and compare graphs of population variables. For example, the average fitness of organisms in populations over time. Nope, hated that one. I could tell. So then this one, let's set an in, roll it,
view chooser
and then we'll just set
area
it
has
out
3 buttons to
on
switch
the
among
fly.
3
Getting
viewing
faster.
modes.
You can always set
The
a
first
pseudo
view is
in
population
and then just
view.
go with the clip. If
This
it's
is
not the right
default
one,
view when
then
you open Avida-ED.
just set another one later.
It contains the virtual petri dish, experimental setup, and statistics panels. These panels allow you to run experiments and collect data. The organism button switches to organism view. Organism view allows you to observe an organism's genome, run that genomic instruction sequence, confirm phenotypes, and display an offspring's mutations. The analysis button switches to analysis view, which allows you to view data collected from one or a few finished experimental runs
YouTube
and
punk.
compare graphs of population
I've been
variables.
so out of loop with the
For
chat.
example, the average fitness of organisms in populations over
YouTube punk
time.
said something about a Kickstarter a while ago. I feel bad. What? All right, stop. I did not need to look at that. All right, let's go jog back, my friend. Yeah, there you go. Oh, nice. I like that. And then I can see the end of the audio. Let's go ahead and set the out there. And then we'll do another smart insert. All right, now let me roll back and see these two. Actually, jump down the timeline. Now let me go see these two. Only because I'm trying to see, and you can see the edit points. See up here where it shows me these clips. It shows me the edit points. It's very nice.
When you open Avida-ED.
So actually, you could just go here, and it'll jump right to it. It's really nice, and then you can play your
Virtual
edits.
Lab Bench. Welcome to the introduction tutorial for Avida-ED 4. Avida-ED is a digital evolution model system that allows you to investigate evolutionary
Jump
concepts
here.
areas of the user interface. The view chooser area has 3 buttons to switch among 3 viewing modes.
Yeah, this is good.
The first view is population
It's
view.
not exactly like I want it, but
This is
I'm
the
cutting
default
together the
view when
rough
you
tape.
open
I'm just trying to get the
Avida-ED.
clips I want in the right
contains the
order.
virtual petri
And
dish,
then I'll deal with the
experimental
details later
setup, and statistics
once everything's in the
panels.
right place.
These
and I don't have to
panels
fuck
allow
around
you
with
to
the
run
media bin as
experiments and
much.
collect data. The organism button switches to organism view. Organism view allows you to observe an organism's genome, run that genomic instruction sequence, confirm phenotypes, and display an offspring's mutations. The analysis button switches to analysis view, which allows you to view data collected from one or a few finished experimental runs and compare graphs of population variables. For example, the average fitness of organisms in populations over time. In this video, all right, now let's jump back up to our source. That was good. Let's keep it on. We're gonna go back to scroll because we're looking for our next clip to add, right? I just wanted to see if that worked. So far, this is working beautifully, guys. I'm really enjoying this. This is fun. You got to just start slow. I always told Rob the point of this first one is to just get everything going. And honestly, the actual material is super easy, and the video is not too hard to make. So none of this is super challenging, but it's a good excuse to get more comfortable with the environment for the challenges ahead. And dishes with configured environmental settings. Saved items are referred to as frozen or saved. The Configured Dishes panel stores experimental setups for reuse to aid in treatment replication. Actually, let me show you guys what I was talking about before, about the pseudo workflow. You can jump into jog mode, right? You find a clip, you jump in the jog, now we're jogging the clip. Now what you do, I don't know if this is the right clip, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to set an input anyway. Set the input here. Why? Because if this is the right clip, when I play it to preview it, I can just hit the out and add it. If it's not the right clip, as soon as I realize that, I can just move forward onto the source tape and set my next endpoint when I get to the right clip. The freezer area allows you to save individual organisms, populations, and dishes with configured environmental settings. Saved items are referred to. Yeah, you know what happened, UC Love? I pulled the chat down. I normally have my restream chat up on my monitor, but I didn't, and I just got in the fucking zone. So please excuse me. But yeah, man, I love having the community here to support me when I'm doing stuff. But yeah, sometimes that focus gets me, which is good. It means I'm actually getting shit done. Let's go. Saved. Appreciate all y'all, though. The Configured Dishes panel stores experimental setups for reuse. YouTube Punk will always be able to catch up with me, man. Matter of fact, Punk sent me some stuff in my Discord I'm going to catch up with. Appreciate YouTube Punk, man. The prop master. Matter of fact, YouTube Punk, man, I'm really excited about that set, but I think I'm going to have to order it. I'm going to have to wait a couple paychecks and then just order it, and then we're going to have to build it. Organisms panel stores individual Avidians for use as ancestors in experiments or for experimentation in organism view. The Populated Dishes panel stores experimental populations for continuing experiments or for examination in analysis mode. Yeah, I think I was fine with that one, which is why I got that pause at the end. I didn't hear anything jump out at me. We'll go into jog, and again, now we're right there on that footage. So we pull back, couple frames. Really nice motion here. I mean, look at that. I got a full couple of rotations per frame. It's really nice. All right, so really, really great, like they said, for going frame by frame. We'll go ahead and just put the out here. You see that little insert thing telling me, again, it's right here, this little chiclet. It's telling me, hey, if you do a smart insert, I'm going to go there. Let me switch keyboards, actually. Let me see. Normally, I like to switch my keyboards when I'm editing so that this keyboard down here controls my text. Let's do a cheers command to test that. Put this mouse up here. And then this is what I call console mode, where this keyboard is now controlling my production computer. It just makes the keyboard closest to, y'all know what I'm doing. It's a register switch, so that the keyboard closest to the speed editor is the one controlling the computer that's editing. All right, So let's go ahead. I think this is the mode. What was I doing? I think I just got to set a jog. I think I just set it out. And then go down into smart insert. And then I'll just jump over here to test it. Ooh, and I got my nice heavy mouse on this and my trackball. All right. Average fitness of organisms in populations over time. The freezer area allows you to save individual organisms. Dude, I didn't even notice the cut there. It's funny. I know there is one, but let me see. Experimental runs and compare graphs of population variables. For example, the average fitness of organisms in populations over time. The freezer area allows you to save
a little bit of a jumpy there. We're going to put a transition there.
And dishes with configured environmental settings. Saved items are referred to as frozen or saved. The configured dishes panel stores experimental setups for reuse to aid in treatment replication. The organisms panel stores individual Avidians for use as ancestors in experiments or for experimentation in organism view. The populated dishes panel stores experimental populations for continuing experiments or for examination in analysis mode. In this video, we introduced the virtual lab bench.
All right. Cool. So far, so good.
Experiments or for examination in analysis mode. All right, so we just did the freezer. So yeah, now we want to go back up to source. Back to scroll. All right, let's see what's going on in here. We'll jump back in the jog. The lab bench area is where experiments. Yeah, let's jump in there. Let's get right here and set an in. Play it. The lab bench area is where experiments are performed, Avidian individuals and populations are observed, and data is collected and analyzed. When in population view, the lab bench shows the virtual petri dish or map, which is the digital environment in which the Avidians reproduce, and the I don't like this. I know Rob. All right, so that's a good example. I saw something I didn't like, right? But it's still cool. I still save some time setting my in there. So I'll go to scroll, just scroll to the next page. Jump in the jog, get in there. Go ahead, set the in again. If I can get a little right here. The lab bench area is where experiments are performed, Avidian individuals and populations are observed, and data is collected and analyzed. When in population view, the lab bench shows the virtual petri dish or map, which is the digital environment in which the Avidians reproduce and the Avidian population evolves. To the right of the map are several information panels. When in stats mode, they display a variety of real-time statistics about the organisms in the virtual petri dish. When you click Setup, the information panels change to Setup mode, which is where you can access the environmental settings to configure an experimental run. Here you can change the dish size, the per site mutation rate. Oh, my phone went off. Yeah, I was done. I knew I fucked this up. I was like, I fucked this one up a couple times. Turn my phone off. I don't know why people are. What the fuck is wrong with me, Jay? Jay, that's some amateur shit right there. Okay. The lab bench area is where experiments are performed. Avidian individuals and populations. Let me find the last one. The lab bench area is where the lab bench area is. I fucked this one up a bunch. To see an example. The lab bench area is where experiments are performed, Avidian individuals and populations are observed, I already had an individual and data is collected and analyzed. When in population view, the lab bench shows the virtual petri dish or map, which is the example experimental run with the defaults. To see an experiment. All right, this must be the last one. The lab bench area is where experiments are performed. Avidian individuals. Run. The availability, amounts, and patterns of resources in the dish environment and other parameters. All right, I guess I did like that one. All right, so let's go back. Jog. Set it in. Out. Smart insert. All right, now we'll go see what's next. Now that I know what it's doing, I'm gonna just keep going. Quick Control S over here with the right hand. Now back to scroll. We only got a couple more. To see an example experimental run with the default settings, setup. Organism. Oh, you know what? All right. Yeah, I knew I didn't like that one. I think that's it. To see an example, that might be it. Let me see. To see an example of what the genome of a single Avidian looks like, go. Yeah, here. To see an example of what the genome of a single Avidian looks like, go to the organism. Oh yeah, that was all right. So let's go. Scroll, go back. I do want this one. Let's go. Jog. Get in there. In. No, messed up. Right here. In. To see an example experimental run with the default settings, go to the population view, go to the setup, drag an ancestral organism from the freezer into the ancestral organism box, then click Run below the map. The seed ancestor begins to replicate and its offspring spread across the dish. Click the Stats button to view statistics of the evolving population. what that is, y'all, is it also just makes a raw recording of my webcam. So let's say I wanted to sync it up later and just use my webcam. It has like it makes a raw video of my webcam. I wish it also mapped the audio onto it so that but whatever, I don't really care because I don't use it. All right, so sorry, I need to go into jog, roll back. All right, and then set that as the out point. We've already listened to it, so we're just gonna smart insert it, boom. And y'all see this workflow, right? This gets cool, like as soon as you, like once we really get this down, like this is a really nice, intuitive, physical way to cut tape. To see an example of what the genome of a single Avidian looks like, now let me just pause that real quick and see if I kept this or if this next one is on the same tip. To see an example of data from a... No. All right, I do want this one. All right, let's go in here. Let's jog it. Let's see the vibes. We're going to jog it. We're right here. We're going to hit our in. Play to see an example. Yeah, play it just to check it. I'm playing it just to check it. If you want to know why I'm playing through it, I'm checking it to make sure the audio's clean. If I make sure I hear it, the audio's clean, I can add it to my timeline. I know I'm not necessarily worried about recutting or reshooting that particular piece of footage right now. Add it to the timeline, then boom, when I ship it over to editor, I've already listened to it. Single Avidian looks like, go to the organism view and drag the all functions organism. Welcome back, Cameron. From the organisms panel of the freezer. Yeah, I'm late as shit with that too. Next to the genetic symbol. I appreciate y'all, man. I'm out here working, man. We'll get it down. The circular genome that will appear is composed of instructions represented by single letters within colored circles. And also, man, shout out to James Apperson, man. I'm doing this for you, James. I know James dipped on me even though I'm out here. James is the one talking about editing. I'm out here editing, and James gonna dip and go have fun on me or whatever he went to do. But yeah, man, it don't matter. I still gotta get it right so I can hold it down. Show him what's up. But yeah, want to thank James for holding it down and my one black friend. Let's get this. In this video, we introduced the virtual lab. Uh-oh, you done messed up. Go back to the source. To observe the execution of this Avidian's genetic program. I'm getting used to it though, y'all. Now I just let this go on for a bit. To see an example of data from a saved experiment, go to the analysis view. Now I fucked this because I decided I didn't like this. But what I'm gonna do is all I gotta do is go to jog this. We're jogging it. So we'll go back to where before I messed it up. We should go here. This view. No. Environment. Go to the analysis. Yeah, I want to go here. And then cut it before I start talking. Right, about here. And set it out. Okay. Smart insert that. That's going to cut off the part that I fucked up. Then we're going to go to scroll. Cut it to the next part. It's just going to skip. And then I'm going to put a transition there. All right. Jog. I knew this when I did it, though. So. Right. So then we're going to set it in there. To see an example of data from a saved experiment, go to the analysis view and drag the example item from the populated dishes panel in the... Wait, I just wanted to make sure we had the same idea about where to put the smart edit. I had my cursor on top of it, so I didn't see it. I wanted to check it, but it jumped me back into the timeline. Jump back up to my source. In the freezer, into the blank central area. A graph appears showing data from this saved example run. I like editing, man. Y'all in my studio now, man. From the bottom right of the legend to see different data plotted. That's what I've been telling people, man. I like editing, man. I don't like doing it in the sense of being offline all the time, working on a fucking 2-minute video, but if I could live stream it, I'm with it. All right, same thing here. I think we pretty much got, I was running my mouth a little bit. Let me listen to the cleanup real quick there. Different data plotted on the graph. Yeah, okay, yep, whatever. I don't know why I went and plotted, they ended up being the same thing, but that's fine. We might correct that at some point. Jog it. Let's just out that right there. Smart insert. The reason I'm doing smart insert instead of append is because you see I have that end piece kind of tag there. I don't want to append because it'll put it over on the other side of that. So that's that. I think that's it though. We'll go back. We're still in our source tape. We go back to scroll. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. So that's all the pieces, y'all, for the most part. Now check this out. Let's jump back into the timeline. And let's go back to our examples. See, this is where we start. This is where we start making examples. I think. No, it's before this, sorry. Cause shuttle. Woo! See, that shuttle got away from me. Okay, and then you got to actually pause shuttle. Shuttle's almost like a play mode. You get to decide how fast you're playing. Shuttle's crazy. It's fun. I just gotta learn it. I need some practice with shuttle. For continuing experiments or for examination in analysis mode. Boom, this is the transition we want. Okay, so now I want to go ahead and go up to source, and then I want to go to that other clip from yesterday, which is way at the beginning. All right, so now for that, I kind of want to go shuttle maybe and whip through the tape. Nah, I think it might even scroll would be even faster. Yeah, I'm gonna just scroll. All right, so now. No, I'm still in the tape here. All right, here. We want to go up here to the other day, till the 28th. This stuff. Because I think I want this one in there. Ooh, what is a video clip for it? 19, 10, 15. The closest one, I think. Let me see. Oh, yeah, it wasn't synced. Let's see the virtual lab bench in action. All right, and that was because it didn't get synced with this wave clip, which is here. Let's see the virtual lab bench in action. Yeah, so let's see if I could do that and this. The 919. Let's go here and hit auto sync audio based on waveform. It says it failed.
Let's see the virtual.
Sure as fuck did.
Let's see the virtual lab bench in action.
All right, we're gonna have to probably do that manually. All right, so let's go now to our edit, right? And this is our edit. Let's watch our preliminary edit through. This is basically what we have just coming off this cut. So we've got our cut, right? We did our basics. So now we're gonna see what we've got, and then we'll edit it, and this is where we'll get it looking polished.
Welcome to the Avida-ED studio. I'm Jay Bundy. In this video, I will introduce you to Avida-ED 4's graphical user interface. Let's take a tour of the virtual lab bench. Welcome to the introduction tutorial for Avida-ED 4. Avida-ED is a digital evolution model system that allows you to investigate evolutionary concepts using data from experiments you conduct with evolving digital organisms. In Avida-ED, we refer to these individual organisms as Avidians. In this video, I will introduce the view chooser, freezer, and lab bench that make up the main areas of the user interface. The view chooser area has 3 buttons to switch among 3 viewing modes. The first view is pop.
It's probably like a little bit too coarse there. Oh Lord. I always forget how to do this so that it doesn't, I think I want, like a ripple edit or something. Oh wait, because then it'll go, hang on a sec, let me see. We refer to these view chooser up the main areas of the user interface. The view chooser, yeah, I'll give it some space in a sec. Here, let's do this. Because this is what I'm gonna have to do. I'm already, all right, I might as well already go ahead and put the transitions in because that's what I'm thinking to do. Go here. I know the sequence is right. Let me go ahead and put in what I want to put in.
Interface. Let's take a tour of the virtual lab bench. Welcome to the introduction tutorial for Avida-ED 4.
All right, let's go look at our other timeline because we're going to get some ideas from that. Where's timeline 1? All right, so this is basically the rough cut that I did before.
Hi,
I'm going to copy
Dr.
some
Jay
of these
Bundy.
choices.
Welcome to the Avida-ED studio. In this video, I'll introduce you to Avida-ED 4's graphical user interface. Welcome to the virtual lab bench.
All right, that's where I'll put that stinger transition.
Welcome to the overview tutorial for Avida-ED 4.
Letterboxing.
Avida-ED is a digital evolution model system that allows you to investigate evolutionary concepts using data from experiments you conduct with evolving digital organisms. In Avida-ED, we refer to these individual organisms as Avidians.
Then I got to gray out.
In this video, I will introduce the viewer chooser, freezer, and lab bench that make up the main areas of the user interface. The viewer chooser area has 3 buttons to switch among 3 viewer modes. The population viewer, which is the default view when you open Avida-ED,
then they're gone. They don't really need to be there at all.
Experimental setup, and statistics panels. The organism button switches to the organism viewer, which allows you to observe an organism's genome, run that genomic sequence, confirm phenotypes, and display an offspring's mutations.
The analysis button switches to the analysis viewer, which allows you to view data collected from one or a few finished experimental runs and compare graphs of population variables such as average fitness of organisms in populations over time. The freezer area allows you to save individual organisms, populations, and dishes with configured environmental settings. Saved items are referred to as frozen or saved. The configured dishes panel stores experimental setups for reuse in later experiments. The organisms panel stores individual Avidians for use as ancestors in population viewer experiments or for examination with the organism viewer. The populated dishes panel stores experimental populations for continuing experiments using the population viewer or for examination with the analysis mode. The lab bench area is where experiments are performed, Avidian individuals and populations are observed, and data is collected and analyzed. When in the population viewer, the lab bench consists of the virtual petri dish or map, which is the digital environment in which the Avidians reproduce and the Avidian population evolves.
Sorry.
To the right of the map are several information panels.
All right, y'all.
I gotta take a little boys break. This is really helpful. I was reminding myself of the choices I made here up front and how I need to pull in some of the other assets. And then also what I did as far as this letterboxing and stuff. Yeah, some of these things we're just gonna have to emulate real quick. Throw them together, and this draft will be in pretty good shape. I'm not in love with it. I actually kind of think it'd be better without the webcam.
I agree.
But that's just me. But yeah. I'll put this together and then I'll ask Rob what he thinks, and if he does, I'll just switch it out. That won't take me a minute. Yeah, let me run to the restroom. But yeah, Carrie Ann, thanks for your feedback. I appreciate that. I'll let him know. It helps to have feedback too. He likes it. I remember when we talked about it originally, he likes it, but I don't think we need it. And also, I think we thought we'd have like the background. Like if we had the sweet backdrop, it'd be different. But I think without it, we don't really need it. So we'll see what happens. I don't really care either way. I did hear that Uncle Bobby did a new episode. No. That was yesterday. Somebody told me he did a new episode. So I don't know if he's done a new episode today. Yeah, all right. We'll play a little bit more of this one, and I'll be right back. I'm just gonna run the little boys' room, and we'll keep working when I get back. And if you just go subscribe to Gin and Truth if you haven't already. Just do it. I don't want to talk about it.
And he's asking Ben, would you attend me and my husband's wedding? And of course he answers no, because I can't support something that's immoral. And he just sat there and he smiled in his face. Gang, if you said that to me, we would stop being friends. We would. I told y'all. I hadn't told anybody. I tend to play things close to my chest. Me and the person I was dating at the time, she was pregnant with my baby. And you know what? We weren't married. I had no intentions of marrying her. She had no intentions of marrying me. It just wasn't who we are. We didn't need that. If that's for you, fine. I already told y'all a little fucker didn't make it. That blows. But I remember talking to this person at work, and she started talking about, I actually remember who it was. And this person got pregnant out of wedlock. Woo! Illegitimate this, bastard this, that kid's going to be fucked up. And I just sat there and I listened. In the back of my head, all I said was, my kid will never meet you. My child will never meet you. You will never babysit my child. You won't. Right? I already told y'all, I'm that dude. When I think that I am right, I am like a dog with a bone in its mouth, and that bone still has prime cuts of meat on it. She didn't realize it, but she was talking all kinds of garbage about my daughter. And I was like, well, you're done. My point is, if you sat there and you said that shit to me, because the person I was dating at the time, she was white. And it was like, I just don't believe in interracial relationships. I mean, niggers, African American to stay with African Americans, white people to stay with white people. I'm like, okay, we're done. We're absolutely, well, I mean, you guys aren't like the other ones. We're done. Dave Rubin is a grifter. How can you sit across from a man who sat there and said that your marriage is sitting on some bullshit? He's also friends with Candace Owens and all the likes and everything else. So this conversation just went straight down the toilet for me. And you got Ben Shapiro sitting here talking garbage about atheists to Dave Rubin. This conversation has got no credibility. Just wrap it up. Roll the tape.
Logically sustainable, if you actually examine the core of your ideas. But, and I think most Christians believe this too.
Pause the tape, end the tape. That was the end of it. Who cares? If you examine your atheism logically, blah, 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 blah. Again, believers, if you're ever ready and willing to have an honest conversation, look us up. Look us up. Then maybe we can have a conversation. Maybe you'll learn something, right? Getting the next one up. I heard a little bit about it, but I had to hit on it because, again, this is projection. The people who call everyone else snowflakes are the biggest snowflakes that have ever snowflaked of all the snowflakians, right? Cancel culture, this, blah, 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 blah. You are the biggest purveyors of all the things that you claim to hate. Freedom of speech. Gang, nobody wants to ban more books than hardcore Republicans, right? To me, it's real simple. If there's something in a book that you don't like, don't pick up the book. Seriously. But gang, there's a fuckface that wants to ban books that talk about divorce. Now, I'm a divorcee. Gang, divorce happens. And it's ugly. You are basically living through your own death. If you do it right, your death, what I mean by that is a part of your identity is you are somebody's husband. You are somebody's wife. Part of your identity is that, and it's a big part of your identity. And now that is gone. And now you got to reset and try and figure out who you are without this person. Divorce is ugly, right? You guys have seen me bust on my ex-wife. And all that's genuine. We're not friends. I do not lay awake nights, praying for her death. I may joke about it on Twitter. We're just not friends, right? There's a picture that has the same caption every time. And it's just like 4-foot bat with like looks like a 9-foot wingspan. And it's hanging upside down on somebody's house. And the caption is, what do you do if you come home and you see this? And I always joke as well, like, who gave my ex-wife my home address, right? That being said, I had a good marriage. I actually did. Let's just say right up until the point where she lost her effing mind, I had a good marriage. And the part of marriage that hurts, gang, The best advice I was ever given on relationships was from my position coach in college. I don't know why the fuck we even talked about this. But I remember Coach Rocco saying, the person who brings you the most amount of pleasure should also be able to give you the most amount of pain. In other words, that's how vulnerable, that's how open you need to be. That your partner has all your soft spots. And not only do they not press on those soft spots, they protect those soft spots, not just from others, but from you. I've always said, no one can punish us. They are so vulnerable. That's how the person who brings you the most amount of pleasure should also be able to give you the most amount of pain. In other words, that's how vulnerable, that's how open you need to be. That your partner has all your soft spots. And not only do they not press on those soft spots, they protect those soft spots, not just from others, but from you. I've always said, no one can punish me more than I can punish myself, right? And so a partner that knows where I am soft, where I am weak, they would protect me from even myself. That's how vulnerable, that's how raw you need to be, in my opinion. Marco was right. If you want your relationship to work, you got to be open. Now, again, I don't like my ex-wife. I don't.
Now, this is kind of interesting, though, because doesn't this apply to all relationships, y'all? Doesn't this apply to friendships, work relationships, family relationships, friendships, club relationships? If you're going to truly be close to one another, you got to be vulnerable. And if you're going to be vulnerable, you got to risk being real.
I don't call and talk shit. I don't send bad text messages. We just don't have a relationship. If I wanted to absolutely destroy her, I could. I know stuff about my ex-wife, and that's all I'll say. You want to know why? Because she was my wife for 13 years. And what I know about her, I will take to my grave. Even in divorce, you can still show respect. And what she has shared with me that I could use to hurt her, I'll take to my grave. I don't even tell my fucking dogs, right? My point is, divorce hurts. And if there's a book on it, yay. We need to tell kids that there's all kinds of families. Sometimes families are people who are divorced. I'm sure some of y'all have lived this life. I personally haven't because I don't have kids. But yeah, sometimes it's my mom and dad are divorced. And now if you're the mom and the dad and you have some maturity about yourself, you know what you're going to say? I love our child more than I dislike you. So even if we have to put on an Emmy Award-winning act, that's exactly what we're going to do. But our failure as a couple should not negatively affect our child. And they're probably making these damn kids' books about it, because I haven't seen this bullshit yet. And it is like books where talk about Johnny has two dads, Johnny has two moms. Gang,
Now, I got to say this about my parents. They were award-winning divorced parents. My parents are probably so much better at being divorced than they were at being married. Even now, when I'm talking to my dad, he be talking about some shit, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah, I was just telling your mother the other day about this, too. Yeah, me and your mom was talking about this, that, and the third. And I'm sitting here like, haven't y'all motherfuckers been divorced for like 30 years? You know, but what it is that they're friends because they're both my parents. And that one thing alone has made them have to, you know, get along for the, you know, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And it's just become easier
over that period of time to actually be friends. Even like my mom's going through some different things, and she just moved back to New Jersey, and different things she was looking into. Obviously, my stepfather just moved to New Jersey with her, so he don't know a goddamn thing about Jersey. And my mom's a Jersey girl, but she hasn't lived in New Jersey for a couple of decades. So I didn't hesitate. Hey, call my dad. Oh, you're looking for this, looking for that? Hit my dad up. I'm sure he knows a lot of people. He'd be happy to put you in touch with. And even like my grandparents, like my mother's parents, my dad has always had a key to their house. Why? Because he's considered family. So if he needs to come over, come through, get something, do something, it really, but it was all about that mentality. The fact that our relationship didn't work out should not affect this child. And even,
I was counseling my parents.
Yeah, you have to.
They only got to that point by the time my brother graduated. Took me a while.
At least they got there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to, because otherwise it's going to be toxic for everybody. Even at like my concerts and stuff, when they was in different relationships and remarried, it was like, my mom and my stepdad and my dad and his fiance or girlfriend or whatever, they all would sit together, the Team Jason cheering section. Because it would have been awkward if they wasn't, because I was the only black kid, so they'd have been, they'd just been weird. So
my stepdad came to actually respect my dad a little. So
everybody got along, and everybody could go out to dinner afterwards or whatever and have a nice time. And yeah, I mean that's part of the reason I don't want to have a child, because I know that if I have that feeling about that relationship, I won't ever be able to really, really shake that relationship, right? Because that's going to always be the mother of your child. So it's you got to be. That's a big decision. It's a big choice, because that person is always going to be that. So
I made my husband have to get over.
Yeah,
because when they first divorced, he was mad. He didn't want anything to do with her or anything to do with her life. I'm like, you have to. He's like, what? I'm like, if you don't do it, your boys are gonna hate you. Like, you have to.
You got to get over it. Yeah.
Because it isn't about you and her. It didn't work. Oh well, get over it. You're adults.
Yep.
Those guys aren't.
Yep, absolutely. And if you
and he did good. He listened.
Yeah, and that's why my childish ass shouldn't be having children.
I just didn't want any of my own. God, there's enough out there that need help as it is.
Yeah, I think that's true too.
I mean, that's how I saw it. Always have.
All right, so I got these two goddamn clips that apparently. Oh, you know what? I know how to link them. It's a pain in my ass to do this the old way, but let's try it. Actually, no, I'm gonna just wait till I get in the damn editor. All right, so.
By the way, how early tonight?
How
early does tonight have to be? Because tomorrow's Monday.
Oh, I don't know. Not too early, because I don't do a lot on Monday. I don't have a meeting till. I have to get up.
Yeah, I figured I better ask if you needed to check emails or anything.
No, I'm good.
Or it got too late.
So let me. Oh, I need to go back to. All right, so there's nothing on this and to edited stuff, and then we get to the end. All right, so let's go back to the timeline we're working on. Let's add in that stinger. Where are the other assets? I guess they're in that other bin, but let's drop them into this project from File Explorer. Just gotta navigate to them. I think they're in here. Assets. Front bumper, rear bumper, stinger, icon.
Icon. Logo. Let me see if they're in here. Yeah. All right. No, they're not. All right. No, not the folder. There. Right. Put them in there. And yeah.
Who did those?
I think WKR did. Yeah, we didn't have to do
Nice.
this. Yeah, they are really nice. All right, and where is the piece of music? Why don't I remember where this music is? This it? Yeah, this is it. I think. All right. So I'll put that in here. And same thing. Generate an optimized version of it. Oh, and it's so loud. All right, I don't think I need to do that. All right, cool. So then it doesn't ask for anything. All right, so let's go back over here. And now we're going to put that's the end stringer, that's the front bumper. We'll put that here. Let's just go here. I think that was like too soon. What did I do? There's something weird going on. I'm not this of the user interface. Yeah, and then I thought this was the view chooser area has 3 buttons to switch among. That's not it. Welcome to the introduction tutorial. Yep, that's what happened. All right, undo all that. I lied. All right, so then what we want to do is take this. And then the front bumper should go in here. Did it get rid of it? Oh, Lord. Is the undo that serious? It just took away assets? That's wild. All right, here. All right, let's save. That didn't happen again. Give me the front bumper. Put it here. What's going on here? what is with this? Avida-ED Studio. I'm Jay Bundy. In this video, All right, don't do that ever again. Get rid of that fade. That's crazy looking. Welcome to the Avida-ED Studio. I'm Jay Bundy. In this video, I will introduce you to Avida-ED 4's graphical user interface. Let's take a tour of the virtual lab bench. All right, that's what we want there. Get the rest of this in place. Not quite there though. Welcome to the intro. Actually, yep, go ahead, put that right up there. And then it's this one, I think. The view chooser area has 3 buttons. Nope. All right, now we want to figure out what to do with these in-between areas. I want a generator, and I'm going to keep it real simple. Give me solid color. Put it there. Dave Rat. Love you, brother. All right, let's do. Where do I want this? Yeah, video 1's fine. And lab bench that make up the main areas of the user interface. Just time it by feel. And let's get a title in there. I think we mostly use this one. I want to see if I can get rid of the. Yeah. Of the user interface. The view chooser area has 3 buttons to switch among 3 viewing modes. All right, the main areas of the user interface. The view chooser area has 3 buttons to switch among 3. I don't know. Do I think it needs a transition or something? I like it clean. I like user cuts. Interface. Let me see. Cut. Nice. What's doing at the end here? The view chooser area has 3 buttons to switch kind of nicely on its own. I think I should just end this hot second sooner than I end the actual thing. Here, let me try that. Interface. The view chooser area has 3. No. Let's leave it. Let's try snap it back in place. And then I guess I just want a video transition. Cross dissolve is simplest way to not complicate your life. The view chooser area has 3 buttons. I kind of like maybe just give it the simpler cross dissolve where we end. Let's just undo the cross dissolve, put it back. But then kind of go here. The view chooser area. Definitely don't want that. Why do I have the razor tool? Okay. What do I need to move this? Why Why would it not be this? That's so weird. We could cross here. Let me see. Is of the user interface. The view chooser area has 3 buttons to switch among 3 viewing modes. The user interface makes it gentler. The view chooser area has 3 buttons to switch among 3 viewing modes. Okay, I'm not mad at it, especially right now, and I mainly want to save time. I almost think I should do like an audio thing here. The view chooser area has 3 buttons to switch among. I don't know. I'm not going to add it right now. Less is more right now. All right, let's do. All right, so then we got to do like this similar experimental runs between these and compare graphs of population variables. For example, the average fitness of organisms in populations over time. Boom. The freezer area. Right, and there's a jump cut there. I don't know if you guys noticed it. Look at the webcam. Average fitness of organisms in populations over time. The freezer area. All right. All right, and now what I want to do, I actually want to see how easily I can get these two easily, and then I've got to, I guess, add the transition. Let me go there. Essentially, let me roll this out a little bit. The freezer is a little too much. Whoa. Whoa, snappy. I don't want you that snappy. I just want a little bit of room to work when I put that fade on it. All right, now, wait a second. Saved items are. I do want you to snap. Go ahead. All right, now. Give me another one. Yep. Let's see if we can make this quicker. Uh-oh. Another one. Another one. Oh, one of them doesn't need to be this. I'll do that in a sec. They just stayed together. All right, but let's see. The one that doesn't need it is not this one. Maybe the one before. Nope, not even that one. The populated dishes panel stores experimental populations for continuing experiments or
Yeah,
for
it's the bottom of the
examination in
freezer.
analysis mode. The lab bench area is where experiments are performed, evading
no, this is the
individuals and
lab bench.
populations
That
are
one needs to
observed,
be that
and data is
way.
collected, mutation rate, counts, and patterns of resources in the dish environment, and other parameters. To see an example experimental run with
That's the one. All right, so this one will break it up a little bit by inserting instead that clip. All right. But we are going to have to pay the cost of doing that clip because it did not save it correctly.
Lab bench and some of the basic controls of the user. Welcome to the. Let's see the virtual in action.
Yeah, it's the one that didn't.
Let's see the virtual. Let's see the virtual lab bench in action. In this video, let's see.
How did neither of them work?
Welcome.
Great. All right, here. Actually, here, let me try. At the end, close.
Let's
maybe more here.
see. Let's see the virtual lab bench in action.
Out. All right, and oh, what's the thing to cut it down? I don't remember. Here, boom. All right, now let's get up in this.
Let's see the virtual lab bench in action.
Now let me see if I can do something like this one. This one. Now let me see if I can go studio nerd mode. And see if I can get a bigger waveform. I can. And then let's try to visually match these like a boss. All right. First thing we're gonna do is unsnappy snappy. Oop. Let's actually undo that so that you're in line with the others. And it should be about here. Mute this for now.
Let's see the virtual lab bench in action. like it's almost like he's a sound guy. It's almost like he's done that before. It's almost like he just auto synced the rest of the clips, and then when he had to manually do it, he's like like a boss. Fuck out of here. You know what we're gonna do on that one, Carrie Ann?
What are we gonna do?
Mode. You already knew. You just wanted to hear me say it. I'm over here using the wrong goddamn keyboard. We should start exploring some weird songs. See if we can make some satanic messages. I mean, it would be on brand at this point for us.
I just can't think of a scenario where getting the facts is a bad thing.
Backwards it says Richard Space
Let's
Jesus.
just do up this stupid ass tape. It's gonna be all kinds of fucked up. But hold on. Let's just make sure everything is good to go. All right, so again,
I have to say,
read this from the young.
Say that again.
I love Popeye with Bobby's face.
I know.
Love that shit.
Plus, he can definitely pull it off for sure.
Right?
Turks. I love their content. Look them up. But they're talking about Tudor Dixon. I know the name. She's a gubernatorial candidate. I do believe in Michigan. This should be really bad. Roll the tape.
What did we do to deserve
Gubernatorial
this?
candidate Tudor Dixon wants to ban more and more types of books, it seems. Audio just came out where Dixon suggests that even books about divorce shouldn't be on school library shelves. Progressive PAC American British 21st Century released the October 2020 soundbite from when Dixon was an anchor on far-right streaming network Real America's Voice. Take a listen to the horror that her daughter had to endure.
When my daughter was in first grade, she got a book out of the...
You heard that right, y'all. The Republican Party thinks, oh, cool. You are on Real America's Voice News Network or whatever the fuck. Hey, you want to run for governor? Fuck out of here. What this?
She was running one of the Pontiac businesses. I don't know which one.
Oh, my goodness. That's not how this is supposed to work, people.
School library, and it was a book on divorce, and it was something about having two different homes, and by the end of the book, the little girl had been told that, you know, you get to have Christmas at both houses. But my little girl picked that book out of the library, and her parents were not getting divorced. And my husband and I were trying to figure out how to get her to stop worrying about something that wasn't going to happen.
Pause the tape. Let me tell you something. Fuck your kids. Fuck your kids. Again, congratulations. And I've got no jokes. And I'm glad Tudor and her husband, and I hope they stay married. Because again, gang, divorce blows. The only place that divorce is sexy and
Also, guys, I got to tell you something. If you're one of my friends, I'm going to pretend that your kids are wonderful because we're friends and you're committed to pretending that your kids are wonderful. So I'm committed to pretending that your kids are wonderful along with you.
Kids are wonderful.
But let's be honest. Your kids are probably average at best. You know, some of y'all kids is the real fucked up half of the spectrum, you know, and their parents got to pretend they're fucking wonderful too. And so do their parents' friends. But the truth is, fuck your kids, man. Your kids ain't done shit. Your kids ain't earned shit. Your kids ain't paid for shit. None of that. And they just rambling and they got their needs and they wants and they probably got a nicer phone than you do. You probably spend more on their clothes than on your clothes. They got nicer video games than you. They probably got a better computer than yours. All of that shit. All of that shit. And they've done not a goddamn thing. So you might not feel comfortable saying it, but I'm trying to help you have some catharsis here. I'm trying to get it out for you. Fuck your kids, man. Your kids suck. I'm just trying to tell you. I know you can't say it, but your fucking kids are the worst, man. And they're going to grow up to be even shittier.
Vibrant, the movies.
They're going to be like 35, and I'm going to be saying the same thing. They still haven't worked, haven't fucking earned shit, haven't been paid for shit. The way these fucking kids are going. Oh, my goodness.
Right? What
your kids are going to, some of y'all kids are going to be the next Lupin. Some of your kids are going to grow up to be the next Arcangelo.
When you find out you're getting a divorce, it's like a 6-minute fucking sad song montage. Then you cut to the next scene. What happens? You're having sex with someone 5 times hotter than your ex. You get a call from your accountant like, hey, I just don't know how it happened, but it's all on the up and up. Your net worth, you're now worth $70 billion. Go spend away. It's all legit. It's on the up and up. Then you live happily ever after with your new partner. That's not how it works. Divorce blows. Trying to calm her daughter down. So what? You sit down and you have a discussion with your daughter. Yes, baby. Sometimes marriages don't work out. Me and your father were good to go. Don't worry. This is just a book explaining that, yes, sometimes, and I'm sure some of your friends, this is what they're going through. It doesn't mean that's what we're going to go through. But again, it's this whole, I don't want to teach my kids about homosexuality. What do I tell my kids? Fuck your kids. Gang, there are 2 lesbianic couples. One is right there, and the other is on the other corner of my blog. They got kids.
Cousins.
From what I can tell, their kids are happy and healthy and whole.
I could give a shit
Why
less.
should they suffer because you are part of a heterosexual couple? They shouldn't. What am I supposed to tell my kids? some
Nothing.
age-appropriate information.
I would tell them shit.
You
They'll
gonna
figure
show
it
them
out.
lesbian porn, or are you gonna say, you know what? Sometimes two girls fall in love and they get married.
Yep.
That's it. That's what you tell your fucking kids. Well, mommy, are you and daddy gonna get a divorce? Nope. That's someone else's home, not this one.
I think that James Apperson has expressed the only appropriate reason to be against gay marriage. And that is quite simply because you're against all marriage. And you're just trying to tell everybody you think it's a bad idea. Now, that's a good reason. But again, it doesn't discriminate. It doesn't discriminate. It tells straight people I'm against straight marriage. I'm against green and purple people getting married. Nobody should be married. I'm actually cool with that. If you think everybody should be married or nobody should be married, I'm cool with that. As long as you apply that standard equally.
That's what you tell your kids, Tudor. Roll the tape.
And I remember he and I both going, why was this something that she was just able to pick up off the shelf? Because it caused an unnecessary anxiety in her life, thinking, am I going to end up having to go
When
between
guys
two
hold
homes?
hands, it's gross.
Pause the tape. Once again, fuck your kids.
I know, it's so weird.
This book is causing my child undue anxiety. There are no words to describe how much...
I kind of think it's gross when guys hold hands, but for different reasons. I'm kind of jealous. Like, when I see it, I wish I could be gay because I realize that my lover and my dude best friend could be the same person and that I'll never know that true kind of love. I'll never know that feeling. I'll always be stuck. I'll always be stuck in this world where to know true love, I have to have a woman in my life, at least one, you know? And it's frustrating at times. And I think women feel the same way, you know, because... You know, think about if girls' night out and all of that. Think about if girls' night out and date night were the same night. I'm sure to many women that sounds wonderful. And if they could figure out some kind of configuration where they could cut dudes out of the picture, they would gladly do so. Again, there's...
No.
Go ahead. No, what do you mean no?
I don't think so. Not for me.
Well, that just means you're heterosexual. Not for me either.
But I just wish that, I could have like 5 of them.
Oh, you see, you want the whole bunch.
Well, that way none of them owns me.
Yeah, that
I'll have to look
that works. But then all of them own you. They'll be like, you'll be missing birthdays and forgetting names and all types of problems and. Wayne said women are infinitely better than men by every metric except push-ups.
I do not care. I don't care. So your kid is uncomfortable. Therefore,
I don't think that's not true.
The kids that need to see this information, they should be made to suffer. Tudor, I do not care.
Nobody cares.
Sit your brat kid down and you talk
Literally,
to your
we're
child
trying to
with
invent
honesty and sincerity.
We're trying to invent sarcastic
Sometimes, yes, baby,
reasons to
parents
care.
get divorced. No, me and your father, we are fine.
We literally have to work
That's what you
hard
tell
to
your
try to
kid.
find a
You
reason to
give her
care.
some fucking ice cream and you tell her to go play
I
outside.
can't tell you how much
Why
it
is
means
this
to
a
my
topic
little
of conversation? Roll the
Uncle
tape.
Bobby's tearing apart.
Perfect example of we need parents
to be.
Yeah, it's so weird. Yeah, and then it's so weird to like.
I love it.
Why? But why do they even want like? But this is what I'm saying. Like, it used to be that like, midterms are coming up, so you can't talk about these things, and if there are these elements in the party, you try to distance yourself from them and isolate yourself from them.
Yeah, but they're like going for the extreme for the vote.
Exactly. They're like extremism for the win. Like that's definitely the way to do this.
I mean, the Democrats have completely pulled back.
Yeah.
And of course, she's pulling all the tricks out of the hat. The whole, I've balanced the budget every year. Well, yeah, that's because it's a fucking state law. You have to. It's been that way since the state was started. I don't know if you knew that. I grew up here. I know that.
I think they all are supposed to legally. I think
there's only like 38 in the union that have to have a balanced budget every year. I remember stupid shit. I'm sorry.
No, it's a good thing to remember. Hang on a sec. Let's see the virtual. Wait, no. I need to see. Yeah, we need.
Well, it probably
whoa,
wasn't
whoa,
97.
Whoa, get rid of that razor. Dangerous. I'm living dangerous. Oh my lord! I muted that track. Here we go. Let's see the virtual lab bench in action. It's pretty tight. I'm not even gonna mess with it. All right. Let's cut it to here. Oh, I need the snapper on. All right.
Is this the very end?
What'd you say?
This is the very end?
No. It's just the. Now, sometimes I want to I can put them together. I don't always want to do the. Nope. New compound clip. There we go. Also do a render in place. Let's just do a new compound clip. Let's say in action compound. Boom. All right. Oh, that's kind of actually how I want to see it. Nice. Normally it just doesn't look like I wanted to. That looks like I wanted to. I'm satisfied. Let's see this. Parameters. Let's see the virtual lab bench in action.
What a great clip.
Thanks. Appreciate that. And then I think I need to put this all back in place. These are like the examples. All right, then we need, let's save as we go here. Double save. All right, now this says overview, right? Then it keeps snapping. Once the snap, you're trying to snap, and then you snap on, there, boom. That says overview. All right, now that's the only one that should say overview. For example, the average fitness of organisms in populations over time. What is this, like the freezer area allow? No, let's not call this overview. Let's call this viewer for some reason. Or we'll come back and change it if we need to, but let's go ahead. So the way to do this is to click on the actual item with the text. Title, viewer, I'll go here. Organisms, the freezer area, the viewer, this is the freezer. Wait, that's. Oh, I'm not selecting the clip. There we go. Select on that clip. Yep. Then make it say freezer. All right. Then go to the next one. What's after the freezer? The map. Formed Avidian individuals in lab bench area. Lab bench. Let's get there. Make sure we're on the right one. In action. Experimental run with the default. And then this is of a single Avidian looks like. Go to the organism view and let's say organism view. And then I think this is analysis view. All right, then we'll say so now what I'll probably do is I'll do a quick re-roll, like edit, check. So I'm just checking stuff to be, all right, a few things we need to add it, and we'll check compared to our reference in a second. But first we'll go, all right, this is where we want the front bumper. This is where we want that first section. Then this should say viewer, because this section should say viewer. The view chooser area has, all right, now we didn't, let's say the viewer should say view chooser. All right, now, then also we need to add those transitions, which were all the cross dissolves. So let's expand out a little bit here and put in those same cross dissolves. Let's see how they look. Yeah, they pretty much go where we want, but I should keep an eye on it by going in closer. Keep an eye there. I no longer need this much depth on my audio, so let's pull that back. All right, now do the same thing. I feel like I'm going over cut. That's just a little change there. All right, that looks good. This one needs one. Should be about right. This is not clean. Oh, I didn't put my the playhead there, so it didn't jump with me. I gotta go find that gap. I think it's in here. All right, now one easy way to do this is to just highlight everything, come back, zoom in nice and close so you can see it, snap it close, roll over it. To see an To see an example experimental run with I could even go for another. No, let's leave it. Actually, ancestral organ. Let's leave it. Actually, let's leave it the way it is. I actually like it. Let's go ahead and punch in the rest of our cross dissolves. Get in closer so we can see those better. Should be one at the end here. Oh my goodness, why am I missing everything? Alright, no big deal. Alright, there's one there. Didn't move that head, I should have. Move the head here. You can turn that snap back on actually, that'll help. Then put the cross dissolves in. Roll it down. Another one. And that might be it. All right, and then should have rolled it down. I keep forgetting to move that playhead. It's all right. I'm good. Get used to it. All right, and then the end, rear. And actually, I can put that transition in there. The stinger, right? This is good. And then the rear. And I didn't like this, right? This is the one I made, but I don't like. Okay, we're not going to use that. That's the Petri dish, and that's the one with the white logo. Okay, all right. So now we've got to get away. All right, no. Oh goodness, how did I get the For some reason, I have the top of the browser in the shot, and I don't want that there. And it throws off the letterboxing. Oh Lord. I'll try something else. Why not? I'll give it a shot at something else. I think there's an easy solution to this. We'll use the letterbox strategically. Welcome to the Avida-ED studio. I'm Jay Bundy. Welcome to the introduction tutorial. Introduction. Yeah, I don't actually think we need the title. I think we can just maybe put, like we can put the introduction or the link, but we don't need both. I was gonna change it. We'll see. But anyway, yeah, we'll just letterbox. This is no big deal. All right, let's just make sure we have these correct. View user area has two variables. Freezer. The freezer area allows you analysis view. Bench area is where experiments are performed. Lab bench. What? Oh. The lab bench area is where experiments are performed, Avidian individuals and populations are observed, and data is collected and analyzed. Let's see the virtual, organism or organisms that will seed or run, the availability, amounts, and patterns of resources in the dish environment, and other parameters. Let's see the virtual lab bench in action. To see an example experimental run with the default settings, go to the population view, go to the setup, drag an ancestral organism from the freezer into the ancestral. The only thing I didn't like this was I guess it felt like a hard audio transition. Let's see the virtual lab bench in action. To see an example. To see an example experimental. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Just lab bench in action. To see an example experimental run with the default settings, go to the population view, go to the setup, drag an ancestral organism. Oh, and I'll use this as section from the freezer into the ancestral organism box to say which part of the video we're at. Then click run below the map. The seed ancestor begins to replicate and its offspring spread across the dish. Click the stats button to view statistics of the evolving population. To see an example of what the genome of a single Avidian looks like, go to the organism view and drag the all functions organism from the organisms panel of the freezer to the genetic code box next to the genetic symbol near the top of the lab bench.
That's very choppy.
The circular genome that was appear is composed of instructions represented by single letters with colored circles. It at some point.
Click Run to observe the execution of this Avidian's genetic program.
That was actually me.
Yeah, I know, but I wasn't sure if it was the wording or what it was. It's very choppy.
No, it was me. I think there was. Let me see. An example of what the genome of a single. Hang on. To see an example of what the genome of a single Avidian looks like, go to the organism view and drag the all. All right, now see, I could go back. I'm pretty sure it's the only one I have right now. Let me see.
Yeah, I don't think you have a second version of that.
Yeah, I don't think I do. I'm pretty sure I don't. Let me see. With the default settings, go to the pop. All right, it's this one actually. To see an example experimental run with the default settings, go to the population view, go to the setup, drag an ancestral organism from the freezer into the ancestral organism. Is that the same place?
No.
No. An example of what the genome of a single. No, it's the genome place. Top of the lab bench. The circular genome that will appear is composed of instructions written by single letters. Right here, go here, near the top of the lab. To see an example of what the genome of a single Avidian looks like, and then boop, this would be the next one. Yeah, I don't think so. This was going into. Go to the organism view and drag. Oh, we do. Hang on. To see an example of what the genome of a single Avidian looks like, go to the organism view and drag the all functions organism.
I was thinking eliminate the video part and re-record the sound.
The organisms panel of the freezer.
No, I think I'm gonna end up re-recording most of the clips
next to the genetic symbol near the top of the lab bench.
Or if I do, I want to wait till like the very last.
The circular genome that will appear is composed of instructions represented. To see an example of what the genome of a single Avidian looks like, go. It's so funny. All right, let's keep.
Yeah, it's the only one that doesn't have a good cadence.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, exactly. Organism.
That's all I'm saying.
From the organisms panel of the freezer to near the top of the lab bench. The circular genome that will appear is composed of instructions represented by single letters within colored circles. Click Run to observe the execution of this Avidian's genetic program. And then I'm letting it run.
So I have to say, you're reminding me of Lamar. Do you know how I used to get on PBS there and talk about the books? About the children's
To see an example
What are you talking about? Reading Rainbow or
from a
something?
saved experiment, go to the analysis view. Oh, Lord. And drag the example
this is my best
populated
PBS
dishes
voice.
panel in the freezer into
that's
the
what it reminds me
That's
of.
government voice. A graph appears showing data from this saved example run. Click the drop-down options from the bottom right of the legend to see different data plotted on the graph.
And then I switched to this something that looks the same. It's weird.
In this video,
Right there.
we introduced
And then
the
I've gotta
virtual lab
equalize
bench
the
and some of the
audio
basic
between these two
controls
types.
of the user interface. Additional tutorials are available
Same mic, different
at our
distance.
website. All right, let's get in here and take care of the boxing off that needs to be done, and then also figure out where I put that music cue. And then we'll be getting closer and closer to
something we can rock with. All right, so let's run this again. Oh, I do like that little
Hi,
intro
I'm Dr.
there.
J. Bundy. Welcome to the Avida-ED studio. In this video, I'll introduce you to Avida-ED 4's graphical user interface. Welcome to the virtual lab bench.
I think I actually had higher energy that time, but that's okay.
I still like
Welcome
that.
to the overview tutorial for Avida-ED 4.
All right.
The
Wait,
single
where's
Avidian
the
look.
music? Sorry, that was fucked up. Oh, I used it right there with the with the beginning. Okay. Let's do that.
Shouldn't you switch around the Avida-ED with that first one? The bench.
User interface virtual.
Shouldn't that be after your intro?
This thing?
Yeah, this virtual lab bench. User interface.
I think he wants it like up front, like a title.
Okay.
Or at least that was the idea. So that way it's like confirmation that they're seeing the right thing.
They've got the right one.
Yeah. All right, so wait, I'm not in the right timeline anymore. Okay, let's go back here.
I was just thinking that because when the Avida sign comes up, that's when you go into the bench.
Oh yeah, I agree. It will look
Welcome
better.
to the
But yeah, no,
Avida-ED
he wants the
studio.
title side.
I'm Jay Bundy. In this video, I will introduce.
All right, let's make that title slide thingy, and that is gonna come. That's one of the main things we need to. Oh my goodness, no! What are you doing? No, what are you doing? All right, everybody's got to stay together. I don't know what the heck is going on there. Everybody move. What? Why is that happening? That's so weird. Oh, it's locked. And that one's not. I got it. All right. Fixed it. All right. So, similar deal. We just need a generator, solid color. Go ahead. Hang on. What? Put it there. Black. All right. And then cut it roughly to shape, to size, and then you put the logo. Wait, let's put the title on it first, and then that way I keep somewhat the tracks the same. Simple or whatever it's called. Clean and simple, yeah. There, and then we'll keep it the same. Let's say virtual lab bench, which is weird because we call the other thing lab bench area, but we're gonna ignore that for now. All right, and then there's the other one. Big text. There's small text. User interface. And then we want the logo. Probably this one. Is it really that hard to add a track? I don't know what you're doing, but I already regret everything I've ever done in my life. All right, let's add a track. Thank you. very much. Let's put this on it. Let's move it. All right, all you gotta do, hit that thingy. Resize that bitch. All right. Wait, why am I not seeing? All right, there we go. All right, now move over here. Real small like, real proper like. Just nice and clean. And then I think, yeah, I think the other one was kind of up front to where the logo was snapped to the backdrop, so it's there the whole time. Yeah, and then there was a transition there, and that was a bit quick. I don't need it to go that fast. And that's how you determine this, is the length of this will determine how fast it moves. So you want to make sure you see it nice and clean, like that's still too fast. So you just keep going, kind of play it by visually. I'm just reading it. That's a little bit better. Error on the side of keeping it up there an extra sec. Restretch the logo. All right, and then yeah, we don't really need it past there. That's pretty good, actually. All right, for now, we just take everything else. And run it up. I actually think I need... Yeah, and I don't think I want that same logo here. Actually, yeah, no. All right, let's go see. Music, blah.
Welcome to the Avida-ED studio.
Right. That also needs to be cleaned up because there's like a bit of an extra moment there. Doesn't need to be there. Let me see the audio. Undo the snap. Oh no. Together now.
Welcome to the Avida-ED.
Oh.
Welcome. Welcome to the Avida-ED studio.
That's okay.
Welcome.
Yeah, just give me one more sec. Right there. Okay, it looks fine.
Welcome to the Avida-ED studio.
Yeah, all right, now take everything. Let's start from the back this time. No, actually, it's better to start from here. And there is a hotkey for this. I don't know what it is. Don't want to look it up. All right. Actually, there's probably a gazillion ways to do it that are faster. But that's not the point. All right. Learning them takes too much time now. Let's see. So now what I want to do, pull that up.
Welcome to the Avida.
All right, that was weird. How do I feel about the black? Let me see black.
Welcome to the Avida-ED studio.
Nah, I do actually want a transition there. Cross dissolves the simplest.
Welcome
yeah, that's clean. All right, now let's also clean up the timing here. Go down with the audio. I need the video. Turn the snappy back on. I need you right there. You should stay there.
Welcome to the Avida-ED.
But you need to get out of the way immediately on the cross dissolve, yeah.
Welcome to the Avida-ED studio. I'm
clean. Let me see it a couple times.
Welcome to the Avida-ED studio.
Much tighter. Do I still want? What is this difference here? There first.
Welcome to the Avida-ED studio.
Yeah, that's pretty clean.
I'm Jay Bundy. In this video, I will
I'm gonna add my title. That's gonna be the same thing. It's the clean and simple. Did I use the heading one? Yeah, I think I did. All right, title. Don't need small text. Just the big text.
Welcome to the Avida-ED studio. I'm Jay Bundy. In this video, I will introduce you to Avida-ED 4.
Could be a little later.
Welcome to the Avida-ED studio. Welcome to the Avida-ED studio. I'm Jay Bundy. In this video, I will introduce you to Avida-ED 4's graphical user interface. Let's take a tour of the virtual lab bench.
Yeah, it's nice. I don't need the logo there.
Welcome to the introduction tutorial for Avida-ED 4. Avida-ED is a digital evolution.
Now I need to go to the black box, recover. Let's add a video track. I should label my tracks. I'll do that now that I'm thinking about it. So what you're gonna do is take this, sandwich it here, move it over here to where you can see it. And then you just do that. But why? First you wanna make it thin. Then all right. Go out a little bit, yes, you can see it. Roll, I think, keeps it lined up. All right, now roll it, go in there. Just to get a feel for what it looks like. Pretty close. All right, but you got to clean it up. It's got to be nice. So you see, you want to go up a little bit. So still probably a little low. Is that Carrie Ann playing guitar?
What?
Are you playing guitar?
Yeah.
Yes. I didn't. I was wondering what that was, and I was like, I figured it out.
I didn't think it was
Sounds
going to
good.
come in. I've been playing quiet.
Yeah. Actually, it's been nice. Is it still?
Keep playing.
Is it? Yeah. Good job. Keep going. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just playing chords for different songs to get my fingers back where the calluses need to be.
Yeah. So I was gonna ask you about how your fingers feeling.
Yeah, they're doing okay. My knuckles, they are doing really fun. Just the hot and the cold.
All right. I actually
In
think.
I got pre-tuned earlier.
Say that again.
It's already
Sorry.
out.
Just rambling. Oh, you know what? There is a way when you're doing what I'm doing to like keep things where they at and shift them so that like the top doesn't move, but just the side I want. What the heck was that? Don't ever do that again. All right, never mind. Let's not mess with that. Let's just do it the way I know how to do, which is this. And you move it around. Oh, you know what I need to do, y'all? I need to change the transparency. I'm a dummy. All right, here. Look, let's go click on it. Go to the settings, change the opacity. Act like we're not such a rookie. Look, boom, opacity. Now we can get a good look at the box. And make it just the size it needs to be to cover the top of the browser. Oh no. Yeah, I was gonna say don't do that. Alright, now when you start to get all nitpicky, you can zoom in just to see if you've got the top down pretty good. It's a pretty clean box. Turn the opacity back up. Alright, should be good to go. All right, and now I'm wondering if that's like a purple edge there. All right, now where? Yep, sure is. All right, let's fix this. All right, now go out. Wait. Let's see if this gets it done. No. I gotta get back out to where I can see the whole thing. There. I like screwed myself over. All right, there we go. Now let's fix this a little bit broader. Whoa, all right. Got too far. I'm trying to move it. All right, there we go. Trying to move it. All right, let's lighten it up again. Same thing. Let's use the same tool. Change the opacity. This time we just got to be a little bit more conservative. Make sure we cover up all that purple. All right, it's probably okay if it's a bit outsized. All right, I think we're good. Is it snapping? Yeah, maybe it is. All right, that would be good. Let me see. Okay, yeah. Now let me go ahead and change that opacity up. Uh-oh. Split again. Whoa. Oh, I accidentally undid that. That was so... Oh, no, I didn't. I moved off of it there. I gotta get used to this type of navigation again. All right, that looks clean. Looks pretty good. Doesn't cut off any of the workspace. All right, so that's there. Let's hit save. And then that's just gonna go to our clips. So that it does our letterboxing. Put it in here. Same deal. Check it out real quick. The view chooser area has three. The view chooser, it actually needs to be tighter to the transitions, like there. The view chooser area. Nope. Where does it need to go to? The view chooser. The view chooser area has. The view chooser. Yeah, you can't show there. The view chooser area has. The view chooser area. The view chooser. Yeah, it's almost better if that part of the screen just doesn't fade. The view chooser area has 3 buttons to switch among 3. Ideally, it would just be there. The view chooser, but it shows it underneath it. Yeah. The view chooser area has. The view chooser area has 3 buttons to switch among 3 viewing modes. Now we could try to go frame by frame. It's technically right there. So you could give it like a frame. I don't think it's gonna make a difference. I don't think you're gonna notice. The view chooser. No, nobody's gonna notice that. Just do that for now. Selected from one or a few finished experimental runs and compare graphs of population variables. For example, the average fitness of organisms in populations over time. The freezer area. All right, let's pull this back. Put it to there. The The freezer area allows you to save individual organisms, populations, and dishes with configured experiments or for examination in analysis mode. And then I'm gonna have to put a layer of text over top of that bar. The lab bench area is where experiments are performed, Avidian individuals and populations are observed, and data is collected and analyzed. When in population view, the lab bench shows the virtual petri dish or map, which is the digital environment in which the Avidians reproduce and the Avidian population evolves. To the right of the map are several information panels. When in stats mode, they display a variety of real-time statistics about the organisms in the virtual petri dish. When you click Setup, the information panels change to Setup mode, which is where you can access the environmental settings to configure an experimental run. Here you can change the dish size, the per-site mutation rate, the ancestral organism or organisms that will seed a run, the availability, amounts, and patterns of resources in the dish environment, and other parameters. Let's see the virtual lab bench in action. To see an example experimental run with the default settings, go to the population view. To see an example, got it there. Let's see. Let's see the virtual lab bench in action. To see an example experimental, I think that's actually right on, spot on. To see an example, yeah, it's the right frame. It's easy because there's a cut. Matter of fact, all of these would be easier with click the stats button to view statistics of the evolving population. To see an example of
Tires going up, your fingers aren't working.
what'd you say?
Tires going up, fingers aren't working anymore.
To see an example of what to see it hurts. To see an example, I talk shit to a lot of musicians about their instruments, but not guitarists. Unless they play with the pick all the time. Pussies. No, I'm kidding. That shit hurts still. To see an example. Ah, shit. What did I just do? I knew I was going to knock something out of line. I need to go ahead and lock these tracks. Lock that. Lock that. Lock all these bitches for now. I can edit, it's thrown way out of whack. To see an example of data from a saved experiment, go to the analysis view and drag the example item from the populated dishes panel in the freezer into the blank central area. A graph appears showing data from this saved example run. Click the drop-down options from the bottom right of the legend to see different data plotted on the graph. In this video, we introduced the virtual lab bench and woof. Nope. All right, now that goes over here. Little in and out window there.
In this video,
I mean, it did such a perfect job of that. I should show it again. Now how it does that. No, never mind. Let's leave it. Let's see, I went and fucked it up. On the graph.
In this video, we introduced the virtual lab bench and some of the basic controls of the user interface. Additional tutorials are available at our website.
All right, now let me say, I need to put that music in, which is the last assets. All right, so go to the beginning. All right, we'll set it in at the beginning. There's no way it's gonna be that much. All right, and then we'll come down here. And let's add an audio track so it doesn't overlay. We'll drop it in here at the beginning. Alright, now I'll cut it. Little micro fade, you don't need one in the beginning.
Welcome to the Avida-ED studio.
Oh, I forgot. That fade needs to be kind of dramatic because of the transition. Yeah.
Welcome.
Close. Right up and right out.
Welcome to.
Still a little short. All right, let's go there.
Yeah, right after that base in the middle.
And then, give me. Oh, you don't want to move that point, do you? There we go. Get it out of there. I forgot. It's literally like goes right up and right out.
Welcome.
Something like that. Still a little short. Showing you, it's like it's longer than you think is the answer. Oh my goodness. All right, and then also I want to do a slight level change.
Yeah, I ended up breaking all my nails on my strumming hand.
I'll do that.
So now I'm getting those calluses.
Welcome to the Avida-ED studio.
A lot better. Level can go, yeah, -3-ish.
Welcome to the Avida-ED studio. I'm Jay Bundy. In
And
this video, I will introduce you to Avida-ED 4's graphical.
Whoa, what happened there?
I'm Jay Bundy. And
what? What is that? Oh, it's locked. Okay, well, unlock that. Backspace that. Looks terrible. Titles. I don't know what the heck that was.
Yeah, shouldn't your name be on screen?
It did something different. Oh, wait, hang on a sec. Oh, that's not it. It's clean and simple lower third. Like that. Like that. You know. Oh, I see what it is. I got the keyboards too close to each other. There's no space for my thumb. All right. J. Bunzy. It's not me.
Studio. I'm Jay Bundy. In this studio, I'm Jay Bundy. In this video, I will introduce you to Avida-ED 4's graphical user interface. Let's take a tour of the virtual lab bench.
All right, now that's not right. Okay, so that solid color doesn't come until there. Welcome to the introduction tutorial for Avida-ED organisms video. I will introduce the view chooser, freezer, and lab bench that make up the main area. What the hell happened? Oh, Lord. Areas of the user interface.
And that's be moved.
ED, we refer to these individual organisms as Avidians. In this video, I will introduce the view chooser, freezer, and lab bench that make up the main areas of the user interface. The view chooser area has also executive decision. I think this needs to be areas of the user interface. The view chooser area has 3 buttons to switch among 3 viewing modes. The first view is population view. This is the default view when you open Avida-ED. It contains the virtual petri dish, experimental setup, and statistics panels. These panels allow you to run experiments and collect data. The organism button switches to organism view. Organism view allows you to observe an organism's genome, run that genomic instruction sequence, confirm phenotypes, and display an offspring's mutations. The analysis button switches to analysis view, which allows you to view data collected from one or a few finished experimental runs and compare graphs of population variables. For example, the average fitness of organisms in populations over time. I do not know what I did. I did not lock something. Oh yeah, I didn't lock this track correctly. All right, we've got to fix this all real quick. All right, you go back to here. Luckily, that didn't get fucked up. There. To here. Let's check these spots. For example, the average fitness of organisms in populations over time. Freezer. The freezer area allows you to save fermentation in organism view. I can already see it's messed up. The populated dishes panel stores experimental populations for continuing experiments or for examination in analysis mode. The lab bench area populations for continuing experiments or for examination in analysis mode. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
The lab bench area is where experiments are performed, Avidian individuals and populations are observed, and data is collected and analyzed. When in population view, let's let's see. The availability, amounts, and patterns of resources in the dish environment and other parameters. Let's see the virtual lab bench in action. To see an example experimental run with the default setting, stats bar. The seed ancestor begins to replicate and its offspring spread across the dish. Click the stats button to view statistics of the button to view statistics of the evolving population. To see an example of what the genome of a single Avidian looks To see an example of what the genome of a single Avidian looks like, go to the organism view and drag the all functions organism from the organisms panel of the freezer to the genetic code box next to the genetic symbol near the top of the lab bench. The circular genome that will appear is composed of instructions represented by single letters within colored circles. Click Run to observe to see any. All right. To see an example of data. Yeah, that's going to be off. All right, let's go back to here. Okay to go over. To see an example of data from a saved experiment, go to the analysis view. In this video, we introduced. That should not be there. Make sure on the right side of that. In this video, additional tutorials are available at our website. All right, now the thing we want to do is get this, the text. All right, so first thing I want to do is I'm going to lock all these. Lock, and this is to make sure that doesn't happen again. All right. So now you can't move anything on these tracks so that you don't mess up your edit. All right, then we're gonna label these. We're just gonna call this primary. Let's just call it main is easier. Then this is gonna be trans title, like transition title. I don't know what the hell's here. Oh, logo. And then this will be bar. And then we'll add one. And we'll call it bar title. All right, and then we want text. I don't know what text plus is. I think it's just, we just want a regular title. Text will be fine. Let's see, so bar title. All right, here's what we do with this. We put it in the middle. All right. Then what? I don't know what the other font is, but I guess we should use the same font. So Open Sans it is, Open Sans it is, nice. We'll call this View Chooser. Welcome to the introduction tutorial for Avida. Call this introduction. All right, then we will make it smaller. And do that. Do that. Undo that. All right, and then all right. Cool. Welcome to the introduction tutorial for Avida-ED 4. Avida-ED is a digital evolution model system that allows you to investigate evolution chooser, freezer, and lab bench that make up the main areas of the user interface. The view chooser area. All right, so then we're just here. And we're gonna just put view chooser. All right. The view chooser area has 3 buttons to switch among 3 viewing modes. The first view, that was kind of like your transition. That says view chooser. The view chooser area has 3 chooser. Now, to be honest, I'm not in love with this. Let's go back here. Let's make this smaller, like say 80. And let's also lift it up a little bit. No, definitely want a white, at least for now. I don't want to add anything to it. Rob wants it painfully not distracting. Welcome to the introduction tutorial for Avida-ED 4. Avida-ED is a digital evolution model system that allows you to investigate as Avidians. In this video, I will introduce the view chooser, freezer, and all right, it's also bold. I wish it was not bold. And I don't want light. Is there a regular? Regular looks a little too light. Semi-bold is almost kind of the vibe. Wait, no, go stay there. Nah, bold's the way to go. All right, at least for now. All right, so we'll do that. Like, I'll have a meeting with Rob and we'll get to go over these choices, so I try not to get too crazy about them. Ultimately, I will do what I'm asked. All right. So, do that. Put that there. And then I just got to see what this is. Should be freezer. Oof. My shoulder. All right. What's on to the freezer? Lab bench. The lab bench area is where experiments are performed. Yeah. Run. Here you can change the dish size, the per site mutation rate, the ancestral organism or organisms that will seed or run. Dude. The availability, amount. Fucking Mac updates, man. I'm still waiting on my Mac. So I'm like, I can't even. I'm like waiting on my Mac. I need it so badly. But then y'all are right, the fucking updates are gonna start. But the fucking streaming computer right now I gotta get replaced because literally Windows has started telling me that if I don't like register it, it's gonna like I need to re-register Windows, and it's like was a university system, so it's just gonna cause a whole conundrum. What the fuck these companies are doing? It's like they don't want us to own our machines anymore. It's awful. And patterns of resources in the dish environment and other parameters. Let's see the virtual lab bench in action. We got to do a whole bunch of paperwork just to make sure the university doesn't fuck up my experimental run with the default settings. Go to the population view. Go to the setup. Drag an ancestral organism from the freezer into the ancestral organism box. All right, I'm just gonna say. Population view. Organism. Analysis view. To see an example of data from a saved experiment, go to the analysis view and drag the example item from the populated dishes panel in the freezer into the blank central area. A graph appears showing data from this saved example run. Click the drop-down options from the bottom right of the legend to see different data plotted on the graph. In this video, we introduced the virtual lab bench and some of the basic controls of the user interface. All right, y'all. Now, the funny thing is, like, this is kind of a good format for making tutorials, but when we make ours, we'll get to make them actually fun and, like, not this fucking government boring, painful. Oh, my goodness. All right. Cool. All right, let's... So we'll run this now, we'll save this, we'll run it from the beginning, and then we'll see what else needs to be done before we do our audio. Let me just save, and actually, let me go ahead and fucking lock that track too. We'll go home, we'll take us back to the beginning, run it. Welcome to the Avida-ED studio. I'm Jay Bundy. In this video, I will introduce you to Avida-ED 4's graphical user interface. Let's take a tour of the virtual lab bench. Welcome to the introduction tutorial for Avida-ED 4. We get that background. These will look amazing. Is a digital evolution model system that allows you to investigate evolutionary concepts using data from experiments you conduct with evolving digital organisms. In Avida-ED, we refer to these individual organisms as Avidians. In this video, I will introduce the view chooser, freezer, and lab bench that make up the main. I could also green screen these. It'd be really interesting. One I could do, we normally do the like sitting here, but there's no reason I couldn't be like standing in front of a green screen reading this and then like crop it out and just kind of, it'd be really interesting, be really funny. In areas of the user interface.
A green screen is always good.
The view chooser area has 3 buttons to switch among 3 viewing modes. Because I always pay attention to the population keying out. This is the default view when you open Avida-ED. But yeah, it contains the virtual petri dish, experimental setup, and statistics panels. These panels allow you to run experiments and collect data. You can at least try it out. Like the organism button switches to organism view. Organism view allows you to observe an organism's genome, run that genomic instruction sequence, confirm phenotypes, and display an offspring's mutations. The analysis button switches to analysis view, which allows you to view data collected from one or a few finished experimental runs and compare graphs of population variables. For example, the average fitness of organisms in populations over time. The freezer area allows you to save individual organisms, populations, and dishes with configured environmental settings. Saved items are referred to as frozen or saved. The Configured Dishes panel stores experimental setups for reuse to aid in treatment replication. The Organisms panel stores individual Avidians for use as ancestors in experiments or for experimentation in organism view. The Populated Dishes panel stores experimental populations for continuing experiments or for examination in analysis mode. Yeah, this just really nicely covers those jump cuts and makes little titles. The lab bench area is where experiments are performed, Avidian individuals and populations are observed, and data is collected and analyzed. When in population view, the lab bench shows the virtual petri dish or map, which is the digital environment in which the Avidians reproduce and the Avidian population evolves. To the right of the map are several information panels. When in stats mode, they display a variety of real-time statistics about the organisms in the virtual petri dish. When you click Setup, the information panels change to Setup mode, which is where you can access the environmental settings to configure an experimental run. Here you can change the dish size, the per-site mutation rate, the ancestral organism or organisms that will seed a run, the availability, amounts, and patterns of resources in the dish environment, and other parameters. Let's see the virtual AR, I like the way you're thinking right now. To see an example experimental run with the default settings, go to the population view, go to the setup, drag ancestral organism or organisms that will seed a run, the availability. To see an example experiment, let's see the virtual lab bench in action. To see an example experimental run with the default settings, go to the population view, go to the setup, drag an ancestral organism from the freezer into the ancestral organism box, then click Run below the map. The seed ancestor begins to replicate and its offspring spread across the dish. Click the Stats button to view statistics of the evolving population. To see an example of what the genome of a single Avidian looks like, go to the organism view and drag the all functions organism from the organisms panel of the freezer to the genetic code box
so I'm gonna
next
say,
to the genetic symbol near the top of the lab bench. All right, so I'm gonna make some notes. I'm actually gonna do them in Word. Let's just say Libra. Let's do the LibreOffice Writer. Let's save this so I know where it is. Okay, let's say it's in a Studio Documents, Scripts, Avida-ED. It'd be like Notes, and Notes, New folder, Avida-ED. GUI intro 1. Draft notes. Give me a date. 10/31/22. Let's actually say 10:30. That I'll have more tomorrow. Why is this right through What? Take these off. All of these. What's wrong with you? Why? What? So what? Oh, it's that little thing. What? All right. Record. What's that called? Lab bench. Organism view. I think that's it for now. Some other stuff I want to do, but I think that's all I need to make note of. All right. Let's go here. Keep following. The circular genome that will appear is composed of instructions represented by single letters within colored circles. Click Run to observe the execution of this Avidian's genetic program. To see an example of data from a saved experiment, go to the analysis view, and drag the example item from the populated dishes panel in the freezer into the blank central area. A graph appears showing data from this saved example run. Click the drop-down options from the bottom right of the legend to see different data plotted on the graph. In this video, we introduced the virtual lab bench and some of the basic controls of the user interface. Additional tutorials are available at our website. These are all my re-records, record, outro, all right, so that was actually not bad. So let's save it. Then what we want to do, we'll skip. We're not going to worry about fusion or any color correction. We do want to get into Fairlight though, and the reason is we want to change these clip gains. Welcome to the Avida-ED studio. I'm Jay this Bundy. Level. In this video, I will introduce you to Avida-ED 4's graphical user interface. Let's take a tour of the virtual lab bench. Avida-ED is a digital evolution. I need to have clip gain right in here, which is a little weird that I don't, or I guess I do. Oh, there we go. Okay. we just solved all daddy's problems right here. All right, so this is actually pretty good interface. They don't have to be the same. Let's take a tour for Avida-ED 4. This is nice. Avida-ED is a digital evolution model. Now, I was thinking about putting a little cue here. Let me see what that cue would sound like. I have been thinking about it. Let me test it out. All it would be is something like add a track, stereo. Bring this shit down here. Actually, you know what? Don't even do that up there. Do this up here. It'd be easier. Let's do in, and then let me do out, like over there. That make up the main areas of the user interface. All right, a little short, but actually it does kind of work. Let me see if we can get it. Nice fade there. Areas of the user interface. The view chooser area has three. All right, it's gonna need a bit longer of a fade, probably a tad of overlap even. A bit of a fade up here, and even more pulls are probably, let's say, 5 or so, even quieter than the other one. Of the user interface. The view chooser area has 3 buttons to switch among 3 viewing modes. The first view is population view. This is the default view when you open Avida-ED. It contains the virtual petri dish. And jump on me. Let's go here. Go down. Main areas of the user interface. The View Chooser area has 3 buttons to switch among 3 viewing modes. The first view is Population View. This user interface. All right, I'm gonna keep it for now and see what happens. Let's back out and just punch him in, essentially. Their level's all fine, so I don't need to worry about that too much. To be honest, the only clip that really has a problematic level, let me fix the biggest problem first. Issue really seems to be this guy at the end. Yeah, everything looks kind of clean, right? And then you get to this dude. Yeah, and there's a problem. Click the drop-down options from the bottom right of the legend to see different data plotted on the graph. Shit, what was that? What did that undo do? Oh, fuck me. Let me just say redo. It is Control-Shift-C. Okay, nice. And it's just that it's independent of window. I gotta remember that. Okay. Now, I gotta do, yeah, I know you wanna draw in fucking automation or whatever the fuck, but I actually want you to pair these, yep, like that. And then, why can't you adjust the trim on these? What's going on? Is that not allowed? Are these locked? Is it because they're locked? Yeah, they're locked. All right, unlock them. You were right. I was wrong. They were locked. All right, now let's put some gain on these babies. Make it look in line with everything else for now. Yep, it's so far out of whack with everything else, it won't even... Options
your ear won't notice.
From the bottom right of the legend to see different data plotted on the graph. In this video, we introduced the virtual lab bench and some of the basic controls of the user interface. Additional tutorials are available at our website. In this video, we introduced the virtual lab bench and some of the basic controls of the user interface. Additional tutorials are available at our website. Oh, Fairlight, I love you. Oh, yeah, and there's plugins and all types of stuff, but we don't need to worry about any of that right now. We're just going basics. All right, let's let her roll. Welcome to the Avida-ED studio. I'm Jay Bundy. You're now a little quiet, McQuiet. Let's give you a little bump here. Welcome to the Avida-ED studio. I'm Jay Bundy. In this video, I will introduce you to Avida-ED 4's graphical user interface. Let's take a tour of the virtual lab bench. Yeah, nice balance from clip to clip. All right. Welcome to the introduction tutorial for Avida-ED 4. Avida-ED is a digital evolution model system that allows you to investigate evolutionary concepts using data from experiments you conduct with evolving digital organisms. In Avida-ED, we refer to these individual organisms as Avidians. In this video, I will introduce the view chooser.
I think there is a way to superimpose my video over David Pakman's live feed when he does a stream. Yes, I think this is possible.
The view
And if
chooser
not
area
fakeable,
has
certainly.
3 buttons to switch among 3 viewing modes.
And also,
The first view
that's
is
the set we're
population
trying to
view.
get. The set we're trying to get is actually we're trying to get our own custom version of the David Pakman set. Matter of fact,
Also, let me lock all these tracks except for this. I even lock this one for now.
I
This
like
is
to
the
work with
default
everything
view when
locked
you open
except for
Avida-ED.
something when I decide I need to change it.
It
Because
contains
it's too
the
easy to
virtual
fuck
Petri
around and
dish,
change something.
experimental setup, and statistics panels. These panels allow you to run experiments and collect data. The organism button switches to organism view. Organism view allows you to observe an organism's genome, run that genomic instruction sequence, confirm phenotypes, and display an offspring's mutations. The analysis button switches to analysis view, which allows you to view data collected from one or a few finished experimental runs and compare graphs of population variables. For example, the average fitness of organisms in populations over time. The freezer area allows you to save individual organisms, populations, and dishes with configured environmental settings. Saved items are referred to as frozen or saved. The Configured Dishes panel stores experimental setups for reuse to aid in treatment replication. The Organisms panel stores individual Avidians for use as ancestors in experiments or for experimentation in organism view. The Populated Dishes panel stores experimental populations for continuing experiments or for examination in analysis mode. The lab bench area is where experiments are performed, Avidian individuals and populations are observed, and data is collected and analyzed. When in population view, the lab bench shows the virtual Petri dish or map, which is the digital environment in which the Avidians reproduce and the Avidian population evolves. To the right of the map are several information panels. When in stats mode, they display a variety of real-time statistics about the organisms in the virtual Petri dish. When you click Setup, the information panels change to Setup mode, which is where you can access the environmental settings to configure an experimental run. Here you can change the dish size, the per-site mutation rate, the ancestral organism or organisms that will seed or run, the availability, amounts, and patterns of resources in the dish environment, and other parameters.
Look, I caught it in time, too.
Let's see the virtual lab bench in action. To see an example experimental run with the default settings, go to the population view.
And it's the same mic. It's just a different angle, different distance. So
drag an
we made a more natural transition between them.
From the freezer into the ancestral organism
Punched
box.
it up a little bit.
Then click Run below the map. The seed ancestor begins to replicate and its offspring spread across the dish. Click the Stats button to view statistics of the evolving population. To see an example of what the genome of a single Avidian looks like, go to the organism view and drag the All Functions organism from the organisms panel of the freezer to the genetic code box next to the genetic symbol near the top of the lab bench. The circular genome that will appear is composed of instructions represented by single letters within colored circles. Click Run to observe the execution of this Avidian's genetic program. see an example of data from a saved experiment, go to the analysis view and drag the example item from the populated dishes panel in the freezer into the blank central area. A graph appears showing data from this saved example run. Click the drop-down options from the bottom right of the legend to see different data plotted on the graph. In this video, we introduced the virtual lab bench and some of the basic controls of the user interface. Additional tutorials are available at our website. All right, I actually like it, and I'm gonna deliver it because it's a draft. We will have a chance to, fine tune a lot of things. So I'm not gonna micromanage the audio and shit like I normally do, because I know it's still a draft, but it is definitely getting closer. I really like it. Actually, I want to say, I don't know if Carrie Ann's still up, but I want to say thanks to Carrie Ann for helping me out with this. I really appreciate her. Rocking as my little studio assistant here, always really helpful. I definitely learned a lot looking over the shoulder of people who were kind enough to have me in the studio with them, so happy to pass that on. All right, so let's see. I'm gonna keep this simple. I'm just gonna rock a H.264 master. That's fine. It's the type of thing that's perfect for YouTube. They actually do have a YouTube 1080p one that you can rock with too. That's fine. We put these on Vimeo, so any of these are fine. But you can see the codec for these is H.264, right? Codec here, H.264. So a lot of us just do the H.264 master. No big deal. And then it goes to the right place. I'll browse. I'll make sure it gets named the same thing as the rest of them. So we'll just do the next iteration, which will be test. I'm going test because these are all, we're still building up our format. So it's just GUI, graphical user interface. It's the introduction, right? We might have other videos related to the graphical user interface, but this is the introduction video. It's the full test, right? It's the full test clip of that video. And then we give it the next one, which would be 11, I think, in this case. It's kind of interesting. We've printed a bunch of these, and then we go, which is cool. This is really how you see the iterative process of making these videos. A lot of changes. Give it the date, 10/31/22. 10/31/22. Cool. Save. We'll add it to the render queue. It normally renders super fast because this computer's kind of killer, to be honest with you, although the next one's going to be a lot better. So I'm excited to upgrade and, just keep things moving forward and put this thing back to what it was meant to be doing, which is pretty much audio post-production and light gaming. It's supposed to be the production computer, not the post-production computer. All right. Yeah, it's almost already halfway done. I like these superimposition David Pacman ideas, AR. But yeah, I know it's getting late. It's been a late stream, man. We haven't rocked this late, especially on a Sunday, in a while. We definitely got more Halloween weekend videos to get into. So I'm gonna go chill in the, cause I still want to stay up, man. Now that I've been working all night, I kind of want to chill and play some cards and get into the mode. I also want to, I think I'm not gonna end the stream though. I think I'm gonna force myself to sit here and watch a couple of tutorials to work on my resolve. I just worked on a little video edit. I'm gonna force myself to be a good student, watch some more tutorials to keep my skills going, and I'm really happy y'all joined me in the studio. I'm having so much fun. Y'all know, y'all don't even know. It's just I've really kind of been dreaming and envisioning, you know, us getting back to that place where I could really bring y'all into the studio and do studio stuff with y'all. The fact that we're doing fucking video production and we're doing Avida-ED videos that got us so much money into the studio worth of equipment. So, yeah, I'm excited. We got to make sure these go ahead and get done. And yeah, this is a real step forward and a great stream. All right, so what I'm gonna do real quick, I'm gonna take a quick little potty break. I'm gonna save this. When I come back, I'm going to watch the export. I'm trying to be disciplined. I've shown y'all some good habits. You should always watch your export when you're done. And we'll do the tutorial after that. So in the meantime, Uncle Bobby will be our intermission. I'll be right back.
McCrae was doing his thing. And he had quotes from philosophers and all this other stuff. And great. And I've already told y'all, when you play Steve McCrae's games by Steve McCrae's rules, Steve McCrae always wins. I'm not mad at him. I've got no beef. That's what he does. I respect his space. I told y'all, he and I have talked about it. There's no hard feelings. Go, Steve, go. But I heard him say, you know, there's no such thing as an agnostic atheist. Okay, you guys know what I call myself? An agnostic atheist. I don't need Steve's permission nor anyone else's permission to call myself what the fuck it is I want to call myself, right? So these discussions continue to go down. Hold on, buddy's about to lay down, so let me move my drink. There you go, dude. These discussions happen because people are defining atheism for atheists. So whatever Ben is getting ready to say, one, it's Ben. Two, again, without even listening already, he's going to fuck this up. Let's cue this up. Hold on. You guys ready? Where is it? Let's roll the tape.
And I think most Christians believe this too. The idea of having a moral atheist is not really a difficult idea.
Yeah.
It's the idea of having a system built on atheism that's completely immoral and will fall.
Pause the tape. Ben, stop speaking English words out of your mouth. Well, thank you for saying it's not too far-fetched to have a moral atheist. Thank you. But then again, to have a system built on atheism. Stop. How many times must it be said? That's a nonsensical statement. Atheism is not a set of beliefs. It's not a moral stance. It is an answer to a single question, and that is, do you believe in God? And that's it. Can we have a system built on the hair club for men, on geometry, on shoelaces, on volleyball? No, we can't. You want to know why? None of those items speak to morality and how to build a well-oiled system. And so again, having a system built on atheism and that system will fall apart, I would say he's partially true, but what he said just doesn't make sense. Again, what is so hard about letting members of the club define the club? Roll the tape.
All right, gang, here we go. Appreciate y'all. Yeah, let's take a look at this export. Thanks, UC Love. Appreciate you. Reveal in... Oh, it puts it in the media storage. I see. I was like, what the hell is that? All right, well, I don't want to watch it in here, so let's go back over here and say open file location. So I can watch it in the proper video program. Here we go.
Welcome to the Avida-ED studio.
Faces.
I'm Dave.
Oh, I love it the first time I see it full screen, y'all, because the first time I see it full screen is the first time I really get to see the handiwork of our new camera, right? This fucking beautiful, beautiful Canon EOS R5. Like I said, I got basically the same camera Derek from Mythvision has. So if you see Derek's shit and you're going, oh my goodness, this camera looks amazing. All right, we got the same camera. That's why our shit looks great. But yeah, you know, when you're editing, you're working in a little window, and I don't have the full screen preview set up because I'm sharing the screen with the stream and all that shit. But yeah, it's the first time I get to see her. But yeah, cheers, gang. Appreciate everybody. Yeah, it looks good. Cheers, everybody. I didn't come back on camera yet. God, I'm fucking this up so badly. Let's do this one. Also, let me take this damn Droid camera off since I'm more or less done with that. Boom. All right. Cheers, everybody. Appreciate y'all. Hope everybody's having a good evening, and it's the start of a good week for you. Go ahead, play this bitch.
BUNDY. In this video, I will introduce you to Avida-ED 4's graphical user interface. Let's take a tour of the virtual lab bench.
All a little loud, but whatever.
Welcome to the introduction tutorial for Avida-ED 4. Avida-ED is a digital evolution model system that allows you to investigate evolutionary concepts using data from experiments you conduct with evolving digital organisms.
Actually kind of fine.
In Avida-ED, we refer to these individual organisms as Avidians. In this video, I will introduce the view chooser, freezer, and lab bench that make up the main areas of the user interface. To be honest, it's like the view chooser area has 3 buttons to switch.
It's not that bad because it's not that bad relative to that audio cue asset that they gave us, even though I turned that shit down.
Among 3 viewing modes. The first view is population view. This is the default view when you open Avida-ED. It contains the virtual petri dish, experimental setup, and statistics panels.
I can kind of tell that from
these panels allow you to run experiments and collect data. The organism button switches to organism view.
All right, let's go in the
organism view allows you to observe an organism's genome, run that genomic instruction sequence, confirm phenotypes, and display an offspring's mutations. The analysis button switches to analysis view, which allows you to view data collected from one or a few finished experimental runs and compare graphs of population variables. For example, the average fitness of organisms in populations over time.
We click this. We click this.
The freezer area allows you to save individual organisms, populations, and dishes with configured environmental settings.
I could just click
saved items are referred to as frozen or saved. The configured dishes panel stores experimental setups for reuse to aid in treatment replication. The organisms panel stores individual Avidians for use as ancestors in experiments or for experimentation in organism view.
I don't want the bumpers. That's why I didn't grab the whole track, because I didn't want the bumpers.
The populated dishes panel stores experimental populations for continuing experiments or for examination in analysis mode.
Give me these. Give me that.
The lab bench area is where experiments are performed, Avidian individuals and populations are observed, and data is collected and analyzed. When in population view, the lab bench shows the virtual petri dish or map, which is the digital environment in which the Avidians reproduce and the Avidian population evolves.
I'll grab that in a sec.
To the right of the map are several information panels. When in stats mode,
They display a variety of real-time statistics about the organisms in the virtual Petri dish. When you click Setup, the information panels change to Setup mode, which is where you can access the environmental settings to configure an experimental run. Here you can change the dish size, the per site mutation rate, the ancestral organism or organisms that will seed or run, the availability, amounts, and patterns of resources in the dish environment, and other parameters. Let's see the virtual lab bench in action. To see an example experimental run with the default settings, go to the population view, go to the setup, drag an ancestral organism from the freezer into the ancestral organism box, then click Run below the map.
Which one is this?
The seed ancestor begins to replicate and its offspring spread across the dish. Click the Stats button to view statistics of the evolving population.
Run with the default settings. Go to the population view.
To see an example of what the genome of a single Avidian looks like, go to the organism view and drag the All Functions organism.
Then click Run below the map.
From the organisms panel of the freezer to the genetic code box next to the genetic symbol near the top of the lab bench. The circular genome that will appear is composed of instructions represented by single letters within colored circles. Click Run to observe the execution of this Avidian's genetic program.
See, hopefully this level should be better.
Welcome to the Avida-ED studio.
Yeah.
I'm Jay Bundy. In this video, I will introduce you
Quick preview.
Welcome to the introduction tutorial for Avida-ED 4. Viewing modes. The first view is population view. This is the default view when you open Avida-ED.
And we'll get a compressor in here to
the virtual
worry about
Petri
this
dish,
one
experimental setup, and statistics panels. These panels allow you to run experiments and collect data. The organism button switches to organism view. Organism view allows you to observe an organism's genome, run that genomic instruction sequence, populations, and dishes with configured environmental settings. Saved items are referred to as frozen or saved. Populations are observed, and data is collected and analyzed. When in population view, the lab bench shows the virtual...
Yeah, this is much more in the green instead of in the red.
Bench in action.
And other parameters.
Let's see the virtual lab bench.
Yeah, a little up and run with the default settings. Go to the population view. Go to the setup. Go to the organism view.
A little bit up here.
Go to the analysis view.
That's fine.
On the graph.
Controls of the user interface.
All right, I think that's better. Let's deliver it again. Replace. Render. All right, we're gonna run it back, run it back, run it back. It was just alarmingly loud, so let's go for not that. And, you know, I'm not too serious. Again, the level's not something I need to be crazy about. But, you know, I'm thinking of Rob, my teaching mentor. I don't want to blow his ears off. It'll just give him something to be irritated about the whole time he's listening to it. So, you know, no big deal. Only cost us a couple minutes
just to even make it a little bit of a safer level for preview. Also, I don't like to produce stuff hot, because you start producing stuff hot, God forbid people actually like the way it sounds, then you start putting it back to a more reasonable level. All of a sudden they're telling you it sounds quiet, and you know, you got yourself in the middle of a loudness war. I'm not even going to start giving a spiel about the loudness war, but let's just say if you have to deal with that because your work is up against other people's shit, then you deal with that then. You don't want to put yourself in that shit. You don't want to be having a loudness war against your own goddamn mixes. All right, so that's nice. Let's go ahead, open in file location, quick refresh, make sure it's now the right one. So it overwrote the one it wrote before. Did it?
Welcome to the Avida-ED studio.
Doesn't sound like it did. Wait, what the hell? Oh, yeah, hang on a sec. This is not the right thing. GUI intro full test 10/31/22. Intro test 11. Yeah, I don't know what the hell this is. 11, save, yes, add. Oh, that's the project, I guess. Yeah, that is it. All right. I think that was it. It just comes off so much hotter on the. I think part of that is the video player. I'm gonna trust the level coming out of Resolve. Although I do have it turned on. I'm gonna this over there. Yeah, for all I know, that fucking media player is normalizing my shit. So it's making it sound hot as hell.
Welcome to the Avida-ED studio. I'm Jay Bundy. In this video, I will introduce you to Avida-ED 4's graphical user interface. Let's take a tour of the virtual lab bench. Welcome to the introduction tutorial for Avida-ED 4. Avida-ED is a digital evolution model system that allows you to investigate evolutionary concepts using data from experiments you conduct with evolving digital organisms. In Avida-ED, we refer to these individual organisms as Avidians.
Bars, maybe?
In this video, I will introduce the view chooser, freezer, and lab bench that make up the main areas of the user interface.
Are there black bars around the window?
The view chooser area has 3 buttons to switch among 3.
I don't know. No, I don't see them. I didn't see them in the. I didn't see them in the thing. Let's go to open with VLC Media Player. See what happens. Yeah, it doesn't sound crazy loud either.
Welcome to the Avida-ED studio. I'm Jay Bundy. In this video, I will introduce you to Avida-ED 4's graphical user interface. Let's take a tour of the virtual lab bench. Welcome to the introduction tutorial for Avida-ED 4. Avida-ED is a digital evolution model system that allows you to investigate evolutionary concepts using data from experiments you conduct with evolving digital organisms. In Avida-ED, we refer to these individual organisms as Avidians. In this video, I will introduce the view chooser, freezer, and lab bench that make up the main areas of the user interface. The view chooser area has 3 buttons to switch among 3 viewing modes. The first view is population view. This is the default view when you open Avida-ED. No. Alright, I'm like tripping. This shit got me tripping, y'all. Got me absolutely tripping. Winamp always a pain in the ass, though.
Almost immediately.
Oh, come on. Dude, my Winamp never stays together. Where's the main window? There. Boy, you're a good time today. All right. Welcome to the Avida-ED studio. I'm Jay Bundy. In this video, I will introduce you to Avida-ED 4's graphical user interface. Let's take a tour of the virtual lab bench. Hey Mike, what's up, man? I'm finishing up a draft of an Avida-ED tutorial video, man. Welcome to the introduction tutorial. Mike actually be trying to get out here and do this. Okay, I see it. It looks good now. Avida-ED is a digital evolution model system that allows you to investigate evolutionary concepts using data from experiments you conduct with evolving digital organisms. In Avida-ED, we refer to these individual organisms as Avidians. In this video, I will introduce the view chooser, freezer, and lab bench that make up the main areas of the user interface. The view chooser area has 3 buttons to switch among 3 viewing modes. The first view is population view. This is the default view when you open Avida-ED. It contains the virtual petri dish, experimental setup, and statistics panels. These panels allow you to run experiments and collect data. The organism button switches to organism view. Actually, I need to re-record all these because the webcam allows you to observe an organism's genome, run that genomic instruction sequence, confirm phenotypes, and display an offspring's mutations. The analysis button switches to analysis view.
which allows you to view data collected from one or a few finished experimental runs and compare graphs of population variables. For example, the average fitness of organisms in populations over time. The freezer area allows you to save individual organisms, populations, and dishes with configured environmental settings. Saved items are referred to as frozen or saved. The Configured Dishes panel stores experimental setups for reuse to aid in treatment replication.
We can move this over this way enough so that it's not overlapping with this garbage can, but it's also not overlapping with this boundary. I don't like that. I had taken care of that on the last one. I don't know. I guess I missed it this time.
The Organisms panel stores individual Avidians for use as ancestors in experiments or for experimentation in organism
I gotta send
view.
this to Rob. I told him I'd send it to him tonight, so.
The Populated Dishes
I wanna make
panel
sure I send
stores
him what I have.
experimental populations for continuing experiments or for examination in analysis mode. The lab bench area is where experiments are performed, Avidian individuals and populations are observed, and data is collected and analyzed. When in population view, the lab bench shows the virtual petri dish or map, which is the digital environment in which the Avidians reproduce and the Avidian population evolves. To the right of the map are several information panels. When in stats mode, they display a variety of real-time statistics about the organisms in the virtual petri dish. When you click Setup, the information panels change to Setup mode, which is where you can access the environmental settings to configure an experimental run. Here you can change the dish size, the per-site mutation rate, the ancestral organism or organisms that will seed a run, the availability, amounts, and patterns of resources in the dish environment, and other parameters.
Let's see the virtual lab bench in action.
To see an example experimental run with the default settings, go to the population view, go to the setup, drag an ancestral organism from the freezer into the ancestral organism box, then click Run below the map. The seed ancestor begins to replicate and its offspring spread across the dish. Click the Stats button to view statistics of the evolving population. To see an example of what the genome of a single Avidian looks like, go to the organism view and drag the All Functions organism from the organisms panel of the freezer to the genetic code box next to the genetic symbol near the top of the lab bench.
Yeah, we're gonna fix the timing.
The circular genome that will appear is composed of instructions represented by single letters within colored circles. Click Run to observe the execution of this Avidian's genetic program.
Try to make sure it goes around, starts copying itself. Oh, I did the, it's the all functions. It copies itself. All right, yeah, it started copying itself, whatever.
To see an example of data from a saved experiment, go to the analysis view and drag the example item from the populated dishes panel in the freezer into the blank central area. A graph appears showing data from this saved example run. Click the drop-down options from the bottom right of the legend to see different data plotted on the graph.
In this video, we introduced the virtual lab bench and some of the basic controls of the user interface. Additional tutorials are available at our website. All right. I might also
also give myself a little trim up when I record the final version. All right, let's, yeah, that's fine. I'm good with that. Let me switch back over here to cam mode. Let me make sure I send this to Rob real quick so that I'm not messing around. All right, it's gonna send it with the Google Drive link. I'm sending it to Rob real quick. Oh, you guys could see that. It's no big deal. It's just an Avida-ED video. It's nothing confidential in this email. Do I know a bit about bipolar? I mean, I am bipolar, but believe it or not, I don't really know a lot about it. You know, I've read some stuff here or there on the internet, but I consider myself like mostly only knowledgeable as to like what I've experienced or been told by people. It's not something I'm super curious about. It's just something I try to just manage. But yeah, weirdly, it's not a thing I know as much about as things I tend to take an active curiosity in. Bipolar is just something I kind of got to live with. All right. I don't know what that means in this case, just a video, but sure. All right. Done with that. That was a really good video.
Points. That's why I can add the clip. Now, I'm on the clip that I want to append, so I'll insert that. Now, that's the whole clip there. So let's go to the timeline, and I'm going to scroll to the beginning of this clip. Let's go to jog. Now, say if I want to trim the in point, I can hit trim in and use the jog wheel to trim the in point. Now, maybe I didn't like where the last clip before that ended. I can hit trim out and do that with the scroll wheel as well. So let's add a transition here. Transition. Let's do a dissolve. Cool. I've added a dissolve now. Now I can slip.
Yeah, I should have done that.
Where that dissolve goes.
Just added the dissolves in the cut.
Clip and the source clip, and then the destination clip. I can also slip as well to where the dissolve will start, which is really great. And then to clear a transition, if you don't like it, just hit back cut, because cut is usually the default transition as you would between two clips. Which is really, I can that dissolve with the scroll wheel as well. So let's add a transition here. Transition. Let's do a dissolve. Cool. I've added a dissolve now. Now I can slip where that dissolve goes for the clip and the source clip, and then the destination clip.
Slip source, slip and destination.
Well,
I see. I have a slip source and destination buttons on it.
Start,
I see it. I see it.
Which is really great. And then to clear a transition, if you don't like it, just hit back
it's
cut,
right here.
Because cut is usually
slip source and destination.
Default transition as you would between two clips.
And like I said, if you don't like it,
really great. And then to clear a transition, if you don't like it, just hit back cut. Because cut is usually the default transition as you would between two clips. So smooth cut is actually interesting. I don't have a scenario where I'd use it right now, but what it does is, say you've got a jump cut with a talking head type video, you could hit smooth cut between two clips, of that talking head, and it would sort of transition seamlessly, and you don't get that abrupt cut with the jump cut. So that's pretty cool. Now, say if I want to move this clip out,
instead of those
say I want this clip to be in front of the
titles,
previous clip. Let's say we're gonna hover over this clip. We're gonna hold the move key here, and then we're gonna just use our scroll wheel. And now it's in front of our Mercedes clip, which is really cool. So you can do tons of great stuff with this. You can even adjust the audio levels here. So like say I wanna adjust the audio level of this clip. Let's hold the audio level button and it'll increase. The only thing is you only see the waveform. You don't see decibels or anything like that. I do wish the cut page would show decibels while you're using the jog wheel here to adjust the audio. You can also go into full view. Now you can look at full view of this video of your edit in progress. So just get out of that. You can hit escape and you're out of full view. So that's really cool. It's pretty straightforward in terms of how to use it. Okay, so next let's look at how we can use multicam and edit multicam footage using the speed editor. And I think it's absolutely brilliant how they've done it and makes it so much easier than how I used to do it in Premiere. So let's start off with our clips. So when you come into the media tab, what you're gonna wanna do first is label what cameras are 1, 2, and 3. Especially if you haven't set a user bit data that DaVinci Resolve might be able to draw from on your camera. So what I've done is I've set my camera 1, my wide angle, then camera 2 is the tight, and camera 3 is the overhead angle. So that way when you go and sync all your footage, DaVinci knows which cameras are which. So we'll go into the cut page, and now I've already synced all my footage up here. And I'm gonna lay down my let's go to source. I'm gonna lay down, where's my wide angle here? Let's find my wide angle. No, not that one. Wide angle. So I'm on the wide, let me just hit append. Boom, drops it into the timeline. So I wanna go into the timeline, I can hear, it's right there. And now let's add some cutaways. And let's say I'm right here, and before I start drawing right there. Let's say I wanna have a cutaway here. So let's go to the source. Let's do an in point here. Scroll along. And let's do an out point there. And we'll hit the source override button, which will place it in the exact spot where it's supposed to go in the timeline. So let's go to the timeline. And let's see if that's completely synced up. And it should be, because we've synced everything. If I play, and you should be able to hear. See, that's completely synced up as I start drawing, which is really, really great. And I've made a mistake here because I haven't laid down the audio track because I hit video only, as you can see here. But you get the idea that I can sync. So let's find something else. Let's scroll on the timeline, find this tight angle here. I like this tight angle here maybe. Let's go in, scroll along. Ooh, it's too much. Let's go back to jog. And let's go out, and let's just hit source override. Now you cut away perfectly to that in the timeline, which is really great. So bam, you cut away, which is really, really cool. So that's a really great way of finding clips that you'd like, but you know what? It's kind of hard because you don't see all of your camera angles. The great thing that you can do is hit sync bin. You've got all your cameras here, 1, 2, and 3. You can see what each one of them's doing in those moments at that time point specifically.
Exactly.
And you can choose to cut away to whichever one that you like. Let's say camera 2. Okay, and we like that. Let's do live overwrite camera 2.
Yeah, this is like the feature that's in Final Cut, the live overwrite.
We'll hold camera 2 for however long we want it. Cool. So you can see how I can live overwrite over here.
I'm gonna get into this when I get into my multi-cam.
Camera 3. I hit camera 3, and then scroll and scrub until that's it. You can move around the timeline. Okay, I want to go back to camera 2 here. Okay, let's go back to camera 2 here, and I can just
like
add
pasting
that
it on. Oh, it's so nice.
In the timeline. I think this is absolutely fantastic, especially if you're cutting YouTube video together. You got an overhead shot products. you got talking head stuff, and you want to cut between the two really easily instead of having to overlay or place on top or anything like that. So that's sort of a quick overview of some of the functionalities built into the speed editor, and I really think it's going to make editing so much quicker. For me, I've definitely noticed it. So really, you could be sitting back, just kind of chilling and editing, and producers over there be like, yeah, can you cut to camera one? And you hit camera one and just be like, yeah, sure, no problem. How much of you want it? I want 10 seconds of camera one, and then you hold 10 seconds, you let go, and it's really cool in terms of integrating, into the software and making it really easy to do really common edits, which is, multicam's pretty common. So a few things that are maybe seen as a bit of a drawback with this editor, I would say that the keys aren't backlit, so it's going to be hard to see in the dark. And there's no on and off switch with this editor, and I think that's a bit strange. I do wish it had an on and off switch, only because it just kind of drains battery otherwise. I'm sure things drain batteries either way with an on and off switch, but it would have been nice to just have an on and off switch.
So, but yeah, it is.
But it automatically
Bluetooth,
connects when you have it.
It'd be nice
so
with the on and off.
It is what it is, but no on and off switch.
I agree.
So who is this keyboard for?
Me.
I really think this keyboard is going to be for people that are considering switching to DaVinci Resolve. For me, when I found out about DaVinci Resolve, I was using it for color work, and I absolutely love it for color grading and the control that you have. Now with the offer that they have where you get a free keyboard with the software, it's hard not to pass up on it, because this really actually helps you learn the software a bit and edit a bit better or faster than you would in Premiere Pro. You got keys for trimming in and out, slipping source, and slipping destinations, that kind of stuff. So this actually streamlines your sort of initial edit, which is really great.
Yep,
and I think Blackmagic are geniuses for trying to capture the people that might be on the cusp of switching or considering
it was really
to switch
nice.
to DaVinci Resolve.
And after a couple of edits like that, man,
if you are already a DaVinci Resolve
I'll be
user,
moving around.
I mean, this may be for you if you're looking to streamline things, and maybe you
nah,
already
it's
know
an
all the
obvious
shortcuts,
call
but
if
now
you use it a lot. If you use it a lot, it's obvious
for all those shortcuts, and this might make your cut page workflow a lot better. I think I could do 90% of my editing
more of the
using
cut page
this alone, especially for talking head stuff and stuff that doesn't need any VFX or anything crazy. Kind of lay down a base layer for the rest of the edit. So it's sort of been a quick overview and review of the
If I was doing something like chopping up my streams and stuff, I could do most of that on the cut page
maybe
real
you're considering
easily.
switching to DaVinci
Drop
Resolve
in a
17.
couple assets,
Maybe this has helped you make
massage a
that
couple
decision.
edits,
Completely turned you off.
throwing them
Whatever it may be.
transitions, boom,
I hope
boom,
you enjoyed
bang.
it. Thanks, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Hit my audio.
Bye.
Peace it out. Especially with everything synced in that sync bin. I think that sync bin even could give you like your audio and shit, man. It's crazy because you sync it all up and then run it sync to your master camera. I'm loving it, man. All right, man. Y'all know me. I'm a studio head, man. I'll be in the studio fucking with y'all all night, man. Let me get up out of this bitch. I want to play some cards and relax and eat some of my chili. I made some fantastic chili late night last night. Gonna get into some more of that. Play some fucking Pinochle. I'm already in the Pinochle lounge. We've been chilling all day. I done earned been sitting over here at the bar working. I earned my time to go over play some cards, chill. Let me add this to my Resolve playlist. Why is it so hard to find that playlist? I thought maybe I had to pass it. Boom. That's how you get it done. I appreciate y'all. Why is Stupid Horror Energy always coming in here when I'm about to sign off? Why? I don't understand. What did I do to deserve that? Chili, no cheese. Yeah, well, actually, I put some cheese on it last night. It was kind of rocking. No beans.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brett Keene from God.
He eats chili for 2 hours. Oh, my goodness. And you changed your picture again. Oh, my goodness. It's always so amazing. I gotta catch up with y'all.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brett Keene from God TV Radio. Make sure you check out my gaming channel, Games You Love. And when you get an opportunity, check out all my other YouTube channels, including my brother's and my new Movies You Love channel.
All my other YouTube channels. There we go.
My beautiful wife, she made me a fantastic bowl of chili. No cheese.
Good life. Did somebody just chop out all of him talking and just make... Alright, you ASMR weirdos have gone too far. Too far. Too far. Too fucking far. And I feel like people get into this, like this is relaxing to people and sexual to some others. And all of you have problems. He's like, wait, I'm about to say something. Hang on a second. I had a thought. And then what I was about to say was, one second, hang on a minute. One moment. What was I about to say? And continuing on, hang on a second. Ooh, yeah. No. I had something, but then, hang on. Ooh, bowl scrape. Who makes this stuff? They have 87 subs. Like, I'm trying too hard out here. There's 3,000 views on this. I'm out here for 19 hours. I just did a 19-hour stream with like 1,500 things with like 5 different people and 4 different technologies in editing. And this, I'll be lucky if this stream gets to like 120 views. I'm making bad choices with my life, yo. Bad choices with my life. But look at these records. Aren't these records pretty? Ain't these records pretty? Look, y'all, what you need to do is you need to get in together. We've got Halloween movies galore. What's left on the Halloween playlist? And I got to play some cards and watch some TV. We could watch TV. See, we just get to watch TV. Best of Pride, we want to watch the Best of Pride, we could just watch that. We could just put that on, boom, no sweat, no big deal. Why? Because we're in Gather, and we could do whatever the fuck we want when we're in Gather. That's what these YouTube fans don't understand. It's not that we don't like you, it's just that things are better in Gather. And so you're kind of a burden to us having to stay behind in YouTube just because you're too lazy to get in the Gather. I mean, look at all this good shit. The Legend of Zorro. We ended up with Hannibal. Look at the stuff you missed. Tales from the Crypt, A Nightmare on Elm Street 2, Walk the Line, The A-Team, Poltergeist 2, Hannibal. That's what you missed. Look at what we got coming up. The Legend of Zorro, Rudy, House Party 2, Kid and Play. Yeah, we're going to have to start the night with that. Kid and Play. Come on now. Come on. Y'all don't know. Kid and Play. Come on, y'all. Kid and fucking Play. Y'all don't even know. Rudy, if this movie doesn't make you cry, you're dead inside, and you should go be one of PineCreek's fans. I'm not into it anymore. School Days, Shade, 51st State, Casper, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, Nightmare Before Christmas, Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers. Sometimes They Come Back. Oh, this is one of my favorite movies. I hope we don't even watch this tonight because this is one of my favorite movies ever. Can't Hardly Wait. Sherlock Holmes. Man, y'all don't even know. Sometimes we be watching Scooby-Doo, Pinky and the Brain, Cheers. Maybe we were going to watch some Cheers. Who knows? But look, get up and together if you're cool enough to come through. Stupid Horror Energy, we finally made some progress in that fucking crazy-ass murder mansion. We finally started finding some shit. We found the radio. We were talking to the ghosts. We figured out that the rooms have different shit. What else did we do? We found the mirror, the scrying mirror. We know where the compass is. We just got to get over to that bitch. Yeah, we can watch Friday around Christmas time. That's a good one. See, Can't Buy Me Love. That's why you gotta show up. If I play Can't Buy Me Love on this stream, it's instant demonetization. You know, but if I play it when you come through Gather Town, and we will play that bitch. Because we could play whatever the fuck we want, and we don't have to worry about getting the whole stream blocked. The other day, I played some shit trying to be cute, man, and I got a whole 7-hour stream just yanked. Like it never even happened. But yeah, hit us up and Gather. We can play whatever you want. Definitely appreciate you. I know Stupid Horror Energy comes through and she's busy with work. But yeah, it kind of works like the stream, y'all. There's still a live chat. You could come through. You can lurk and gather. You're free to lurk and gather and hit us up in the text chat if you're not active. I use it just like a stream. Like even when I go walk Sam or I go to bed, I keep it on my tablet. I keep it on my phone. I literally treat it just like YouTube. It's like YouTube, only better. But yeah, Stupid Horror Energy, want to thank you also for the donations. I think we're a great team. We had to gang up on Sal's ass. I need Sal to finally accept my showdown invitation. But if he's willing to show up with Cindy or some other stand-in tag team partner, maybe Stupid Horror Energy and I can have a debate. Yeah, I'm down to play reggae. Yeah, I'm about to play some cards, so I want to play some Pinochle. So I'm down to play some reggae. I'm down to play whatever. So anything works. We're overnight. Did James not get back to me about doing the show? James definitely got back to me. I'm waiting for you and Heathen Queen to get back to me. Wait, which James you talking about? You talking about James Apperson? You not talking about James Apperson? I think she's talking about somebody else. James Apperson was here early. Oh, James from Modern Day Debate. Yeah, hit him up. No, he didn't get back to me. Yeah, hit that fool up. And tell him it could be me and you versus Sal and Cindy. Cause, you know, Sal might get involved if we put all this pressure on him. All right, I appreciate you. All right, y'all, I'm gonna get out of here. It's been a great stream, but it's late as shit. I think I've been live since like 2:00 p.m. or some shit like that. Appreciate y'all. I will be back tomorrow with Cliff around 1 p.m. Eastern, I think. So look for us then if you're on YouTube. If not, we will be overnight and gather in the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, the Christopher Hitchens. Science bless you all. Thanks again for the donation, Stupid Horror Energy. Catch the rest of y'all later. Poof!
Ready for takeoff?
Whoa. Working hard on my stunt, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Bron James in LA, you're on college. I've been been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Hit the John on them jets cause we wildin'. But the bowl is a party on the island, moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocker. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flip. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof with my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen a change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute just to front, nigga. Goddamn. Had to grow up quick, I made my own rules. Had my first child, got it jumping with music. Can't really hang with nobody who losing. I thought by now that you would go and get it, but I could hardly see niggas this distant. Know you get cropped if you not in the picture. And I made that tag and went got a bag. Shots to the Henny and OG prescriptions, put rebel shit on the map. Took a leap from where I started at. Started ballin', now I'm Chris Paul and Cat. Got him steady calling for the mold, but I'm on a roll, gotta call him back. And that's all fact.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. All carry-on items should now be stowed securely, either in an overhead bin or under the seat in front of you. All aisles, exits, and bulkhead areas should now be clear. All electronic devices should now be turned off and stowed, as they may interfere with the aircraft's navigational and communication systems. Once airborne, we'll let you know when you may use approved electronic devices, but note that some items may not be used at any time during the flight.